Settle down. I can see my colleagues on my left. Is that a men's conference you're having with the man from yesterday?
When we fail, we'll again repeat the exam to get to pass. Amen. How many have done the CHRP? Guidance and counseling, coaching? How was it? Coaching, you didn't anyway. Don't worry, but you did well. The beauty is is that even when you have that fail, you have the knowledge. Because like last time, thank you, Institute of IHRM, for giving me the opportunity to participate in a webinar where I was presenting about how much government has done with regards to COVID-19, and all the knowledge I had from the College of Human Resource, that class really did a good job for me with regards to a lot of mental health and OSHA, the workplace, how we need to really ensure that there's 1.5, the masks and everything on the MOH and WHO strategies. So thank you so much once again. On behalf of the CEO, there's a board meeting going on, so he wasn't able to come. And he really has sent his appreciation and much thank you for your support with regards to the recoveries that we get through your payroll. You are the payroll administrators. So regardless of the BPI that is happening, don't worry, where they're talking about 4 years, recovery, but let's do what we have to do now. So when we are able to return that money, in other words, then our other brothers and sisters are able to get that money to further their education, to support the Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda, because education is one of the enablers of the Big Four agenda. So may God bless us today, and may He give us wisdom as we interact with one another to move this country forward. So God bless you once again. It's my great pleasure to invite my technical experts in operations, which is our co-mandate with regards to disbursement of loans to the needy students. So a big applause for my brother. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, standing here to talk to people is not a walk in the park. You can actually come and even forget your name. So especially this is the boy child. Can you just appreciate him as he takes us through very quickly? Thank you, God bless you. Welcome, my colleague, William. Another one before I leave, encourage him. Boy child. Okay.
IHRM for this wonderful opportunity to speak to the most powerful people in the business world. In our organization, we refer to HR as the employer. I'm sure in many organizations the same, you refer to HR as employers. So thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is William Bala from Higher Education Loans Board, and our business at Higher Education Loans Board our business at Higher Education Loans Board is to finance all Kenyans who are pursuing higher education. And these finances come in 3 categories. We have bursaries, we have scholarships, and we have loans for all Kenyans who are pursuing higher education. For students who just done their KCSE examination, we support them with a loan of up to 60,000 per year, and additional we get them a bursary of 8,000 for the very needy students. Then we have also partnered with the State Department of Vocational and Technical Training to support students in TVET colleges who are undertaking their diplomas, craft certificate and artisan certificate with a loan of up to 40,000 and a bursary of 5,000 for the very needy students. And I'm here, I will be calling out on other ministries probably to come work with us as well, so that we can support even more Kenyans. We have also partnership with the USAID to support students in medical training colleges who are undertaking their diplomas and certificate. We have a loan, Afya Elimu loan, that will support you with an amount of Kenya shillings 40,000 per year for you to finish your studies. And I want to call upon other organizations to join hands in this noble cause. I may mention a few. ABSA Kenya, thank you very much. I don't know whether they are here for supporting us with the scholarship for the orphans, undergraduate students. Simba Corporation, who are supporting students in TVET colleges undertaking their mechanical engineering training, and many other organizations, Tenwek Hospital, AIC Kijabe, and our new recent partner, Kenya School of Law. So other organizations, please come so that we support even more Kenyans. County governments are also not left out, led by Kakamega County. We are working, we are doing a very good job in supporting even more Kenyans. We have Bomet, we have Busia, Taita Taveta, and many others. Please come on board. And another thing is that we also manage employer
training schemes. So far, we are working with Kenya Revenue Authority. We are managing their staff training loan or fund for KRA employees. We've also partnered with Public Service Commission. We are managing civil servants training fund. So all civil servants, including those around here and all over the country, whether you're working at county government or national government or national police, you're welcome to apply for a loan of up to $500,000 that will support your postgraduate studies at a very, very low interest rate of only 4% per year. You can't beat that anywhere, and a very long repayment period of 6 years. So please, come on board, get these monies and take your studies. We also partner with other private organizations like Digital Divide Data, and you as well, I will call upon you. We have the expertise in credit management, and I'm sure we can run your staff training kitty in a very good way. So please come on board, let us help you so that you have a sustainable funding. What do you need? Coming closer home, we have Help Jielimishe loan. Help Jielimishe loan can cover, we can pay for your CHRP for guys who are here, HR practitioners. If you have not taken your CHRP and probably money is the problem, we have the answer. We will pay your CHRP loan, a CHRP course. We can also pay for your PhD. We can pay for your master's, postgraduate diploma, bachelor's, and higher national diploma. So come on board. We have Help Jielimishe loan, 200,000 per year. You can take this thrice for 3 years. That's a total of Kenya shilling 600,000. I'm sure that is very, very sufficient to cover most of your studies. What do you need to do this? Very simple. All you need is an admission letter from any of these colleges. You can get an admission letter from IHRM, College of Human Resource Management. I saw Madam Principal Margaret around. Thanks. She's a very good partner with us. So just get an admission letter from IHRM and come to us. You can get an admission letter from the universities, TVET colleges, KIM or KMTC, and we will get to support you. One more thing is that for you to, for an employee in your organization technology manenos. For an employee in your organization to benefit from these scholarships and loans from HELP, then you as an employer, you need to have registered on the HELP employer portal. And registration is free and very easy. All you need is visit our website, www.help.co.ke, click on the employer portal to register, and then we shall be able to verify your employees so that they can be able to get loan. There are other benefits of registering with us. All you need, I've already alluded to the Jielimishe and scholarship loans. You'll also be able to check status of your staff, whether they are beneficiaries or not. You'll be able to get to know how much you need to deduct on a monthly basis and remit the same to us on a monthly basis. You'll be able to upload that byproduct of that deduction list or remittance list on the portal, and that way all your staff statements are automatically updated. And the other beautiful thing about the portal is that there will be no overpayment. So you'll save your employees from the trouble of chasing refunds coming from overpayment. There are free statements there for you, as well as you'll be able to get compliance certificate, especially public institutions who are required to obtain a compliance certificate for your PC. Remember, you have 3 obligations as an employer: HELP obligation as an employer, which is anchored in law, and that is to disclose any beneficiary of HELP that is working with you. Please don't hide them. Don't hide them under somewhere. Make deduction as listed and remit those payments to HELP within 15 days of the following month. And all this you can do at the comfort of your office using the HELP employer portal. And the last thing is that if you have any defaulter working with you and you've hidden them, what you're actually doing is that you're denying another Kenyan an opportunity to go to school. I'm sure that is not right, but you as HR,
you will do the right thing. I know you always do the right thing. Please register on the Help Employer portal. Check status of all your employees, whether they have any outstanding loans or not, including that person who says that they have cleared or they are never beneficiaries. It doesn't harm to check. Key in the ID number, and you'll be able to get to know whether they are beneficiary, how much to deduct, and remit those payments. And even more, we'll be able to give them a chance to get scholarships and loans from us. Thank you very much. God bless the HR or the employers, we call them so, and God bless us all. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Help. Let's appreciate them better than that. They've been good friends of IHRM. While we wait for our next speaker, Sawela have been very gracious. They said we look so cold. They just want to changamusha us kidogo before we invite Evans to speak to us. So, karibu sana, please come this way so that then we can be able to see you.
So karibuni sana. I'll get you out of your comfort zone. Utasimama kidogo tu, push your chair in, create a space. I'm Fred. So simama kidogo tu, push your chair in, create a space. I want to teach you a dance, a 4-move dance, a very simple one, a very simple dance. Okay? So you're ready? You're ready? Clap once, clap once, clap once. So the first move, you'll do this. Hope you can see me. So you shuffle your arms as you raise your curls, okay? So move number 1, this one here. Simple, right? Simple. Clap once, clap once. Move number 2, down here. So remember, it's a dance. It's a dance, okay? Clap once. Number 3, side to side. Side to side. So you'll go with the beat. You'll go with the beat. It's a dance. Okay? And number 4, this is where you need a space. You'll start with your right, left, right, left, right, left. This way. So right, left, right, left, right, left. That's why you need a space. And icing on the cake is fimbo na fimbo. So when the song comes to a fimbo, you jump as you. Are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? Okay, recap. Number 1, stage 1, remember? Number 1 was this. Very good. Number 1. Number 2, remember? Number 3, remember? Yes, watu wa nyuma wanakumbuka. Thank you so much. And number 4, very good. Right, left, right, left, right, left, and then fimbo. So DJ, very good. So I'll tell you what to do. It's a dance. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Fimbo.
Everybody. Very good. 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 2. I want to see you dance. Very good. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3.
Il y a quelqu'un qui habite au-dessus du cercle de la
Let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Jump! You're not jumping. Let's go. Jump! Very good. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you so much, DJ. Very good. Now stretch your lower back. That was my time. Stretch your lower back. Very good. Stretch it to the side. And take it to the side. Very good. Now from down, breathe in. Very good. Clap once. Clap once. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I see some of us need an ambulance, so. But well done, well done. Those who are joining us virtually, I hope that you had a chance to join us for the dance. We welcome you as well. Okay, so our speaker is ready. Unfortunately, he was to Naivasha this morning, so he'll be joining us virtually from Nairobi. And this is none other than Evans Munyori, the head of human resources at Standard Chartered Bank. And he'll also be joined by his colleague, Ms. Lois Bunei, who's a retention executive at Standard Chartered Bank as well. And you'll see why Lois is an interesting perspective to this conversation as Evans goes on to share his presentation. Today, he'll be talking to us about championing well-being and diversity at work to reap the benefits and societal benefits. So, asante sana. Let's welcome Evans virtually as he joins us from Nairobi. I hope today technology.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Kenyans. Good morning, everybody else who is watching us, listening to us. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'm happy this morning to be together with you. Thank you for that great introduction and to see the energy in the room. It's a fantastic opportunity for us to connect as HR professionals. And this morning, I'll take just a few minutes just to share a few of my thoughts as I think through what championing well-being in the workplace really means for all of us. I want to apologize that our dear sister Lois will not be able to join us this morning. And I will tell you why. Lois is visually impaired, and she works with us in one of our units within the bank. It's a program that we started a couple of years back to integrate everybody in terms of our inclusion agenda. Unfortunately, I think the move and the shift as we think about this technology, we need to also think hard about how we include people with disabilities. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting challenge. I think just getting these whole programs. And I mean, that's where I would want to start. And I quickly just want to say that I have been with the bank for the last 16 years. It's been a momentous opportunity for me to influence, to grow, an opportunity for me to be productive, an opportunity for me to shift, lead, to be led, and so on and so forth. And I summarize it with the perspective that people are my passion. And across the franchise, both in Kenya, in East Africa, and across a few other markets that I have worked in, people are the core of our business. And that's the reason why I value put us in a corner to think that we are third or fourth rate function within the organization. We are indeed very core. to the things that we do. One of the things that, and I want to start by just quickly sharing a few thoughts on wellness and well-being. Then I will share one or two things, and that's one of the things that Lois was going to be here to share about, and just give you a clear perspective from a user of what we do within the bank. And then I would just quickly wrap up and allow a few questions. A few months ago, 8 months ago, we were all seeing very short clips, and they're called newsreels, cutting across most of our media with coronavirus. And we went ahead to think it was just part of the news at that particular point. And fast forward 8 months later, we all are under the influence of that. Coronavirus has changed the way we view what workplace was. And of course, for this particular session and my talk, of course, it has made us to rethink what then well-being is and should be. And across the key learnings that we all have gone through, one of the things that I have had, including this morning for our conversation, has been the conversation on the mental health and the well-being. And for sure, that is critical and important for us to ponder over. Why is it important? I think we have, over the years, talked about a couple of things with our people and have always used a de facto desktop perspective in provision of wellness. And we have, for many of our organizations, we have picked things off the shelf that thought at the particular point made sense for you or your people and provided such, whether it was the medical insurance that we provide, whether it was the gym facilities and so on. We have at some particular point picked something off the shelf and said, we think we can try this, we think this makes sense. Other organizations have moved forward faster in terms of how they provide the perspective of well-being. The question is, and from that preamble, the question has always been for me is, when we think about how we create a well-being and a well perspective for all our employees, what are we trying to do? And are we able to even reach what is known as happiness? I think when Rose gave me the perspective of what I will be sharing today, she included the word happiness deliberately in there. It's championing well-being and happiness. And I always wonder whether we can meet that as HR professionals. It is a subject of debate whether we can provide happiness. In fact, to many individuals, they think the HR function is to the detriment of happiness within the organization, to the things that they want to do. They think pay and so on, and many other things which are extrinsic in nature is what we stand and defend more than give. And so I think the case for the benefit of championing well-being from a business perspective has been made over the years. It really has been made. Many organizations have taken time, and I'll quickly just give an example of Standard Chartered, to look at the benefits of looking at a couple of things. Number one is a fair mix of a workforce, because that's, I think, strictly is where well-being starts. When you have a balanced society within the workplace, I think that's the most basic and fundamental perspective of bringing out wellness. You have individuals that represent the spectrum of your customers, and I think we cannot argue with that perspective. All of us serve somebody within our business enterprises wherever we are. And for that service, we serve a different level of clientele, the diversity of it. And that reflection within our own organization, in my view, is a basic representation of what wellness is and well-being should be, because you then cut across individuals that are able to be sensitive to the needs of the customers internally. Lois was bringing that perspective to this table. that an organization that needs to go deeper into well-being and into wellness then needs to start basically by looking internally and asking themselves the hard questions of their constitution, whether it is a gender parity, and I know that's a bigger discussion for another day, and how we are represented, whether it is tribal for us in Kenya, and we talk about that a lot, and whether we are represented by different groups. And that representation of just diversity, in my view, gives us the basic tenet of forming a well-being society. Because then you go into the next level, which is that inclusion, and just bringing individuals from different backgrounds and so on, from that diversity recognition, being the hardware perspective, is okay and is important. But the other one is a deliberate attempt to ensure that individuals understand who they are, where they are, and the perspective that they bring to an organization. This morning, when we reflect about your own institutions and where you come from, colleagues, and you will see that there are individuals who will deliberately be out to sabotage anything that you do. And the question has always been, how do you provide a clear perspective away from policy for individuals to have a connection here and here? So the hearts and minds of how you connect with people. And I think that is where we have all now coined our perspectives on well-being, because it is part and parcel of now looking at that populace that you have and then connecting purely to their DNA and engaging them for the work that you want them to produce. If that perspective does not exist, which is a provision of an intrinsic perspective of work, of how they view your organization, of how they view your client, of how they view what you intend to do, then you will lose a perspective on productivity at the far end. When we talk about now championing that, my perspective, and I said I will just share my perspectives this morning and open to debate, that's where we need to spend time looking through the intrinsic value of well-being. It is easy to have a diverse, well, probably it's not, a diverse workforce. Some of us would struggle, others wouldn't. In Standard Chartered today, I have a fair split of gender. I have more ladies than I have men. I have 52% of ladies, 53% of the organization is ladies. And of course, I keep asking the question as they go up the ladder, that turns around to around 40% of ladies. The question is, how do I make 50-50 a fair share, even at the top, and of course, all the way to the board? And that perspective is easy to start dealing with. But the intrinsic perspective of getting that 100% see you as an organization of choice, as an organization that thinks about you as an individual, not you as a worker, is what we are being asked to think deeper as HR professionals. I will definitely get into a few things that we have done within the bank later, but for now, allow me to just go through a few thoughts on it's actually just questions to ask us. When we think about the challenge that we have been posed by very many forums, including Davos and all the economic forums that you listen to, how we are positioning people within the profit chain, what value are you deducing when you think about people within that ecosystem? Many of us will possibly quickly answer and say the most important ingredient and input within that ecosystem. And I would agree. I don't think there is any argument as far as getting people and having them seen as most valuable input to our production and our service industry. However, if we reflect on what is happening now, we are able now to sit in Nairobi across many areas of the world today and the geographies of the country to listen to each other, to learn from each other. We have quickly shifted in 8 months on our perspective of what then work looks like. And as we think about that, the question is, how do we then effectively deploy wellness programs and champion well-being programs to our people to then still influence their intrinsic value to our organizations? I want to challenge each one of us to start thinking deeper of what it means, especially as you move, and it is different buckets of people. Some of us are within what we call the digital immigrants, and we will struggle with these systems for a while before we get a good hang of it. We have digital natives, and that's the lower workforce within our organization that are looking and asking for a different perspective from us. And hence, how do we then structure well-being? How do we structure happiness, if at all it exists? And I want to put that as a question mark out there. How do we then structure that for them to ensure that we still have a balanced organization? We have a view of what each one of us is doing, and they have an intrinsic perspective of who we are as an organization for them. At the end of the day, why do we want each one of us to be engaged, whether it is in HR or in any other part of the institution? It's because we still want to produce, we want to serve our customers, and we want to make some money at the end of the day. How we attach that value to the influence on the well-being of our employees, then for me means either success or failure into the near future. I think as we define the new normal of work, and as we provide as many of the programs that we do, I hold the perspective strongly that we've got to be more innovative, we've got to be more creative, and we've got to really, really push the boundaries on the things that we are doing. So that for me is the one big thing out there. The second one is what has been posed by this coronavirus and the COVID-19 situation. My perspective from a bank view, and this is what I have seen, is more and more of us are now predisposed to stress. More and more of us are predisposed to exposure to mental health issues. This is a topic possibly 2 or 3 years ago that was almost a taboo, and we didn't want to spend time talking and thinking through it. We cannot run away from it. As we structure our wellness and our well-being, how effectively are we looking at those perspectives? I asked through a survey the other day, and close to 40% of the workforce said that they are still experiencing high levels of stress. And of course, we have devolved our work, and most of us are working from home. A majority of us are working from home, not all of us. A majority of us are working from home. And I keep asking myself the question, HR is not there to really supervise the people managers to ensure that they are doing the right things. That's not really our work anyway. However, when we ask ourselves, how do we then influence people leaders to then materially shift the dial for the people seated in all areas of our country, still producing for you, and for them owning up the work that they do every day? Then we become a function of value and substance. And we need to spend a bit more time to then ask ourselves what programs, whether they are off the shelf or whether they are in-house, that you're just bringing on board to then influence people leaders to be better at managing their own people. And of course, that in itself is a challenge that we need to embrace. I will share, quickly in just a few minutes that from a bank perspective and where we stand, over the years, I have seen the value of the wellness programs, and we have created the wellness programs as they have been. It is medical provision, we have provided gym provision, we have provided the employee assistance programs, we have given employees flexible opportunities to work either from home. And colleagues, by the way, for some of us, this has been ongoing for the last 7-8 years, with a clear policy of how you can work from home, how you can work from office, how you can have a hybrid perspective of that. Although I can tell you, in retrospect, many of us never took that seriously. A few did, and they had already applied to work from home. And as it comes to where we are now, because it was also pegged at that particular point on the well-being and the wellness of our employees, I have seen a great shift of individuals, and especially and unfortunately for our patriarchal society, our ladies saying this works for me because now I'm able to balance a few things. I don't need to be in traffic, and I don't need to haggle a lot with people shouting at me. And some other people are saying I live in a certain area that I had to wake up at 5. Now I can spend some productive time with myself, with family, and so on. So I think we are seeing those clear benefits of individuals working through those hybrid models. I will not overemphasize the benefits that comes from productivity. And if you ask me the question, do I see in the crystal ball opportunities for us to then re-engage productivity, get better at what we do in terms of serving our customers by provision of all the programs that create a well-being environment for our people? I am very clear when I look back at the last 8 months that for sure works well. We might have been hit by, of course, the economic downturn, and you might not see it in the value of the money, the dollar value today. However, if you give it time, I am sure and I am convinced that we will be reaping the benefits of instituting, deploying clear employee wellness programs that support people, not who they are, but who they are to their families, who they are to their society in terms of producing and giving back. Ladies and gentlemen, the question of championing well-being and happiness at work is broad. I have chosen to just leave it at a basic level of how we are constituted and the programs that we give. The final thoughts that I would want to give to this forum for discussion, as I said earlier, number one is when we think about the dollar value and the return to these programs, how do we balance off that in an environment that is deeply depressed of revenues? It's a chicken and egg story. What starts first? What do you do first, and what do you do next? I want to leave that challenge to each one of us within our organization as we think about the championing. For sure has to be done, and it makes a great value, great business value, but there is a cost to it. And so what is our challenge in terms of influencing? And we are the CEOs of people, we are the product owners of people. How do we then influence further up for people to start seeing, and boards and the country management teams to start seeing this as a critical part of not now, but in the future production? The other one is as we redefine our workspace and our workplaces, what does well-being look like? What does well-being look like? It was easier in the past to say, I have a gym in the office. It was easier in the past to say, I have 10, 15 programs. I am getting people to meet counselors and so on and so on. How does well-being look like in a workplace that is dynamic, in an environment that we are redefining who we are as institutions? And then number 3 is, as we retain the sensitivities to diversity, how do we become relevant as a country, first of all, in deploying a diverse workforce in an environment where most of us are thinking of reducing that workforce? So it is also a chicken and egg story. We've got to have one to have the other. We need diversity, but we also need to balance off our workforce. What are we doing deliberately to ensure that we have clarity of what we are doing? And I'm asking that because championing well-being will never ever be 100% seen as influential to the society if we exclude anybody. And we must include each one of us. And the question, and that is a hypothetical question out there as well, even as we sit through this forum to discuss, then how do we then balance off that perspective? And finally is my views on measuring the successes of well-being. As you champion well-being, as you champion giving people what they need for them to be productive, how do you really measure that it works? I know in the past we have provided as a bank, as a case study, we have provided certain aspects which are very, very instrumental. As far as I'm concerned, we have brought in gym instructors, we have created forums where people can run, we have running clubs, we have, in fact, we have even tried to measure intrinsically some of the things that we do, including how you eat, sleep, take water, and so on. Within smaller groups of individuals, we've created competitions. We've had a lot of that. And the question that I keep being asked when I face the board is, how do you know you're being successful? And of course, one of my answers to that question has always been, as you change culture, you've got to be patient. You cannot give up as you start changing culture. It's going to be the long haul. It's going to be the long haul. So I want to leave those key things out there. And I know we are all HR professionals who've been discussing these things deeper. But as we step into the new phase of work, flexible work, and agile teams, how do we then become real champions within that environment, within that world, that then influences each one of our organizations to think deeper of our workforce and the value that they bring to the table? I want to pause a bit, and I am seeing a few questions just coming through. I'm more than happy to start answering some of those questions. I have seen one question on the integration of Lois with her visual impairment. Lois is not alone, by the way, colleagues. We do have a few others, though the number is still small. I have 10 employees or people with disabilities within the organization. The visually impaired, 3 at this moment. And of course, we have had an opportunity to even hold an open day for people with disabilities within the bank so that we can talk about their needs. How do we integrate? So we've got systems. Of course, today it's easier than it was when we started. Lois joined us 7 years ago. That's how far back we started this program, and she has been able she's been able to integrate within the bank with the interfaces. Of course, we use the JAWS program, which reads for them, the visually impaired, and they're able to work. They're able to make calls. They're able to answer emails. And that has been a fantastic tool for us to use. Of course, in the earlier days, very, very, very hard to get into it. And that's usually one of the other things that we all have to think through, that there is a real cost. It's an investment of both time and resources to get a fair balance of our workforce, even as we think about well-being. Beyond just the provision of giving Lois and her colleagues the opportunity to work, remember, it's a whole issue around the workspace. It's a whole issue. It's a whole issue about the workspace. It's the doors. I know she interned with me last year in HR. Lois interned with me in HR, and I told her I need to start thinking deeper as well. as you challenge me. And I can tell you, she started telling me things like, this door is too heavy for a visually impaired person. This door is not positioned well. These seats are not conducive. This environment. So we've had to do a lot more in the office, getting tiles, getting the voice in the lifts and so on, just to try and accommodate Lois. But what has happened is Lois and colleagues, but what has happened is we are now thinking deeper beyond Lois, is whichever disability that we bring on board, how do we work closely? As I said, for me, that's the basis of well-being for any institution when you start with inclusion. I don't know if there is any other questions from the teams. I would have loved to be live with you and just shoot questions as we discuss and build each other and sharpen our focus on well-being. But there is a lot that needs to be said. I know I was only given 20 minutes to just quickly share my thoughts, and but I hope that we can advance this discussion. That as I close, we must go beyond the extrinsic value that we have provided as human resources. I think it has been easy to talk about pay and the bigger things, and I think even some of the well-being opportunities that we have provided are a facade that is extrinsic in nature. The intrinsic value of well-being for me in the new phase of where we are stepping into is what I really want us as a bank to focus on, and I will challenge each one of us within their organizations to then think of moving to that space of influence as we think about deploying this variedly into whichever form of work that and workspace that you want to introduce. I'm being asked, what are the main benefits of employee well-being programs? As I said quickly, number one for me has been the productivity. I probably didn't make that case strongly, but I know you cannot, this year you cannot look at it from a dollar value. You might not be able to get it, but it will pay off. It will pay off in another 1 or 2 years. As I said, for us, one of the biggest things when we started some of these wellness programs, the biggest one for me has been on medical cover cost. Proactively, you think about people going to hospital to get treated. We had a lot of people going into hospitals 2 or 3 years ago. I can assure you that the last 2 years, I have been able to save $500,000, 50 million shillings from my medical cover alone. Just getting people to go to the gym, just getting people to exercise, just getting people to take care of their health, to think about what they eat, and proactively, and the amount that I would use of that $500,000 is literally a 10% of it to then put into place those programs. So yes, I have seen great value for the bank in terms of implementing those wellness programs. Medical is just one and a tip of the iceberg. I think there are others that we can talk about. Retention is the other one. When people think about your value proposition as an employer, they start now adding those things that they see, the over and above. Each one of us provide a salary, but they think about brand. They think about staying on with you. They think about you being an institution that they want to work with in the long haul. So there is all those benefits, financial, the non-financial ones, of course, retention and the ability to build your brand. And of course, remember, that's where we get the value for our customers. When you have raving employees who think highly of you, that's where you get your best value. The success in a service delivery institution or setup, I think you would have to, as I said, with time, you would have to start thinking of the intrinsic value to your client. Each one of us has a client. The minute you either see clients are able to stick with you, they become sticky, and they are talking highly of you, that has a direct correlation with the employees that you have. And you've got to create that linkage, Millicent, you've got to create that linkage for you to see the value. It's got to always be at the far end. However, I want to challenge you and I, Millicent, as we think about why we must genuinely have a conversation with our employees about well-being. You know, what I have seen in my own experience is the minute it becomes a HR conversation, and I think we have come from far when we used to be seen as personnel management and directing people. This is the same thing with our individual employees. We've got to come from that perspective of selling a product to selling a benefit to them so that they own it. It's turning it around on its head. They have to see that this is good for me. The same way, today, most of our employees will not struggle to say, if you are providing a medical cover, this makes sense for me. And that's the thing. So the well-being activities, whichever way you want to structure them, then it becomes easy for them to see what is it in for them. It's the easiest way to measure success, because then they own it, they run with it, and then you will see your benefits with your clients, with your customers. And of course, as I said, I have also seen the benefit with retention. Okay, I presume that
Reverend Jenga.
Good morning to you all. So Rose has told you that I could baptize you and marry you and bury you. So those who may need those services can see me after this. I especially enjoy marrying people, so yeah, we can talk about a little more. I don't know where all that's where they are. It's always a big pleasure for me to come to these friends of ours, IHRM. I have created very good friendships in there, and I'm also delighted that we are thinking how best we can teach this fraternity spread across the country in mediation. So we are working on that, and I'm looking forward to that. Today we want to talk about elevating the conversation, and we want to talk about mediation toolkit, and Rose would want to know whether we have a hammer and a chisel and whatever else we have there, and very soon I'll let you know. I'll be trying to condense a training that takes about 40 hours. I teach it in about a week in just about 1 hour, if not less. I hope I will succeed, but I think we are going to have a good time. When I think about human resource practitioners, I think about human beings. Human resource practitioners, I think about human capital. And as you know very well, much more than me, you look after the most human, the most important resource in the workplace and in life. In fact, as we talk about automated workplace, and as we deploy robots to work, and as we go digital in almost every possible way, I have this sneaking suspicion that we will never be able to replace the human beings, which means what? That your job is secure in looking after human capital. Those things are helpful, those things are useful, but you will not, nobody I don't think, will be able to completely replace human beings at the workplace. You know, you look after leadership, you try and develop leadership, and I am convinced that leadership is the most important ingredient in any human endeavor. And therefore, your work is irreplaceable. Your work is very important as you take care of the most important ingredient in any human endeavor. And your task is big, and your task is varied, as I have come to understand it. And you are involved in very many different things, not the least of which is finding a place to work. Human resource management includes finding a place to work, and even also finding the people to work. And then you go on to provide JDs, job descriptions, so that you define who works where. Big job there. And then also you do training so that those who work can be equipped so that they may produce maximum benefits. And then you provide safety, and then you provide hygiene, and I can go on and on and on, all of them trying to make the workplace be the best it could ever be, and therefore produce the benefits, not just for us who stay there, but also perhaps more importantly, post a profit and a return for the shareholders. Having done all that, and coming close to our discussion this morning, you can't afford to create one very basic thing. Among all the things you do to make the workplace productive, you cannot forget peace. Because if you don't have peace at the workplace, all that labor, all that effort will be in vain. You know, peace is the most sought after commodity, and peace is the most elusive commodity. And it is in your place to provide peace at the workplace, because without peace, nothing will be achieved. And there is a paradox. There is a paradox. As we say we are looking for peace, as we cry for peace, human beings are almost always inevitably looking for war and creating war. And if there is one place which is highly conflicted, it is the workplace, where you spend 8 of your waking up hours. And I know some of us put in more than that. It is the most conflicted. And some of you are familiar with, I think, what we talk about Monday blues. To me, Monday blues is simply put, I do not want to come to work on Monday. And if for whatever reason I am dragged in the place of work, I will do very little, because I don't want to be here. And I submit to us, the main reason is the place of work is highly conflicted. So as you think about providing all the other things that you provide for the workplace to be successful, think about peace. Now, Monday blues do not just affect Monday. Remember, you came reluctantly in the morning to work because you didn't want to come to the quarrels. When you think about Mrs. So-and-so, when you think about Miss So-and-so, when you think about Mr. So-and-so at the workplace, in your mind, that's an animal that you want absolutely nothing to do with. You'd rather stay at home. And thank God for COVID-19. Some of you now are working from home, so you don't have to deal with that animal that you'd rather keep away from. So Monday is generally wasted because you didn't want to come. Monday blues. And you know, that also affects Tuesday, because again, utajikokota to come to work again on Tuesday. Again, you better stay away from this. So Tuesday generally is wasted. And then Wednesday is probably when you begin to feel like you can work. And therefore, you may do some meaningful work on Wednesday. But I'm also told that there is a ladies' night. So that does occupy your mind somewhat, somehow. That there will be ladies' night. I have no clue what the ladies do on Wednesday evening. And Thursday, there may be some work that will be done. But then you're thinking about Friday. Thank God it's Friday. The thing has come. And I'm convinced most of us do absolutely nothing useful on Friday afternoon. Because, thank God it's Friday. It is coming. Freedom is coming tomorrow, Friday. And therefore you have Friday afternoon, Saturday, you do everything that you want to do, and then Sunday, you even forget to go to church. You're having fun. And then somehow on Sunday evening, you remember Monday, and you die many times over. What can we do to make peace at the workplace, where you spend the majority of your waking up hours? What can we do to ensure that we create a happy environment? And the previous speaker has been talking about Standard Chartered and the things that they have done and the savings they have made and the better lives they have created in that place. And I am submitting that we all need to follow that path. And we will be successful if we know how to keep peace. And that's what the conversation I want us to get into as we think about elevating the conversation, a mediation toolkit. So this thing doesn't work. I was told it does. I will struggle with it. Someone might want to come and help me. It doesn't go forward, it doesn't go behind. So, oh, you have another one? So it's not just me. It doesn't work. Well, he's going to work on it. Like I said, we are going to condense training in mediation. I'll be giving you some tidbits on mediation, the best way to resolve workplace conflicts. I think it works. Does it work from that corner, or it can work from here as well? Huh? For those who may want to know a little more about me, there it is. You are told everything by Rose, but there is a little more there. I'm told that picture is probably the only good thing in that scheme. So you can ignore everything else and keep that picture. Where is this thing? Can we go to the second one then? Yeah, so here we are in the workplace, suffering Monday blues, the struggles at the workplace and the conflicts, and then as if all our problems were not enough, here comes COVID-19. And all it does is to create more conflict, or the possibilities of conflicts at the workplace. Why? Because it has reduced the operating space. And we've been moved from a place where we were very familiar, and for some of us very comfortable with, to very restricted place. Even that working at home has been a problem, because now you are face to face with people you actually didn't know. And that could be your husband. You only felt him at some point when he came very, very late at night. You have not seen him for a week. In fact, for 2 or 3 weeks, all you do is feel him when he comes at about 1 o'clock. And then he leaves at 5 before the lights come on. So you did not know him, and you did not know her, even though you feel him and you feel her. And now COVID has come and has decided that you stay at home. And for the first time, you look at this guy and wonder, who is this? You almost ask, what is this? And you have now to begin relearning. You are there in that restricted space with him and her, and you discover you are strangers. And then there are some little guys who crawl around in that home, your children. Again, they were taken to school early, they came back before you came, they slept before you came, and now you have to see each other and discover, oh, you are junior. You're almost asking them, and what is your name? And you know how it is. Those who do these things, when they do experiments with rats, and they put them in a cage, if it is very restricted, you know what they do? They turn on each other. They begin to eat each other. They begin to injure each other. And that could be a reality in some of the space where we've been forced to go back to by COVID-19. And if that was not enough, COVID-19 pandemic has affected the business. Some of them have died, literally died. And there are those which will never survive. You can pray for them, you can place your hands on them, but they are gone never to come back. And then there are those with reduced income. And I've seen all manner of people who are struggling because of the effects on business by this pandemic. The incomes are not there. And when then you have less to spend, and then the demands are increasing, you know what happens, stress, and people are very unhappy. So even as you tell people to work at home at a reduced income, even as you tell people to work and the business has been crippled by COVID-19 pandemic, you know that indeed conflict has risen. And with all this, and again, the previous speaker talked about increased stress. When we have more demands than resources, you have a stressful situation. And indeed, they say conflict at home has spiked in the recent past. And it is true. I deal with marriage counseling, and I have seen more and more people come to see how best they can deal with each other because they are so stressed you can't believe. And then the high level of uncertainty. They're saying nobody really knows. And this is one thing that is very strange. Nobody knows where we are going with COVID-19. Nobody can tell you. In fact, they predicted that by about June, Africans will be falling like flies. We haven't, by God's grace, we haven't been falling like flies. Because obviously we don't have the resources to look after ourselves, and the little we have we steal and then cut away. In fact, the theory is that COVID is a creation of politicians, that they created it so that they may steal. And once they stole enough, then the numbers began to fall. Now they are spiking again. We look for more money, they steal. Now, I cannot vouch for that theory, but Kenyans are very creative. But there is a high level of uncertainty. We do not know where we are going with this. We thought we had overcome the thing, but now it is coming back with a vengeance. And that's why you have this cloth on your face, all of you, and you look very ugly. But what can we say? Yeah, mine is here. So me too. Now, let's talk about a few quotes on conflict. And we are talking mainly about conflict at the workplace, and that's your province. Conflict is inevitable, but combat is optional. Conflict is inevitable, but combat is optional. We've got to decide how we want to deal with conflict. And we have enough combat in our place of work. People are fighting. Missiles are flowing back and forth. And we need to decide how best, whether we, first accept that conflict is inevitable. Where you have two people, there will be conflict. And it really doesn't matter how much they claim they love each other. When I do pre-marital counseling, they come to me. These young people who want to get married, of course I do older people as well, and you can see it in their eyes. They are madly in love with each other. They love each other so much, and perhaps you may remember them days. They love each other so much, they cannot possibly conceive in their mind how or what they can disagree about. How can I disagree with this lovely lady? How can I disagree with this handsome man? And I tell them, one day, and not in too distant future, you will be lying on the bed at about 1:30 in the morning because you cannot sleep. The conflicts have been so much, and you look on your side and look at this character lying next to you, and you wonder, how did I get mixed up with this? How? Conflict, friends, is inevitable, but combat is optional. Max Lucado says. The next one is, we manage conflict constructively, we harness its energy for creativity and development. Again, how you want to deal with conflict. It can either destroy the organization, and some organizations, as we will see later, have been destroyed, or you can build and harness development. Another one says, Thomas Crum, when conflict becomes win-lose contest in our minds, we immediately try to win. We are fighting, and therefore I'll bring out my arsenals and fight whoever, and the intention is to win. And finally, the opportunity you can find in conflict. In the midst of difficulty lies opportunity, and conflict can be the opportunity you are looking for to create opportunity. Now, there are two important issues in conflict, two very important and very basic issues in conflict. One, what is the conflict about? What are you fighting about? And you, as human resource practitioners, even your organization, you have conflict. The first bus stop is you discover what people are fighting about. You know it is possible, and you have seen some villagers fighting, some people out there in the village. You come upon them, they are fighting and they are shouting at each other, and you're beginning to wonder, so what are these people fighting about? And they are doing it with all their might and strength, but nobody can tell you what they are fighting for. Probably it began from something else you know nothing about. In your place of work, you as the leader in the human resource space, you've got to understand what people are fighting about. And we call that in mediation issue statement. And you've got to clarify that very well. The second thing in conflict management is how to resolve the conflict. How. It makes all the difference. And we'll see a few examples of what can happen. But it makes all the difference how. So the first one, what are people fighting about? You've got to understand that if you're going to find a solution. And the second one is how. What and then how. So, what is conflict? And I have seen this answered by my students in very many different ways. And if I had the opportunity to ask you, each one of you can tell me what their thinking is about conflict. What is conflict? It is any situation in which people have apparently incompatible opinions, goals, interests, principles, or feelings. We are not able to get together. Can we enlarge this a little, or whoever is doing this, so that I can read, or we can read? Can we enlarge this a little more, if possible? So, that's what conflict is. People have, yeah, great. Okay, position it properly. Okay, that one. Okay, can you put it properly? Now, the thing we need to remember, and I have already said it, is that conflict is inevitable at the workplace. So if you are looking for a workplace which has no conflict, perish the thought. Because where you have two people, there will be conflict. In fact, it's not just where you have two people. We sometimes have conflicts in ourselves. And when I teach about emotional intelligence, I'm trying to help people deal with the conflicts within themselves and also deal with the conflicts out with. I mean, you've seen people walking by the road and they are throwing punches, or they are shaking their heads. They seem to be nodding, agreeing with whoever, and they are alone. And those are conflicts. So conflict is inevitable at the workplace. And that's why you need them to discover how to deal with them. It's not if conflict happen. It is not if you have a conflict with your spouse. It is not if you have a conflict with your siblings. It is not if you have a conflict with your parents. And it is not if you have a conflict at the workplace, but rather when it will happen. Now, one thing which is true is that conflict can be and has been a source of great damage at the workplace. But I think we also need to accept that conflict is not always negative, that there are things which can come if people disagree. I mean, some 100 years ago, who thought that we could have a plane flying, and that created controversy and disagreement? How can a mass of metal fly? And as a result of that conflict, we have the wonders of air travel, and it's a marvel, the marvel of air travel. And again, also the motor vehicle. Again, about 100 years. Oh, thank God for small masses. Again, about 100 years, we had some guy think about a motor vehicle. Really? A motor vehicle? How? And today, those Gaslas which you drive, and those cars, those beautiful things, came as a result of that element of disagreements and conflict. But you see, I am submitting to us, I am pleading to us today that you've got to develop the skills to deal with conflict at the workplace. Should you want them to continue enjoying the environment and creating a productive environment, we've got to develop skills in managing conflict. So, what are some of the factors which lead to conflict at the workplace? And I'll have a few. You have conflict of interest. In your workplace, you can pick them out fairly easily. Conflict of interest. You have other people who fear risk. They are risk averse. And therefore, they cannot put themselves in a place where you are talking about or taking risks. Or emotional attachment to certain matters. You have people in a department and they're so attached to it, they keep talking about my department. And if he's the departmental head, he cannot possibly see how those other people in that other department can come to take photocopies in their machine in this department. And they're willing to go to war about that. It is mine. What are you doing? Get somebody else to buy yours. You would think that they're talking about different companies. So this me and my syndrome can be a serious source of conflict in the workplace, or lack of competence. Some people simply are not trained. And because they are not trained, they are not sufficiently trained to take on the job they do, they are incompetent. And that can be a big source of conflict. Or lack of transparency, or lack of providing information. And you know there are those people in your workplace who will keep information. They will hide it. In fact, you have those people who do not even go on leave. Because what they are holding, they have these special files which they keep. And when they go on leave, they've been forced to go on leave, they are likely to come the Friday following at the workplace and tell you, we were just passing by. And at that point, they have the key for the drawer in the office in their pocket. Lack of transparency, that can create a lot of conflict. Or there are no clear rules and decision-making process. And you know, it is your job as a human resource practitioner to ensure that these things don't happen, or not clear understanding of rules. People really do not understand the rules of the game. You've got to get there and understand what is causing conflict at the workplace. Now, there are various ways to resolve conflict. And we know that because we've been involved in conflict. Nobody in this room has not been involved in conflict. In fact, right now, as I talk with you, you may have very active conflicts you're going through. And you can deal with that with the rule of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. That you will fight, and I am not going to withdraw. I will fight and keep fighting. That could be you. That is the rule of the jungle. Until we see who survives. That is obviously a very destructive way of trying to resolve conflict. Or then you have this ingenuity, especially between couples. Cold War treatment. I will not talk to him. I will not talk to her. And unfortunately, at the place of work, you keep passing each other like two cars. You know, you keep passing each other without talking. Why should I talk to him? Who does he think he is anyway? That's your boss. Or it is your colleague at work. And that is the treatment you're giving each other. And then when matters escalate, you go to court. Litigation. My lawyers will write you, or we will meet in court. Litigation. I'm here to suggest there is a better way, and the better way is mediation. And I will be spending quite a bit of time this morning talking about mediation. I am hopelessly in love with mediation. Completely. Done. Gone. Because I know it works in resolving conflict. And I've tried it in very many situations, and I know it works. I've tested it in the workplace. I know it works. In succession matters, I know it works. Even for those people who are headed for divorce, mediation works. Or even those who are coming away from a mediation, divorce situation, I know it works. So I know. As I talk to you about mediation today, I know it can be a major plus in your efforts to create a better working environment. So what is mediation? Again, I do this exercise with the students when I teach mediation, and I get all manner of answers, but generally people have a basic understanding. It is in that basket called alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, ADR. That's where you will find mediation as one of these. Mediation is about sustainable peace. And I know that you need sustainable peace in your workplace. So in the form of definition, mediation is a process where those in dispute are helped by a neutral third party to negotiate mutually beneficial solution to their disputes. Now, I hope you captured the essence of that definition. A process. It is not a point in time. It is a process that brings those who are in dispute together with the help of someone else, and that somebody else could be you, because you are the human resource director, or you are responsible for them anyway. So you bring them together to work out, not to create a fight and a war where one will lose and the other one will gain, but rather to negotiate a mutually beneficial solution. A solution that takes care of the interest of all those involved. How beautiful. You know, that photocopier in the department, you can create a mutually beneficial outcome by helping them to rise above the parochial thinking of my department, and also organize a timetable as to how they can make photocopies. You are working for the same company. Now, when you have a junior staff and a recently promoted but not very well prepared supervisor, those kind of things can happen. You can have those kind of quarrels. And then you are on a vantage point, or at a vantage point where you can help them see and come up with a mutually beneficial solution. Mediation is different from the Stone Age command and control method. I said so. And for some husbands, they bang the table and they ask, who do you think is in charge of this home? By the way, ladies, if a man says that, just forgive him and forget him, because he lost it long time ago. If he doesn't know who is in charge, how can you help him? So let him continue banging the table, continue doing what you're doing. So mediation is different from those kind of shenanigans, and it is superior, obviously, to the rule of the jungle. Also familiar, so superior to the rule of the jungle. So we say it is alternative dispute resolution, and the natural question is alternative to what? And mediation is alternative to litigation. Litigation, we've been told for the longest time, and perhaps even supported by the Constitution 2010, that we can all go to court, and that is where our salvation lies. That is one fat lie. Because in litigation, you have a win-lose outcome. If your employees go to court and one wins, the other one loses, so where do they come? The court may determine the dispute, but the court will never resolve the dispute. It may determine who is the winner and who is the loser, but the quarrel must continue. Because in any case, I know you bribed to get that favorable outcome. And then, of course, it can escalate from the lower court to the high court, to the superior court, to the Supreme Court. And in that process, the company is gaining zero. Perhaps you're getting negative. So litigation is a win-lose. It is not the way to resolve disputes. Mediation, we talked about mutuality of the outcome, a mutual outcome. It's a win-win outcome. You help people to work together. Now, what are the other dispute resolution mechanisms in that basket called ADR? We have negotiation. You have conciliation. We have arbitration. In fact, many people think when you talk about mediation, they quickly tell you about arbitration. Is it arbitration? And some people tell me, you know, I want to learn that arbitration thing you do. And I told them, no, it is not arbitration. And some people have wanted to know then, what is the difference between litigation and arbitration? And if I had time, we can get into that. But in short, arbitration is simply a private judicial process. A private judicial process. It is not different from litigation. It's only that it can happen away from the open court. And then, of course, in that basket, you have mediation, the love of my life. There are types of mediation which are applicable at the workplace. And again, I am only whetting your appetite, hoping that you will come to class, that you learn these things in detail, because they are very crucial to you. And mediation applicable at the workplace, you have self-mediation. And this is mediation to help you work with others. Perhaps it's another person at the same level with you, and you discover that things are not working. And you can take the initiative, if you have the basic skills, you can take the initiative to bring that person to the table so that you resolve the conflict and are able to work together. And you will be surprised how smooth you work after that. Or a mediation where you play the double role. You are the disputant and you are the mediator. Again, perhaps you are the head of department, and this you need to help the members of the senior members of the department. You are the senior member of the department, and you have somebody who reports to you, and you cannot see eye to eye about an issue. And you need then you, the leader of that department, to play the role. You are conflicted in that situation because they are refusing to work with you, and you need to bring them to the table and work out the solution. This is mediation without a third party. And then, of course, you have mediation with a third party. This is a mediation where you can involve a trained person to come between two persons who are having difficulties to resolve the conflict between the two of them. I submit once again that workplace mediation is a critical tool for peace at the workplace, and you should do everything in your power to ensure that it works. Now, so where is this thing anchored? What is this mediation? Where is it anchored? And it is anchored in the New Kenyan Constitution 2010, Article 159, subclause 2. The Constitution 2010 supports the resolution of disputes in or through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So that's the supreme law of the land. It supports mediation. Then the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya has actualized that provision in the Constitution and created the court-annexed or mandated mediation. And in short, the court has created the provision where the matters in court can go to accredited mediators. And I am one of those accredited mediators to be able then to resolve those matters through mediation. And it's been on for about 5-6 years now. And colossal amounts of money have been released back in the economy as a result of resolving matters through mediation, the court-mandated mediation. It's a very interesting thing to go through, because a matter may have been in court for 12 years, 10 years, 15, 20. And within mediation, within the court annexed mediation, we've been able to resolve many matters within weeks, at most a month. Right now I'm handling a matter involving a succession that cuts across the continents, Europe, United States and Africa, and bring those people virtually and resolve a matter that has been there since 2012. And we've had 2 meetings. I believe we'll close it in another meeting or so. So yes, it can be done. And then the decision made at mediation becomes the order of the court, and there's no appeal. Then you have the accreditation mediation committee, MAC, which accredits professional mediators. Again, that is something you may want to explore, and you can save the organization a lot of problems by getting even the matters in court to resolve them within the company if you have the skills, or get professional mediators to help them, to help you resolve those matters in the organization, and quickly, and very, very quickly for that matter. And then we have now the mediation bill 2020. We have drafted the bill to give effect to a law, which we are hoping can happen within the short time. It has gone through the first reading, it has gone through public participation, and we are thinking that it will be of great help to mediation because it will define very many things which are not defined now. So that's the anchor, the basis of mediation in Kenya. So, why do we need to elevate the conversation on conflict the resolution at the workplace? We've already said, and it is true, conflict is expensive in all ways. I cannot think of any way in the workplace where conflict would be helpful. It leads to wasted time. We talked about Monday blues. What a waste. What a waste. When you drag yourself to go to work. And of course, we can even take care, look through that day. When you come and you don't want to come, you arrive at 8 holding a newspaper, and then read that newspaper for an hour and a half. It is now 9:30 coming to 10. You are thinking about what? Tea. So tea comes and he gives you, you take an hour taking the tea. And then a phone call comes to talk about football last evening. And you talk about that for about an hour and a half. It is coming to 12. What are you thinking about? Lunch. So you go for lunch. Where do you go? To Kenyatta Market, where they roast meat. Okay. How long do you stay there? 2 hours. Okay. So at about 3:30, you show up in the office. And, you know, doing that, is it called a national duty? You have a toothpick as you come in, you know. It is a national duty that we conduct. And then, so you are beginning to settle at 4. And then there is more tea. And now it is 4:30, coming to 5. What are you thinking about? All the time, the whole day. The secretary was saying the boss is very busy. The boss is very busy, and people are lining up there. Some came, left. I know that is exaggerated. I know that may not necessarily be what is happening in your situation. But be on the lookout for wasted time. Now, of course, we have the digital age guys who will spend most of the time talking to Brother Gugu, you know, and playing games because they don't want to engage. They don't want to work. So, and if you have then, you've been quarreling with them, you know, they left. The body is in the office, but they left. Or lost opportunity due to conflict, lost performance, and opportunity cost. And we can talk about degraded quality of decisions made because information is hidden, files get lost, people refuse to come, they are in the hospital, and of course they are not sick, they are simply avoiding to come. And then you have the health costs. And our previous speaker talked about saving 50 million shillings by simply taking care of your human resource troop. And part of that saving is in being able to deal with conflict. So deal with conflict and improve the health. People are stressed, not just by COVID, which has simply exacerbated our problems, but people are stressed, and you can help them to live a better life at the place of work. Does mediation work? And by now you know the answer to that question from one who is hopelessly in love with mediation. I have tried it, I have tested it in workplace situations, in succession matters, in marital matters, even in community situations, commercial. I've done matters between the banks and their customers, and even contractual matters between architects and their clients. Fact of the matter is, any dispute can be mediated if those who are in dispute are willing and they are committed to the process. And the fact of the matter is that mediation can bring sustainable peace at the workplace. Try it. So one may ask, why does mediation succeed? And I will raise just a few things to help us appreciate why it does. The first one is that mediation is about self-determination. What do I mean by that? It gives power to those who are in dispute. Look at it this way. When you sue someone, you go to a lawyer, and the lawyer assumes absolute power over that matter. So lawyers on both sides will begin talking about you like you don't exist, because they have the power. And that is the litigation process. And the little that may be left is taken by the judge or the magistrate, because on listening to their presentations and submissions and looking at the law, he will pronounce himself and give a judgment. Not so for mediation. The people in dispute get the power back. I have seen that work wonders, that people can talk, a husband and a wife facing each other and each talking about the things which are important to them. I had a couple not too long ago, they've been married for 27 years. And 3 weeks ago, they said in my office, at least today we talked. I looked at them and I said, hey, look, you guys, you've been married for 27 years. You have 3 adult children. You've talked for the first time today? And she said, he never gave me a chance to speak. And that is the reality. Now, in the process that I was helping them on, every one of them had a chance to speak about the things which were important to them. So self-determination, it's efficient. A matter can be resolved within a session or 2. A matter which may be in court for 10 years. It is voluntary. You choose to come. You choose to come. It deals with interests. It deals with interest and not rights. The court process, litigation deals with rights. It is my right, and the judge is under obligation to give me my right, even if that right will destroy me. On the evidence and the law, you give me my right. Not so with mediation. It's about interest. What do you want? What can you live with? What is important to you? And then it deals with emotions, and it deals with issues. The legal process has no place for emotions. Not at all. If you cry when that crazy lawyer is cross-examining you, or the judge can say, take your client out, and when they are composed, bring them back. And when they come back, facts, ma'am, facts. That's the province of litigation. But the mediation allows emotions. And if people must cry, they are given a chance to cry. If that will happen, so you mediator, you must have tissue so that you give them, so that they continue crying. And I know African men don't cry easily, but if one cries, don't panic. Allow him time to cry. Because venting, which is what crying is about, and expressing those emotions is therapeutic. But then, of course, people cry for many reasons. A story is told of a man in church who began crying. The minister, the pastor, had a big beard, and would speak with a lot of vigor, going up and down, up and down. And then the beard would also obviously go up and down, up and down. A guy sitting at the back began weeping very furiously. At the end of the service, somebody said, "My brother, the sermon must have caught you real hard. You are weeping." He said, "Yes. You know, as he went up and down, and I saw that beard, it reminded me of my goat that was stolen." Mediation allows emotions. So allow people to cry, but hopefully they'll cry for the matter that is on their heart in that moment. Their mediation is informal. You know how formal a litigation process is, but mediation is informal. You sit in a nice place and allow people to talk. If it is the place of work, you will create a mediation room. You create a mediation room, a nice place with water, you know, where people can sit and just resolve the problem. And above all else, mediation repairs relationships. And nothing will work at the place of work if relationships are fractured. Nothing will work. It doesn't really matter whether I got a judgment or I didn't get a judgment. When we come back to the place of work, it will not work, because litigation destroys completely. It destroys relationships. And I keep pleading, especially with the couples who are having serious issues. And I cannot stop them from going through mediation, through litigation for divorce. But I tell them, talk with each other. Because if you've chosen not to remain married, even the God in heaven cannot force you to remain married. But you owe it to yourselves to keep peace and to live in peace. In any case, there are only two things that you can talk about if you choose not to remain married. One is the children, those who will remain between the two of you forever. And the other one is the property, those toys and trinkets which you have made over the period that you've been married. I tell them, talk about them. It's okay. You can talk about those things. She can keep the house in Runda. You can keep the house in Buruburu or Kayole, you know. And you may agree that she keeps the Prado and you keep the Pro Box. That's okay. Is it? I like that. But at the end of that process, you repair relationships. And who knows? If they don't tear each other, as can happen in court, you tear each other, there is a chance that they can come to live together at some point in life. So there are very many benefits of mediation. Now, as I am coming to the conclusion, let me help you through the process of mediation. Again, this takes about 3 hours when I teach it, but I'm going to just give you this one slide. How does the process works? If it's in the workplace or anywhere else for that matter, it begins with a decision to mediate, that you decide this matter we will resolve. Then you commit to talk. You know, these things are so basic you can't believe, but they keep us away from each other forever. You commit to talk, face to face, talking about the problem. So when you come together, for the first time, look at each other and talk about the problem. Forget about the weather. Forget about BBI. We will deal with it. Talk about the thing that is causing disharmony and the problems. And then you have ground rules that we will remain in this process until we conclude. That's one of the ground rules. No walk away. And then another ground rule, no power play. No one will impose the decision on the other. And then look for the natural process. As people begin talking, as they are looking at each other, and by the way, you know how difficult it is For you to talk with somebody you are in conflict with, we try and avoid and look down and, drool around, but people need to talk with each other. Then the natural process begins to happen. One of them is the fatigue of conflict. People get tired. Conflict is tiring, and people want to move away from that fatigue or the catharsis. That is the release that happens when you have a chance to express yourself. You have a chance to say, this is how I feel. You treat me like dirt, and I feel very unhappy about this. When you say those kind of things, you experience a release. And then people desire peace. We said at the beginning, people want peace. They desire peace. And then you have something called inhibitory reflex. And simply say it is, if I say I'm sorry to you, you are unlikely to then call me bad names. If I say I'm sorry, I didn't know I hurt you, chances are that you say, oh, I'm glad you didn't know, or I'm sorry also. And that does happen when people come through. And then you gain something called a breakthrough. And the breakthrough is the change in attitude. When people have been fighting, it has been, you are the problem. You are the problem. I wish you are dead. Of course, you may not say that to your boss, but that is what you mean. You. Breakthrough, it's change in attitude where it is me. You move from me against you to us against the problem. The problem is that the two departments may need another photocopier. That's a problem. And then we can sit together and say we work together. We know this photocopier is overworked. Let's get another one. That is the solution. So we can stand on one side and say that is the problem. And that can happen in any conflict, that you have a breakthrough. And then develop options. What options do we have so that we can serve the disputants best? And then at the end of that process, you write an agreement. This is what we have agreed to do. Not I have agreed to do. Not as dictated by the boss. Not as from whoever. Us, you and me. We were in conflict. This is what we have agreed to do. And then you have a follow-up. We can say after we agree on the timetable, how to use a photocopier, let's see what happens in another 2 weeks. And then in 2 weeks' time, you can meet. That's a follow-up. This is a very exciting process that I really enjoy teaching. So what are the benefits of mediation in resolving conflict at the workplace? Number one, you restore the dignity of the people in conflict. You restore their dignity, and that is very important. I talked about resolving problems, the emotional things, issues and emotions. Most of the quarrels, by the way, are about emotions. How could he call me that? Why would he tell that to me? It is not even what was said. How could he say that to me? And you restore the dignity. You maintain confidentiality, because mediation happens in confidence. It's a win-win position that protects the personal pride. Nobody walks out of a mediation room having lost. It's efficient. It's quick in resolving dispute. And then it enhances teamwork. And that's what you want. As a human resource practitioner, you want enhanced teamwork. And then, of course, it's relatively less expensive. You will pay me, definitely, as a mediator, but not anywhere near our learned friends will charge you. And then it saves time and money. And it repairs relationship, and then creates sustainable peace. Maintain public image for individual and the company. You don't want to be recognized out there as the company that is always fighting. So you save that image. You avoid public scrutiny. It promotes good and effective leadership. You, as the human resource director, you want to be known as the one who leads that company, which does not have disputes or is able to deal with disputes quickly. And then you can keep your customers. Now, I hope your company is not in the list of the nasty, where you have nasty workplace battles. And we have seen some played out in the public domain. the brand Kenya was brought to its knees by conflicts in there. A beautiful thing destroyed by conflicts. Nairobi Hospital is in the throes of conflicts. They got rid of the MD about, what, 5-6 months ago. Now the other one who came is also on the way out. And the board is in a crisis. Nairobi Hospital. I was private to the problems before they became public, and I tried to appeal to them to deal with it through mediation. They were not inclined. Kenya Re has been involved in some serious battles, boardroom battles, and Kenya Ports Authority as well. And I can tell you this without any fear of contradiction, this is but the tip of the iceberg. We have lots and lots of conflicts. What can you do? And I'm sincerely concluding now. You know, the problem with preachers, they keep saying finally. Then they take another hour. Finally, brothers. No. I am concluding. What can you do? And now think about yourself. What can you do to promote mediation in your workplace? Recommend mediation to the management. Take personal responsibility to understand how mediation works. Get training, and I'm available to offer training. You HR practitioners adopt mediation as the default method, that when there is a conflict, you try mediation first before you think about other things. And then establish in a practical way a mediation room that people know they can resolve their dispute in that room. I said peace is a vital factor of effective, productive at the workplace. So you will have increased productivity. You will, people will experience health lives because peace contributes to happy lifestyle. So get mediation to help you resolve conflicts. And if you're wondering then who else is recommending mediation, you have the Muongozo, and some of you are aware of that. It recommends mediation. Capital Markets Authority Code. I was part of those who developed that code. It recommends mediation. Kingford Report, the Kenyan Constitution 2010, and the Judiciary of the Republic of Kenya. All of them recommend mediation. Now, peace, said Ronald Reagan, is not the absence of conflict. No, it is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. And you owe it to your organization to handle conflict in a peaceful manner for the sake of those in there, the shareholders, and even the stakeholders. And that's the end.
Thank you, Reverend. He deserves a better hand.
So is there any question? If Rose would allow me to answer it. Of course, if it's a simple question, I don't answer difficult questions. Who has one? Yeah, someone give him the mic out there. I don't know who. Ask your question, perhaps I'll hear. Yeah, someone is running to you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Reverend, for taking us through that session.
Right.
My name is James Gedu.
Gedu.
I'm also a certified professional mediator and arbitrator.
Very good, brother.
And actually, I concur with whatever you have said.
Okay.
And mine is not just a question, it's just maybe to echo what you have said. And maybe we challenge to our fellow HR practitioners in terms of introducing mediation and even IHRM to take the challenge to initiate, because the policies are made in the boards. So initiate mediation as one of the conflict resolution methods between the employer and employees.
Thank you.
And probably the HR practitioners also participate in redrafting the HR manuals and policies to allow mediation to take place. I personally practice labor and commercial mediation.
Right.
And whereby you find that there's a lot of conflict between employees and employers, which are going to the labor court.
That's right.
And in most cases, employers don't win, apart from the recent one for Lydia No More. Maybe that one we can say that the employer won.
Okay.
But so what I'm trying to say is that maybe probably we challenge ourselves as HR practitioners that we take this thing to our boards and make sure that it is anchored in the HR manuals and the policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
Rose, would you allow one more question only before I'm thrown out of here? There's a hand right there at the two at
Okay.
the back.
So one more, Reverend.
Just one more.
And then you can have tea with the delegates.
Then I am thrown out. I'm told you offer tea, so I'll take tea with you and you can ask me the questions then. But let's hear that one at the back there.
Okay, my name is Ruth. I work for the National Council for Persons with Disabilities.
Right.
Reverend.
Yes, Ruth.
Who determines who mediates what conflict?
Who determines who mediates? At the workplace, that can be determined by the leader in that department, if they have the skills. Outside the workplace, the two people in dispute can call for the assistance of a mediator. In the court matters, the decision is actually made by the court, the deputy registrar. They check to see what matter can benefit from mediation, and they send it to mediation. Does that help, Ruth?
A little, because if a mediator comes in and the parties in conflict, either or both, do not seem to accept that mediation.
Yes.
What the next?
The mediation will not happen because the two who are in dispute must accept the mediator. I hope that helps a little more. Okay, great. Now, Rose is chasing me away, and I am out of here.
Not before we say thank you very much. Okay. Let's appreciate Reverend Jenga. And I'll call upon Madam Zippy to please come and say thank you on behalf of IHRM. Would you like to please go down the podium so that... Oh, I'm sorry, Reverend. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I am okay. Okay.
Man of God, the Lord has indeed taken care of you. Because when you preach to us, you say that He is the protector. Yes, hasn't He done that? Amen? Allow me to say something very briefly. When I left the podium after the Higher Education Loans Board presentation, so he walked in and sat. And so I looked, and you see, for purposes of security, it's always good and important that you check who is your neighbor. So then I saw a man well dressed in a suit, a little elderly, but looked quite organized and confident. And so I looked. And when I saw, then he was, looked like an MD of somewhere. I said, anyway, I don't want to be so judgmental. And when the introduction came, and you have really done it. Map coffee. Another observation I made is that, in his presentation, where he talks about mediation, he has captured from the family level, because then when we are at peace at home, we are able to perform at work. And the arbitration and the mediation, basically, you have taken us through what is a conflict, okay? You taught us about the process, the benefits, and the venting is therapeutic, So I've learned so much as an individual. And lastly, not the finally for pastors, but lastly, you gave the attributes which are more so for HR practitioners. You talked about confidentiality, which we practice and embrace. You talked about, what else? The attributes, basically, of what we need to do. But may God bless you as you continue doing your work from day to day. And when I grow up, I want to be like you, God willing. So we give you this, and my coffee once, then God bless you, God bless you. Social distance, thank you.
So you can throw it to me. Thank you, Mom, so very much. Okay.
God bless you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Zippy. Clearly, my job is at stake, so I will not call you again to come on stage. But thank you for that. You've done a great job. Okay, so we are just about to get into our tea break. And I'm told Governor Kibutha is about 10 minutes away, so he should be here anytime now. And while we wait for his session after tea break, allow me to introduce our next speaker. Unfortunately, Patricia Ithao, who's the Regional Director for East Africa Stanford Institute, is not able to be here with us today. However, she has sent an able representative to speak with us. Due to COVID, and other commitments, our next speaker is not able to be with us, but she's joining us virtually. And this is Madam Deborah Maloa, who is the Chief Business Development Officer at Safaricom, responsible for developing the company strategic direction for Safaricom. She has a strong track record of driving accelerated growth and performance. So this morning, she will be speaking to us around personal branding. What is it? Why does it matter? And why do we need to take that into consideration as HR practitioners? So let's welcome Deborah as she joins us virtually. Oh, she's not joining us. Okay, looks like there's a hitch there. So I think at this juncture, what we will do then is invite Margaret Kinyanjui from IHRM. Margaret, are you here? Margaret? Yes, please come on stage. You can talk to us a little bit about IHRM while we try and find Deborah online. Karibu sana. Please, let's welcome Margaret. She does a great job at the Institute.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here in front of you this morning. Just to give you a short presentation on the college. I know most of you are CHRMers, IPMers, or IHRMers. How many of you have been through the college or actually currently a student in the college? Very few. And that's why it's very important that we are doing this, this presentation this morning, because there is something we want to share with you, and the reason why you need to join the college, because of the new products and making it so easy for you to be able to attend college. Now, Dan, are we ready with the presentation? Mine will be very short, actually, because I have come with my deputy, who is going to take us through a very short presentation on what we are doing to make it very easy for all our students to be able to learn from wherever they are. In the meantime, I bring greetings from the college and on behalf of our students and our faculty, and also to thank those who have been part of the college and who keep joining us, and especially during this COVID season, when it looked like there was no way that any classes would take place. I'm sure most of you know that learning institutions were the first, among the first institutions that were affected by the closures that were, the directive from the ministry and the government. And luckily for us, during that time, we had just, engaged an order platform provider so that we can be able to have our classes online. Okay, it's quite small. I can't see. I don't know whether you can be able to enlarge it briefly. But our presentation is just on 4 areas. So one is just about the college, then about the journey that the college has gone through. I'm sure those who have been to the, in the institute know about this. Then also just share very quickly about what our programs are. And then my deputy who is here with me will take you through our new ordered platform. All right? So if you could move to the next slide. Okay. So most of you know that the Institute of Human Resource Management, as it is known now, was established in 1987 as IPM. All right? That was the first stage in the journey of the college. However, the college, IPM K College as it was known then, was started in 1997. All right? Then when HR, became the name changed to HR from personnel management, there was a clamor to change it because people really wanted to be, identified with what was, happening in the rest of the world. So in 2008, IPMK became IHRM, and therefore the college also changed to IHRM College, okay? Then the last stage in the journey of the college was in 2014. And this is after the enactment of the HRP Act of 2012. And there was a need to separate the college from the institute so that, the college was able now to regulate the college. I mean the profession where the college concentrated on the training. And hence, there was also a need to change the name. And hence, the college became the College of Human Resource Management from 2014. All right? Next slide, please. Okay, so what is our mandate? Okay, what is the mandate of the college? And the mandate of the college, as you know, this being a training institution, we are registered by the Ministry of Education through the TVET, through the TVET Act of 2012. And our mandate is to carry out a market survey to establish the industry needs and provide tailor-made solution through research, training, and related services. So how do we do this? Through various ways. So we have the trainings, we have capacity building, we have linkages with like-minded institutions, we do research, although this is an area we haven't been very able to do it well, but this is something we have purposed in our next SP period, strategic plan period. That is something that we are going to engage all the HR practitioners to come and help us do research to help the profession. Then, of course, like I said, we have tailor-made programs. We talk to the various organizations, and depending on what needs they are, then we can be able to have tailor-made programs for any areas that they want, solutions to. And of course, our library, which we are very proud of, and we have named it after the founder, executive director, William Gitobu. We actually call it William Gitobu Memorial Library. It is one of the best, actually, let me retract that. Our library is the best library with the collection of HR books. And I'll challenge anybody to come and dispute that. You can go to the University of Nairobi because you have done that research. You have gone to the KU and everywhere else. And we have won awards, the Maktaba Awards, because of our library, because we have the best HR collection in the country. So for those who are students, can attest to this, that whatever book you want to look for in HR, you can find it, as well as on our online journals, which have been a godsend during this COVID period. So what are our value propositions? Okay, in 4 areas, and that is teaching and training, like we said, in the various programs. Then executive training, which is a new addition, because we don't only do the academic programs. Then we have events and forums. Some of you have been, participants in our symposium, which is very popular, because this one we only handle the employee and labor relation issues, where we call experts in these areas, both the lawyers and HR practitioners in the employee relations sector. And we have 3 days of just discussing matters employee relations. And we have 2 days where we have a clinic where you can ask questions, whether you send them before or during that time, and you are able to be, assisted. Then, of course, we also have other training-related services. We have organizations which have, partnered with us to offer, like consultancies in HR areas. Next. So basically, that's a snapshot of the programs. So we have the professional courses, which most of you maybe have been through. That is the higher diplomacy, for example. We have the diplomas in human resource management. We also now have the professional courses, the CHRP, which is now our flagship program. And then, of course, other programs. So we have partnered, like, for example, with Cambridge International College, UK, to offer a premier diploma in HR for those people. And we do it through distance learning for those people who are not able to come to class. All right? And then, of course, the executive courses that I spoke about. Okay, our study modes, we understand, and we are cognizant of the fact that most of our students are mature students, and they don't have the time to come and attend, like, say, full programs. So we have tailor-made our attendance mode so that it suits whatever schedule you have. So, for example, we have what we call the sunrise class. For those who are able to come, for example, early in the morning and maybe don't have to start work until maybe 8:30, so you can start your class from as early as 6:30 to 8:30. We have the full time, which is, of course, for the students who are just post-school, post-secondary. Then the most popular, of course, is the evening classes from 5:30 to 8. And then we have the Saturday classes as well. There are new additions that we have had because, and especially in the era of, when we started HRP, and that is the executive board. Now, when CHRP was brought on board, and every other HR practitioner was expected to come and do the program, we realized there was a group of HR practitioners who wanted, for them, that's the feedback we got. They didn't feel comfortable sitting in the same classes as their juniors. And what we did, we tailor-made executive classes where now we have a class specifically for them. So, for example, if your HR director doesn't want to come to our normal classes, then we have one that we have tailor-made for them. Then we have what we call the corporate classes, and this is where we have organizations which have, large HR departments, and instead of sending everybody at the same time to class, to come and study, we have, organized with them so that we run the classes from the, the organizations. And this has worked very well. We've worked with people like Safaricom. We've worked very well with people like EABL, Deloitte, Equity, Kenya National Hospital, and the latest entrant is KPA in Mombasa, right? We also, you can also talk to us on in-house trainings, which will be able to tailor-make the programs we talk about. Now, I want to invite you. We have two major events happening. One is next week, the HR Essentials for Now. And for us at the college, we don't just, handle the new entrants into the HR profession. So this is one of the new programs we have, and we'll be holding it next year for people who are in boards for 3 days in Mombasa. So if you have boards which you'd like to, maybe interest them in joining, please do. And for those who are HR members, we get 6 PD points. Then we have an event that we normally have at the end of the year every year. We partner with our alumni association to have a talent summit. This time we are calling it Power Up Leadership and Talent Summit. And you can see we have a very good, team of speakers who are going to join us. I know because of COVID, not many people from the organizations were able to come for the conference, but they still need to have their CPD points. But other than that, please let them know about it. Let them join us so that they can be able to, learn and engage more during that conference. Summit. And where we are currently, we are in Mombasa, Nairobi, our head office. We're in Nakuru and Kisumu, and these normally take care of the areas around them. But in our strategic, period coming, we intend to, venture more, especially the North Rift, in the Central Province, and 2 other places. All right. And lastly, I would like to invite my deputy. Yeah, because this is really important. We need to do this first.
Unfortunately, the governor is
here. I know. But please give us a chance because this is key to this. We'd like to have a presentation. We show you how we are doing the order platform and so that you can be able to join us for the CHRP. Yeah, we can do that after lunch. Please do, and especially those who have not been able to do the CHRP. You have a chance to do it from wherever you are, and it's we've already been accredited by HRM to offer the CHRM on an order platform. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope that we'll be able to meet you in the afternoon for the order platform. Thank you so much.
Nice, thank you. Let's appreciate Margaret from the college. I will promise you we will have the session this afternoon. I'm just cognizant of time because the governor needs to get back to Nairobi. Okay. So I think Deborah is on call. She'll probably do about a 20-minute presentation. Robert, are we ready? I know we've done the introduction earlier. While Robert just gets us on stream, perhaps just stand up. Let's take a health break. Say hello to the person next to you, behind you, in front of you, in case you didn't get a chance to do that in the morning. Deborah should be on live in a few minutes. Please don't leave. We will have tea immediately after Deborah's presentation. It's an interesting one about personal branding. So, Robert? Okay, Robert, are we on? Okay, Deborah should be coming on shortly.
Okay, good morning all. Delighted to be here with you at your annual Congress. And I really loved the theme of this year's Congress, which is staying ahead of the curve. Before we kick off, I know we had some technical challenges, so we've come up with a solution in how we'll go behind this, which basically means that you can hear me and I absolutely cannot hear you for the period of the presentation. But we'll be able to chat on the side with the tech teams and being able to get a sense of any of the questions coming from your end. But really delighted to be here, and congratulations once again to the Council of the Institute of Human Resource Management for putting together such a great event. I believe this is your 24th annual Congress. Now, I was invited to speak to you about personal branding and how to successfully build your brand. And I think how we're going to play this is I'm going to interact with yourselves as best as we can and look at how we actually could get about brand building and how you build your personal brand. Allow me to introduce myself. I believe you may have screens at your end. I'll go straight into giving a background as to who I am and what I do. So my name is Deborah Maloa, and the purpose in which I get energized behind is unlocking possibility in self and in others. So to give you a bit of background and context, I've got extensive experience gained in leading blue chip organizations that operate across sub-Saharan Africa. I have lived in Kenya, South Africa, and the United Kingdom. I have actually enjoyed my career because I've had the privilege and honor of being able to work with organizations that really truly believe in growth behind the continent. I am also a certified executive coach. I tend to focus on strategic, brand building, and leverage my commercial acumen along with multicultural skills to engage. What excites me about today is because this is an opportunity to really steer individuals and steer teams in directions to drive growth. And growth is not just organizational growth, it's personal growth. I tend to like to identify by three words: Africa, growth, and possibility. I have a huge passion for the continent. I really believe in growth of the continent, growth of organizations within the continent, and growth in individuals. And more importantly, and underpinning my purpose, is the ability to break beyond the norm and really look at possibility. I love the expression of what does possibility actually mean. It is the ability to make someone or something better in the future. And hence, Africa, growth and possibility. I am currently the Chief Business Development Officer in Safaricom, and my role is really about defining and shaping the corporate strategy in order to identify the next growth frontier. I also oversee the company's expansion efforts into emerging markets. So really delighted and privileged to be with you today. I think if I move on, let's have a conversation of what is a brand. I mean, the challenge put across is how to successfully build your brand. But I think the conversation or the question we should be asking is, what is your view today? I think if I move on, let's have a conversation of what is a brand. I mean, the challenge put across is how to successfully build your brand. But I think the conversation or the question we should be asking is, a person who is clear, consistent in identity. Brand is really your promise and what you expect to give as a result of your promise. Now, you will notice that great brands are very clear and very consistent in the message they put out to their audiences. And I think the challenge here is, how do we show up as a brand? And let's touch a bit on the brands that exist. I've just picked on three. Which you may see on the screen ahead of you. Nike. Why did I pick on Nike? Nike is today considered one of the most recognized brands in the world. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be upstreet New York, or you could be in a village in Turkana. When somebody sees that swoosh, it will elicit the same emotive responses. And that's the power of a very strong brand. Nike is today one of the most valued and successful brands, because what Nike does, it encourages people, regardless of their age, regardless of their gender, regardless of their physical fitness, to just do it. When you see that swoosh or that logo, it really means the same thing. Just do it. But let me maybe tell a little storytelling about Nike. In the Greek mythology, Nike was actually a winged goddess, this goddess with wings who personified victory. That logo that you see in front of you is actually a swoosh, and it is derived from the wings of that goddess. And it symbolizes the sound of speed, movement, power, and motivation. And that's what the brand actually embodies: movement, power, motivation. And every time you see that swoosh, that's what Nike communicates, consistently communicates that. And that is why today it is truly one of the most recognized brands. It is not just the shoe company. Nike has really shifted to drive athletic and fitness into a whole lifestyle brand. And that really is a brand. Now let's come closer to home and look at another brand. As you can see in that visual, I hope you can see in the visual ahead of you, that's a marketplace with a lot of stuff happening around it. But you're seeing a logo there, and that's M-Pesa. And somebody's actually created the M-Pesa logo. But again, it elicits the same emotion. It elicits the same message consistently when you see that. So when somebody sees that, they will recognize safety, they will recognize security, and they'll recognize affordability. That's what M-Pesa stands for. M-Pesa has provided financial services to millions just from the tap of your phone. I don't know if many of you know, but over 85% of Kenya's population today has bought into the M-Pesa brand because it actually elicits and provides and offers something to individuals around itself and is very consistent in the messaging. When you see the M-Pesa brand, you know what it stands for. Let's look at a third one. And when you start looking at a person as a brand, I hope you recognize the gentleman over there. He goes by the name Eliud. And Eliud is actually considered today the greatest marathon runner of all time. He goes beyond just function, he goes beyond just form. Eliud embodies the sense that no human is limited, and that's what his brand stands for. No human is limited. And he has showed the world that when you focus on a goal, when you work hard, and when you believe in yourself, anything is possible. And that is why he has created this brand, one of motivation, one of discipline, and one of consistency. That's what the Eliud brand stands for. When you see Eliud, many of us in the room are not athletes, may aspire to be, but many of us may not aspire to be. But when you see Eliud, you're driven by a sense of motivation that no human is limited. And that is what his brand stands for. I'm told in the camps he's normally considered the philosopher because he has very carefully considered quotes and words of wisdom. But he looks beyond just an audience of athletes and really seeks to inspire wider audiences out there because his message is truly powerful and resonates. No human is limited. And the one thing you can see consistently across these three brands, they offer something to other people and they offer it consistently. And that is why they're really powerful brands. And that's because they're so clear in what they communicate, and it's an authentic promise. That is what they stand for, and that is what they offer. And that therefore leaves us with the question, what is our brand? What is your brand? Yeah? And why is it important for you to think about having a brand? Are you going to let it just happen by accident? Or are you going to go out and deliberately shape and create your brand? Be interesting if you ask the person across to you or next to you, what is your brand, and what they would say. Because I put it to you that many of us do not take a considered approach to creating a brand of ourselves. And in so doing, you allow other people to make up your story. And today, I encourage you, or I'd like to provoke you to begin to actually shape your own story of what you are, what you do, and what you offer to society at large. Let me move on to the next slide, which is about what is a personal brand. And hopefully, in front of you, you will see two very famous people. And I thought it is very timely to bring up those two people, very relevant, especially now that we have 7 more days to go, and bring up these two people. And I think what I wanted to do here was actually show you how you as a person can create a brand of whatever you are. You would be surprised, or you may not be surprised, that these two actually very cleverly cultivate their own brand. It is not there by accident. So here's a question I have for you. Early in January this year, there was a survey done by the Security Assistant Monitor, which is a global survey, which asked the question, in which country does the highest favorability rating rate for these individuals? Actually, it was more, where does Trump have the highest favorability ratings, and where does he have the least favorability ratings? And this is actually a report that was on the BBC. If you Googled on 8th of January 2020, the BBC actually covered that story. And these are the two individuals. Let's talk about Trump. His highest favorability ratings came from the country of Philippines, where 77% of the population in Philippines thought, yes, Trump is the guy. His second highest rating came from Israel, where 71% of the population thought, yes. And the most popular favorability rating came from none other than ours truly, Kenya, where 65% of the population thought yes. I'm sure that may surprise many of you in the room. But a person like Trump actually very carefully cultivates his persona and his brand. He really looks to his brand. And if you look at very recently, he did declare that he had COVID, and he actually rushed to restore a key element of his personal brand in this process. I mean, you've seen him coming right back up, but he had to restore a really key element of what his personal brand stood for, especially at a time like this where he's in the depth of the campaign. And his brand is a businessman turned politician. And his brand is about somebody who can travel more than anybody else. His brand is about somebody who can work, or quote unquote, who can tweet more hours than anybody else. His brand is about someone who can deliver roaring rallies and speeches and be on his feet for 90 minutes plus in the rallies. So the image that he has carefully cultivated through time is one of vitality and stamina, one of macho-ness. There was no way that he could allow his brand to be impacted by his incident on COVID. And that's why you see him jumping back, fighting to regain back what his brand stands for, fighting dominance and aggression. He can never allow his brand to portray weakness or vulnerability at any point. It is a carefully cultivated brand. And the essence of his brand is that he has always defined every outcome as a victory, every outcome as a victory, even when it is not. That is what his brand stands for. And that is what he actually triggers his base to believe and stand for. And that's when we say somebody who's cultivated a brand and has been very clear and consistent. That is how he created his brand. Let's look at the other side, at Obama. Obama is actually, even he has carefully cultivated his brand. Yeah. Over a decade ago, they had something called the 2010, 2012, 2016 plan. And this was a plan that was getting behind his bid to the White House. It wasn't an accident, and he started working on it a long time back. And in this particular brand, there was no way that he would get to his vision, he would get to where he wants to be, without building a record that did not match his brand identity. And Obama's brand identity was one of the unifier and the consensus builder. That is what he held at the heart of his brand, unifier and consensus builder, which meant that he had to ensure that he had great relationships with colleagues early on and as he went behind his bid for his White House, and even during the time that he was in his White House and thereafter. It was really about relations, because his brand is about the unifier. And you can see him coming out of in support in the elections now, and he is still playing his brand. It is not about divisive politics, but it is about unity. And he's really pushing his brand hard there. And those are two very different individuals who actually took time to cultivate a brand. You may like it or not, you may like their brand or you may not, but they have been clear and they have been very consistent about what their brand stands for. And so the provocation I have for everybody in the room today is, what really is your brand? Are you going to let it happen by accident? Or are you going to carefully work to cultivate a brand that is clear, that is consistent, and offers something to the communities that you serve? Yeah? That's food for thought. Let me go into the next slide and probably look at, why is it therefore important to build a personal brand? Yeah? When you think about yourself as a brand, and why is it important, especially in today's world, to build a personal brand, it's because it allows you to stand out from your competition. In many ways, it allows you to charge a premium in whatever event you are, in whatever you do, in whatever services you offer. It also gives an opportunity to highlight your expertise and allows you to attract your ideal audience, and it increases your visibility. Now, if you really believe that none of those things mean anything to yourself, there was a global study that actually said that 85% of hiring managers report that a job candidate's personal brand influences their hiring decision. 85% of hiring managers report that a job candidate's personal brand influences their hiring decisions. So it's increasingly important not to let your brand happen by chance, but to really create an authentic persona of yourself. If you haven't done it already, I urge you today to just Google yourself. Let's go ahead, Google yourself, and look at what it is that you stand for. Some of you may be very surprised because you've never Googled yourself. But when you don't, other people Google you, and that's what shows up. That's what we see. And that's what we begin to believe is what you are about. And maybe this is the time you ask yourself, I need to really begin to think carefully about how I craft and project myself and my personal brand out there. Because it really is about you telling your own story and creating your own story. So I hope I've managed to at least convince you as to why it is important to build a brand as opposed to let it happen by accident. But then here's where the real stuff happens. I'll share with you today some of the tips in which that will help you build a great personal brand. Yeah? So let's go on to the slide that actually should read 8 tips to a great personal brand. So in front of you, you'll see eight tips out there. The first 4 is going to be what we need to do, what we need to do to create a personal brand. The first 4. And the next 4, once we've done that, once we've figured out who we are, and the first 4 is really about figuring out what is my brand? What does it stand for? Once you've figured out that, the next 4 is therefore what am I going to do about it? Yeah, and how am I going to get behind it? So first, it's about figuring out what is my brand and how do I go about figuring that out? And the next 4 is once you've figured it out, what am I going to do about it? So I'll actually touch on all the 8. And my encouragement to you is, as we go through that, start thinking about what this means for you as your own personal brand. Let's look at the first one. Who are you? And I mean that seriously. Who are you? I mean, it's quite intriguing that when I was preparing this presentation for this Congress, it was quite intriguing that someone asked me, why is it that in our adulthood, we find that a very tricky question? And in our adulthood, we find it very tricky to actually define what our brand stands on. But when we were teenagers, on our first date, that tended to be one of the first questions you would get. Yeah? Think about sitting across on your first date and someone said, tell me about yourself. You'd be quite natural about it. I am Alice. I do this. I love this. I enjoy this. And at that particular point, your audience will decide whether this is going anywhere or whether it is not. But we learned to do it at such an early age. Now, we're allowing our personal brands to be invented by somebody else when we have the opportunity to do that ourselves. So who are you? It needs to be authentic. It needs to be your real self. And needs to accurately reflect your personal and your professional identity. And if you are struggling to answer the question who you are, I ask you to actually ask your family, ask your friends, ask your co-workers to describe you as a person. That's always a great place to be because that is what people will see of yourself. Yeah, and be able to understand who you are. That will be able to give you an authentic self of what is it about you, the person, and who are you. And from there, you can begin to decide how best to build your brand. I went on to a couple of LinkedIn sites before today's session. And I looked at people within the HR profession. So yes, I did look into some of your LinkedIn profiles out there to answer the question, who are you? And I found some very intriguing and very exciting and very emotive. There was one that I read, an HR professional describes themselves as a passionate and self-driven HR professional with experience gained across Africa. Now that is somebody who already knows who they are. I am a passionate and self-driven HR professional with experience gained across Africa. So tick the box. They've already began to explain who they are and what their unique experiences are. They're not letting it happen by chance. They're telling us that. They're telling the world. It was in a LinkedIn profile. I could read it and I could begin to tell who this person was. So that's where you start. Who are you? What are your unique skills? What are the experiences that you've done that have shaped who you are? That's the first step of thinking about how you create your personal brand. Once you've determined who you are, I'll go into the next slide, which should read, what is it that you want to accomplish? That's the next thing you need to be thinking about. What is it that you want to accomplish? Yeah? It's not about just standing still and where you are today. What is it that drives you? What is it that you want to accomplish, either personally or professionally? What is the one piece of advice would you give? Yeah? If you were to be the world's best expert on a topic, what would it be? I mean, you're sitting in a room and most of you out there are HR professionals with great street cred. But then how are you going to stand out? What is it that you want to accomplish? What are you the best expert at? What is the key message that you want to communicate that the person sitting next to you may not, and that's what will make you stand out? And that's the next stage of thinking about when you're creating your brand. Be clear on what you want to accomplish. So again, I went into the LinkedIn profiles and started to try and see within this HR fraternity, what is it that some HR professionals who are beginning to stand out, who want to start, what is it that they want to accomplish? I saw one where somebody is not just an HR professional, but they see themselves as an executive coach and have gone out of their way to create a certification as an executive coach. And they want to be recognized as an expert in executive coaching. I saw another one who actually decides to set themselves up as an expert on tech talent. So if you want to look for tech talent, and today everybody is seeking for tech talent, technology talent, this person has positioned themselves as an expert on tech talent, not all talent. They don't want to say that they stand for everything. Yes, they're an HR professional, but it's tech talent that the specialty was. I found that intriguing because when I'm looking for tech talent, I thought this is the person to go to. And that's what they want to accomplish. They want to be the world's best expert or the country's best expert around tech talent. Or I want to be an HR professional plus have executive coaching in my stead. So they were clear on what it is that they wished to accomplish. Let's go into the next one. And the slide in front of you should actually read, who is your target audience? You know, when I shared the slide with Obama and Donald Trump, and I explained to you that they carefully cultivate their audience, politicians are really, really good at cultivating their audience. Really, really good. And that's why you vote for them. Because they know exactly who they're talking to. I love the word, I am talking to my base. I am clear on my base. So my question to you is, what is your base? When you go about creating your brand, who are the stakeholders that you need to reach or you're trying to reach? And it depends on also what it is that you're trying to accomplish that will determine who your base is. But you need to really think about that. Who is the audience? And the sooner you define the audience, the easier it will be for you to craft your story, because you will craft your story to your base. Yeah? Eliud, the greatest marathon runner, was also really good at this. His base was not just athletes. He was not just talking to the great athletes of the world. He wanted to be, and he is today recognized as the greatest marathon runner because he speaks beyond just the world of athletes. He sees, when he tells you out there that no human is limited, he's talking to each and every one of us who strives and drives to really bring the best of themselves. And that is Eliud's base. Those who seek to achieve more, those who want to be in the space of possibility, those who want to go beyond. That's who Eliud's base is. So for you, think about who is your base. And when you know what you want to accomplish, it'll be quite clear on who your base is. And it doesn't have to be so broad. It could be quite defined. For example, maybe your base is recruiters. Maybe your base is some people in certain companies. If you're a graphic designer, maybe your base is the customers that you seek to attract. But you really need to have a sense of who your audience is and who will benefit the most from the skills and knowledge that you are going to present, and who will resonate the most with you and your brand. So that's something you really need to think about, who your audience is, as you build and create your brand. Let me move on to the next. The concept about unique value proposition. Unique value proposition. You really need to ask yourself, what is my unique value proposition? Yeah? In its simplest form, why should anybody come to you? Why should anybody come to you? What is unique about you? What is the value that you present that other people don't? Why should anybody come to you? What is it that you stand for? I'll pause a bit and let that actually digest as you reflect and ask yourself, what is my unique value proposition? And I love the idea that you're almost about 500 of you over there, and most of you are actually greatly respected HR professionals. But the question is, what is your unique value proposition? Have you thought about that? What is it that you actually stands for? What distinguishes you from the person sitting next to you? You're HR professionals, or you're close to that world, or you love the world of HR professionals if you're not. But what is your unique value proposition? And how will you solve, or how are you proposing to solve the needs of your base? How are you going to do that? In order to build your unique value proposition, really think about what is it that you do well. And then think about, on the other hand, what is it that people want? And if these two can talk to each other, what you do well and what people want, you're really beginning to figure out what your unique value proposition could be, yeah, and what you will stand for. So use your talent and your passion to stand for something that will create and build a level of distinction in yourself, yeah, and distinguish you from others. So on the example you will see on your slide, that is how you start to shape, with that sentence is how you begin to shape your unique value proposition. Try and use those words. I help, and think about who your target is. In this particular case, I help technology companies to, and then what are you helping them do? What is it that they want to achieve? I help technology companies to identify the most qualified tech talent so that what? So that they can build fast. Technology companies today don't have the luxury of time. Yeah, they win by agility. So this person knows that technology companies want to build fast. This person knows that they're looking for tech talent. So this HR professional actually decided to carve a niche for themselves. And what they actually state in their LinkedIn profile is, I help technology companies to identify the most qualified tech talent so that they can build fast. This person's unique value proposition is best tech talent to build fast. That's what they stand for. And you can imagine how inspiring that can be. And at this particular point, it's fine for you to look at the person next to you and think, are you the tech talent who wrote that in your LinkedIn profile? But that's what you people are putting out there in your LinkedIn profile. You must put your unique value proposition and what it is that you represent and distinguishes you from others. By the way, it does not mean that you're the only person who can do that. Absolutely not. It does not necessarily mean that. It probably means that you're the person who talks about it more than anyone else. Yeah. So I'll quickly just rush through the next, because those are the four that begin to underpin what your brand is. Other things you need to think about when you're looking at the tips: always treat yourself as a brand. It is really important to treat yourself as a brand. Be clear, be consistent, in the messages that you communicate. So treat yourself as a brand. The next tip is, what is it that you're going to optimize your professional profile? Really think about your professional profile, yeah? And think about how it'll make a difference, even in today's COVID environment. I'll give you a quick example. Alice is an event organizer, and her brand is about creating the most memorable occasions so that she can make your dreams come true. And then COVID happened. But that didn't change her. That made her just readjust. So what she began to do is enable you to create, she started creating events for just a few of you and enabled it to go online for you to share it with others and really create these memorable events. So she continued to adjust even within that. The next thing you need to do is develop your content strategy. Yep. Remember, social media is an animal out there. What you put in LinkedIn cannot be completely different from what you're putting in Instagram, because your brand needs to be consistent. So sometimes some of us make the lethal mistake of thinking, when I'm on LinkedIn, I'll carry my professional image, but when I'm on Instagram, I can be all crazy and everything. Yeah. Don't diminish your brand in the platforms that you play. Yeah. Be consistent. What could be different is the messaging and the style in which you use, but be consistent in who you are. And then lastly, think about how you build a community. Yeah? After somebody interacts with you as a brand, what is it that they remember about you? Yeah? What is the main takeaway? How much value are you giving to them? And the best way of doing this is get yourself behind like-minded communities, and from there seek support, discussions, engage in order to really strengthen yourself and your personal brand. Yeah? Try and identify with certain communities in order to grow and enhance your personal brand. So those are the 8 tips to building a great personal brand. Those are the 8 tips. What is it that you're creating? Focus on how you create your personal brand. And once you figure that out, you've got the 4 tips on what you need to do to really put it out there. My final slide is a quote. If you don't give the market the story to talk about, they will define your brand's story for you. So if you do not give the market the story to talk about, they will define your brand's story for you. Thank you all. And I hope you got something out of that, and I hope you recognize the importance of creating and carving a brand in order to really stand out there and give more value than what you're probably already giving. Many thanks.
here with us. We thank you for joining us, and we do welcome you. Karibuni sana. Let's appreciate the governor and the team as they come and vote. I see the DJ recognizes where the governor is coming from. Asante Bana DJ. Our chief guest, Governor Kivutha Kibwana, our chairman, council members, fellows of the Institute, and my fellow HR professionals, as well as our acting executive director, Irene, good afternoon. Governor, it is indeed a pleasure to have you here with us, and we want to thank you. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. We appreciate that you have a tight schedule, but we want to be able to thank you. You know, Governor, I have COVID to thank for connecting us, because we connected on a webinar that I was moderating for Ubuntu procurement. And the one thing the governor did that we hadn't seen before was that although the show was his, he carried his team along. And every time we had questions directed at him, he would respond, but ask his team members to add to what he had said. So, Governor, thank you for honoring the HR profession and also for empowering your team to be the leaders that they are today. Makueni is what it is today because of the people that you have led. So we want to thank you. So at this juncture, allow me to invite Irene, who will give a few opening remarks, and then invite the chairman, who will then go ahead, introduce the team, and invite the governor. So karibuni sana, and Irene, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, His Excellency Professor Kivutha Kibwana, our national chairman, Mr. Joseph Onyango, our council members present, the HRM board members, the representatives of the college, the principal and the deputy principal, distinguished delegates, good afternoon once again. We're very delighted to have with us our chief guest, His Excellency Kivutha Kibwana. And for me, it's a pleasure because I have had organized such functions severally. And sometimes you will invite a chief guest, and if they cannot make it, then they cannot make it. You deal with it. Yeah? And such is the nature of planning events. But for the governor, when he could not make it, then he made arrangements to make sure that he still honors his word, and we truly appreciate that. So let us appreciate him for that. So that speaks to his character, and I think something that we can pick up on. We will not make this lengthy because we want to hear him. I think we can do an hour. He can spare an hour for us to just speak to us about his experiences.
The Rift Valley region. Asante sana, Mr. Malakwen. Makofi kwa Mr. Malakwen. Thank you very much. And Your Excellency, on your left is the council member representing Coast Region, Mr. Bildad Osero, not Kisero. Yes, representing Coast. Please a clap for Bildad. We have on this side Dr. Mbijiwe, who is representing the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Public Service. Thank you, Sana, Dr. Mbijiwe. Right behind him, we have Madam Patricia Okello, representing Nyanza and West. Watu wa Nyanza na Western mko wapi? Siwaski? Thank you very much. Next is we have Madam Catherine Mwangi, representing Nairobi Central and Northeastern. Asante sana. Next, we have Mr. Abdisalam, representing Northeastern, Nairobi, and Central. What are Northeastern mko? Mpo? Asante sana. We have Madam Helen Appiah, representing the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Labor. Asante sana. Your Excellency, I'll also take this opportunity to introduce some of personalities who are really quite important to us. I'll start by introducing the chairperson of our Human Resource Practitioners Examination Board, Madam Dr. Sharon Kisire. Asante sana. We also have the principal of the college, Margaret. Is Margaret around? Very good. Thank you very much, Margaret. That is the principal of our College of Human Resource Management. Your Excellency, we have quite a number of personalities, dignitaries, senior HR practitioners, directors, and all members. Unfortunately, I may not have the pleasure to introduce each of them personally, but they are all very important to us. So appreciate greetings from them and the appreciation that you are able to make it here this afternoon with us. Sir, we really appreciate you for recognizing what IHRM does and generally what the human resource practitioners in this country do. And for that reason, we also appreciate that you know the need and the importance. And for that reason, you agreed and sponsored a few of your staff who are practicing HR within your county to come and participate in this conference. I'll ask those from Makueni County, either whether you are from Makueni government or just from the county, to be upstanding. We see you. See? See, very good. Uko nyuma, mko? Watu wa Makueni? Asante sana. Thank you very much. I know we have officers from the county government of Makueni who are present here, and that is a very significant reason, good reason to show us that you appreciate what human resource does. We also have the HRM Rift Valley officials who are basically our hosts here. We have Madam Tabitha Norman. Thank you very much for hosting us. We are in your county, and you've always been a very good welcome to this fraternity. Asante sana. Your Excellency, I don't want to dilute this as Madam Acting ED has said, because we are really looking forward to your speech and your talk to us today. Mine also is to welcome you to just come and give us a brief. But before you give this brief, we know what you stand for, especially when it comes to matters of ethics and conduct of professionals in this country. We all know that what bedevils us, and this we have said in these conferences, in our professional seminars, meetings, and each opportunity we come together, what bedevils this country? What bedevils this country, Your Excellency, is our conduct and our ethics. And it is for that reason that this institute had decided to have a vision where we'll have all the members who are practicing HR to only have one thing, that they be ethical HR professionals. That's all we are looking for. We started off by giving an example and asking ourselves, what would be the best character you'd look for in a profession? What is this that you look for when you're looking for someone? Or what would be the best career? And we decided on the first day of this meeting that the best character and the best qualification to look out for is that of an ethical person. Then everything else will rest in place. You've stood steadfast throughout your leadership over the period of time to actually get that culture of corruption out. It's not easy. You cannot manage it as a person. His Excellency, the President, cannot manage it as an individual, but we believe that all of us working together will eradicate that. Your Excellency, we are having a very ambitious growth in our strategic plan, and we are looking forward for many students joining this profession to actually build and make us much, much, much stronger. And we only have two asks from you, Your Excellency. when we were having a discussion there, I think one council member made this request. The College of Human Resource Management is one of our pillars in terms of our expansion and growth strategies. And we would really want to expand our membership and the institute through the growth of the college. And we had requested, Your Excellency, that your government considers to be the first and offers a place in terms of where we can build the institute, where we can build the College of Human Resource. And we can assure you that this will be quite beneficial to the country, and specifically it will be quite beneficial to your county government. As we'll have students enroll, it will boost the economy of the county in general, and we'll build a bigger and steady and actually a more will have a significant contribution to the economy of this country. Secondly, Your Excellency, we are in the process of making some legislative changes in terms of how the governance and IHRM is led in this country, and we'll be seeking your support through the Council of Governors in ensuring that we provide HR consultancy services to the county governments across the board. And once we table this to the Council of Governors, we believe that you will be ahead of the course to support our cause and say that we'll professionally deliver HR consultancy services to the county governments across board. And as being a public organization, we believe that this will augur well, will go down well. Most of these practitioners here present will be able to give their experiences and very well thoroughly researched theories and practical lessons to county governments in terms of how we can best manage the people in those governments. We've realized over a period of time, Your Excellency, that we've gone wrong in many areas of HR. Fundamentally, number one area of HR is that of recruitment. The moment we bring in people who may, yes, be qualified for those jobs, but may not have the right attitudes, may not have the right skills, may not have the right abilities to actually perform, then we go wrong on that first one. But there are a lot of a myriad of HR specialization that we believe, only given an opportunity to do so in the leadership of we believe, and I'm sure now today, that we have the HR practitioners sitting in your county highest decision-making organ. We believe that that will help you in managing the people much better. Your Excellency, I want to just stop there by asking those two needs and take this opportunity to welcome you to address us. I believe all of you know Professor Kivuta Kibwana very well, isn't it? Na mmefurahi kumwona, mmefurahi kumwalika. I'll take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to welcome you. Tumpigie makofi. Let's be upstanding as he comes to address us. Asante sana, Professor. Makofi, makofi, mpaka wakati atafika hapa, si ndio? Asante sana. Thank you very much. Welcome, Your Excellency, Governor Professor Kivuta Kibwana, to address the 24th conference of IHRM. Asante sana. Karibu.
Tukae tafadhali.
Thank you very much, the Chair, Mr. Joseph Onyango, the National Chair of the IHRM Council, your Vice Chair, Stephen Malakwen, representing Rift Valley, Mrs. Patricia Okello, Council Member, Nyanza Western Region, Helen Apio, representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Bildad, representing Coast and Eastern Region, so you represent me, Mrs. Catherine Mwangi, Council Member, Mount Kenya Region, Dr. Bijiwe, representing PS, Minister of Public Service, Mr. Absalam Sheikh Mohammed, representing Northeastern, Dr. Sharon, representing the chair of PEB, IHRM PEB, and all other distinguished human resource management practitioners, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm really very privileged to be in this meeting of human resource management practitioners in our country. And I've understood with some discussion with the chair, I've understood that this body and the lawyers and the accountants, those are the three bodies which have most members in our country. And therefore, one must recognize that this council and the membership of the Human Resource Management group in our country is a pivotal institution for the advancement of human resource management in our country. So I am really very happy to be before you, very privileged to share, and maybe to a large extent what we share are things which are in your main, but probably from the perspective of somebody also who works in a county government, we might share some things that happen there, and some of our reflection from when I started work in 1997 as a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, going forward. I must apologize because I was supposed to be here earlier and it was not possible. I had a visitor in our county, something that we had arranged earlier on, and as a result, Sally was able to be here, and I am told she really shared, because she's a very, very experienced public servant, and we used to teach together at the University of Nairobi long time ago, and I'm happy there was that opportunity for her to open this very, very, very critical 24th International Human Resources Management Annual National Conference. You see, for me, when I was invited, given that this is a very critical period in our, not only our country's history, but world history in terms of the COVID crisis. So for you, I thought that the question is, how do you manage your people and keep your institution running in the wake of an unprecedented and unpredictable environment? And I thought, as I was sharing with your officials, that this must be one of the periods when your work is very difficult, sometimes almost traumatizing, because this has not really happened. It's not the usual crisis like you're dealing with the trade union, you're dealing with a crisis which is a relatively small crisis. But this is a major crisis And it is a crisis like no other. The first thing that I would like to say to you is, as a governor, as a, part of the COG, one appreciates that you are at a point where a lot of focus is on your work, and therefore there is personal pressure to you, not just to the employees that you supervise and you're responsible for, but even you as individuals. I think one must appreciate, whether it's in the private sector, is in the public sector, is the non-state sector, in the international, the UNs, the World Banks, people are here. One must appreciate that the human resource person is in a difficult situation, so that we also empathize with you during this season. COVID, as of now, internationally, I think about 45 million people have been infected, and the loss just from COVID of life is also astronomical. In some of the countries like USA, and that message needs to go abroad in our country, far and wide, because we are kind of relaxing. So I think when you decided that you want to address staying ahead of the curve, what you do when you are confronted by this pandemic, this major global crisis, and in our jurisdiction, I think it was spot on. And I really, must appreciate that since I came here, you are an institution of a lot of order and a lot of consultation, a lot of recognition. I've seen now people are introduced. I've seen that respect. And Chair, I am going to tell the Council of Governors we should behave like you. Now, of course, one of the problems that we have during this period pertaining to human resource management is, even with this crisis, we haven't been able to develop a law, policy, guidelines, especially in the public sector, to deal with human resource management during a major crisis. We are still, and of course I would like to be corrected, but we are still using the existing laws, policies, manuals. But it would appear to me that this is a period, a season that requires us to ask, given what we have experienced now, are there some special policy, some guidelines, which we could use to help us address this problem? And I think from your experiences, you could supply some of the best practices that are developing so that our government might be able to say that in this area of human resource management, this is some of the special things that must happen as we go forward, so that as we innovate in the public sector, in the private sector, there are some common standards that we have. And I think even in these discussions that you have, maybe that is something that you can bring out, and it can be discussed, it can be adopted. If there are some, they can be farmed up, and so that we can say, in a situation of this kind, some of the things that we should pursue to help us are the following. Of course, we know with COVID, our economy has really shrunk. We are waiting for negative GDP growth. There is lots of loss of jobs, shutdown of businesses and offices. We have people now that you supervise who work from home, something that was not usually the case. When people said they are working from home, we would say they are doing a round, they are playing a round, they are not working. But now you are able to tell some people that they can work from home. We are also witnessing a situation where productivity becomes less, not because the people are not working as much as they can, but due to the new way of working, productivity is challenged. Many of the workers are in a lot of fear. People not knowing whether they will keep their jobs or not. People in fear that they might get infected. Even people, the stigma thing, sometimes people thinking that so-and-so has been sick, they recovered, but we are not sure they have recovered. So that there's also that element of stigma. So that COVID-19 or coronavirus is introducing these dimensions that in your field you have to be cognizant of, and you have to know how to navigate around them. Even as people work together, people are not sure, am I safe with so-and-so? You know, I heard they went to a place where there's supposed to be a lot of disease, so am I safe? And even when you have few people, because some have been asked to go away, especially in the private sector, you still expect them to do more or less the same work as was happening before, because you don't want to lose out in terms of the output from what you do, whether it's in the public, private, non-state sectors. And of course, with these problems, there are still some entities that are thriving. And that's also the paradox of COVID-19, because people in the digital space, some of them are doing very well. They're even doing better than before, and maybe some of them are saying, thank God for COVID. But that is the exception. Most people are not doing as well. One thing that we have noticed is, in terms of job loss, the public sector has not been affected much. Because in the private sector, if the profits are not there, if the customers are not there, the market is not there, the logic of the private sector is that they can't continue keeping people. So they let them go. But in the public sector, because people say they are permanent and pensionable, many of them, and government is a provider of jobs, of lagis, that has not been affected. And I'm not saying that it should have been affected and people should have lost jobs, but what I notice is the people still work the same way, the same old culture of I'm permanent and pensionable, it's not easy to discipline me, I will always keep this job, I shouldn't worry too much about productivity. So one was thinking that some of what would happen in this period is to see a shift in the public sector, for people to begin to ask themselves, what do I do to ensure I keep my job for the future? How do I distinguish myself? But as of now, still in the public sector, many people, we assume that we will always keep our jobs, and therefore there isn't a noticeable shift in terms of the culture of how we work. And one of the things that I wish and I hope could happen is for people, even in the public sector, to realize that there are things that can happen because of a crisis, and we lose our jobs. And therefore, it is necessary to keep that in mind and to begin to demonstrate that I should still have my job because I am working pretty hard. So I said that this is probably one of the most difficult periods since independence, and I think even Sally could have, said that this is unprecedented, significantly unprecedented. So there's a lot of focus on you because you are in charge of the labor, the blood of production, because capital, land, those things don't have blood, but it's the people who have blood. And if there is a crisis and they're in a crisis, you have to still manage them so that they are productive, so that the economy goes on, so that we do well. So the question continues to be, can the human resource growth and capacity, how do you work so that you are part and parcel of the post-economic recovery that we are expecting? Because if one does not factor you in that equation, it is possible that we will not do as well as we should in terms of a speedier post-COVID economic recovery. And again, we don't even know when it will be post-COVID. Some countries are saying that they need to assume that there will be a long season of COVID and take it take that into consideration and work that way. Even as you let some people go, particularly in the private sector, one is asking, well, will they come back? Some of them. Some of the people who are perhaps very well trained, some, and Chair shared with me, that there are some people who are very good. They are told, we now must adjust your salaries, your benefits. We want to keep you, but we can't afford what we are paying you. And some of the people are saying, no, I'd rather leave. So even some of the people who leave, to what extent do we know that they will want to come back? And again, I would imagine those are questions, because you may be losing some of the best people that you have in whatever institution you serve, and you keep on asking, when it's time, maybe for a recovery, will some of these people come back, or will they say that they want to pursue different things, and they will not come back? Now, I said earlier that the centrality of the people that the people that you manage, it is labor which makes production possible, even with the capital, with the land, with those means of production. So because they are so central, it means that your work, because that's your docket, your work is very central. And I don't know whether it's in the private sector, whether it is in the public sector, whether it is whatever sector, I don't know whether there is that recognition. Of course, even before, you are recognized, and the top people are even in boards and so on, and like the ministry and so on. But I hope that there is now that recognition that these people who move labor, who move the human resource, are actually central, and it's not just when there is a crisis, but even without a crisis. I hope that's one of the lessons that will come through in our country as we go on. As you think about in whatever institution you are working, how do we keep it afloat? How do we make sure that it doesn't collapse? Because particularly in the private sector, there are companies which have collapsed, are collapsing, and they may never come back. And that's loss of work for you, you know, for those involved, for the workers, and so on and so forth. It's a fact that there is this redundancy. There are shocks because of it. People are retreating into the rural areas. We have seen people from the counties coming, quote, quote, back home. And sometimes they are not received well. When they're in Nairobi, when they're in Mombasa, when they're in Kisumu, when they're in those places, we are happy that they bring remittances back home. They bring money back home. They come to the Harambes. They come to the, you know, when there is need, when people need to raise money for hospital and so on and so forth. But now, like initially, when they were coming home, first of all, they were suspected of COVID. And sometimes they were not received well. But they were reported to the chief and so on. And of course, the depressions which ensue because somebody who was helping feels rejected and so on and so forth. And actually some of them were forced back into Mombasa when Mombasa was closed, Kwale, Kilifi, Mandera. Some of them, Nairobi, would be forced back to where they are supposed to be from. So these redundancies, I think, have impacted a lot, not just at the place where you are in charge, but now going into the rural areas. And the fact of somebody who has worked for a long time not having work. Because work actually is worship. And when somebody who has really worked for a long time, and sometimes it's not just the salary alone, it is you are productive, you are doing something, it's human to be productive, and you are no longer, you think you are no longer productive. That psychologically is a big thing, and some of that trauma, we may have to take some time to deal with it, to deal with that trauma of somebody who was useful, all of a sudden seemingly being rendered not useful. That, I think, is a big issue that we'll have to deal with, and I'll talk about it a bit in terms of the depression and all that stuff, mental illness that comes with it. When you do your work vis-a-vis the people under you, I don't know the extent to which you tell them that it's very important to invest. Because some people are coming to the rural areas and sometimes they don't even have a house in the rural area. They have been staying in Nairobi, they have been staying in the capital city. And therefore you have lost your job, you come home, you are not well settled there as it were, and that becomes a problem. And so this imperative of investment, including how do you encourage people to have mortgages, how do you encourage people to be able to have a place where they are working, and if possible, a place elsewhere, you know, a foundation, so to speak, so that somebody doesn't feel they have no roots when there is a catastrophe like COVID. So I think there are those issues surrounding loss of a job, and people become very disoriented. And we notice that in the home environment, people begin to behave abnormally. People begin to do things that you couldn't think so and so can abuse a spouse, for example. So and so can do things that they couldn't do before because they feel that they have lost their worth, they have lost their dignity, and so on and so forth. I think, again, in this period, you must have been asking yourselves, what is my optimum workforce? Because particularly in the private sector, people have been forced to become very lean. And so when you begin to ask those questions, like, I used to have many people, but now I have few people. Maybe we are doing as much work, maybe less, because in the private sector, no markets and so on. But that question now becomes relevant. Actually, how many people can I have to do what we have been doing? And I think that is a question for our country, because particularly in the public sector, sometimes we have many people to do work which could be done by less people. And this is something that even your body has been helping, like in terms of CAPS, has been helping the national level to discuss those questions. And it has not been easy, because in the public sector, when you talk about retrenchment, when you talk about, there are people who don't have a lot of work. There are people who even are not interested in the work. There is a challenge, and particularly when we are near elections and so on and so forth. But that's a relevant question when you ask yourself, how many people do I really need? And can I have just those people? Because this experience has said we can do with less, particularly in the private sector, and hopefully when we re-examine the public sector. As I was preparing to come and talk to us, I was asking myself, when you have to let some people go, how is that decision made? People have been working for a long time. Of course, they don't want to lose their jobs, but when you decide that we need to let some people go, I remember the Bible story in Genesis 18:22, when Abraham was negotiating with God about the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham was saying, if you find 50 people who are righteous, are you going to spare the twin cities? And God says, yes. What about 45? Let me argue with you a little. And God says yes. And 40? God still says yes. And 30 and 20 until 10. I think after 10, he was shy. He didn't want to go below 10. So I think the question still is, like, when you're an employee, to ask yourself, suppose we are 50. Maybe we're 100. If 50 were to be left, would I be one of them? Suppose, 45 were needed, 40 were needed, 10 were needed. Because it is also what we do to encourage people to be alive to the fact that you can lose a job, and you have to justify why you don't have to lose it. You have to justify why you have to continue being in that job. Because if there is that realization and there is that culture, your work will be easier. People will know that I am responsible for keeping my job, and I have to do well. But of course, when I was talking about guidelines, guidelines are for things like that. Like now, if we have to let some people go, what criteria do we use so that we are told, it is said that we are transparent, it is said that this is a good way of resolving a difficult issue. Abroad we heard, and we don't know whether it is true, we heard that when ventilators or ICU units were few, decisions had to be taken who was going to use them. If that is correct, then it means there was a criteria. So again, one was wondering what criteria was used and what guidelines can there be for that, because there will be another crisis, and even this crisis is continuing, but more from the point of view of the worker. What must I do so that even if jobs have to disappear, I still continue to keep my job? And sharing briefly with the chair and the council, he told me something that in our county I have seen it's true, that sometimes we overemphasize papers. Somebody has a degree in IT, somebody has a degree in something, and it might be a first class. Then you employ them. And then when they begin performing, you realize that they are consistently underperforming. They lack the passion, they lack emotional intelligence, they lack being wedded to the job. That's why I think even in terms of going forward, in terms of saying that these are my employees, or I'm recruiting some new ones, what are these qualities that we must have? And I think that passion, that sometimes you can call it patriotism, I was told. You know, those are things that are not easy sometimes to determine, but if you can get them, if you get them, you may have a crop of employees who are dependable, and maybe those are in the guidelines, some of the things that would be used to determine, you know, who to maintain and who to work for you. Some of the discussions with people who have lost their jobs and have come home are some of their colleagues who are left working. In terms of their relationship, they begin to feel guilty that they were responsible for those who lost their jobs. And of course, because friends, people you have worked with, you know, will be eased out and you are left. So they start, you know, feeling guilty, as if they were part of quote, sacking them. So that even people who are left, you have to watch over them, I think, from the experience that we are getting, because even there are instances of loss of friendships. Like somebody begins to say that so-and-so, I think they said I was not a good worker. That's part of why I was eased out. Which is really like a victim. Somebody is, they are not responsible, but they are made a victim. And I think there are many aspects of very intricate relationships that one has to follow, because you might not know why people who are left and you think they should be grateful because they're the ones who are left are still hurting. They are still hurting, but those are some of the dynamics of how come they were left, how come I was asked to go away, what happened, what were the justifications. It is a fact, as also even within this meeting, when now we have to rely on new technologies, ICT, the Zooms, the webinars, and all those things that we never used before, it takes time to get used to them. we have seen people are in a Zoom, and when the meeting ends, maybe somebody came to the meeting because it's in your house, and you didn't wear properly. Like, I think there was one which was going around. A guy was in their small cloth. So after the meeting, this guy just now walks away, and he has not disconnected. He has not disconnected. So the other colleagues were laughing and telling him, so-and-so, dress properly. So this is new. And it is challenging some before the efficiency is of the level that you had before. There is that challenge. But of course, there is huge opportunity, because when we make this thing work real, as some of the universities are trying to, it means we can work physically and we can work virtually. And that will be a dividend from this crisis in Africa, in our countries. And because of this now IT thing, which is the in thing, like a lot of you, I'm sure you work without secretaries, because you can be your own secretary and you can be your own manager, you can be your own boss and so on, because of this IT thing, which is positive. And I think this should be encouraged. It should be encouraged so that, you know, you can have 2 shifts, because there are people working physically, there are people who are working at home, even 3 shifts. I remember as a university student abroad, we used to study and we used to do, you know, some other jobs, and you would have a few shifts and you would get some pocket money from them. But it's a good culture of people working as much as they can. And even devising ways, and I'm sure this is something that you are doing, of how you supervise people who are working at home, how you promote self-supervision, how you ensure there is productivity even when people are away and you can't physically supervise them. How do you make sure that they produce what you would ordinarily expect, and if possible, even more. If they can do that, that would be a very good thing. I think in this period, again, because of some of these challenges that we are having, it also asks us to focus on results, on productivity. So that it's not really where you work at as such, but it is what is your result, what is your output, what is your productivity. Because particularly in the public sphere, that is something that we miss out terribly. Coming to this culture, and it is something that this body can really help the country. Like, when you have a job so that you can produce, so that there are goods and services, including social goods and services, and you can't assume that because I'm working for government, I don't have to produce. I think if we crack that nut in the private sector, that will take us very far, in my opinion. In the private sector, even in the international NGOs and so on, if you don't work, you lose your job. And they don't have a lot of, there are no manenos. You're employed, you work, you get paid, you work well, you get promoted. If you don't work, they just separate themselves from you. But in the public sphere, because of the culture that we have had on the continent, that jobs are part of social protection. You are given a job so that you can earn money. And so it can be said, from that area, there are so many people working who are earning money. Without us saying, what are they working to produce? So I think this is one area that your organization must really assist so that there is that focus on productivity, there is that focus on results. And of course now, when you have fewer people, like in the private sector, they have to be very productive because it is assumed that if possible, they should work just as much as those ones who used to work, who are there. I'm sure as something that we said something a little about, as the situation improves, the economy improves, you will be also asking who will come back, in what order. And I'm sure even as people were being asked home, there was a bit of negotiation with the employees so that there isn't bad blood and they understand that there is this new situation which is forcing some of this to happen, including the unions. Because our unions, and the unions, you know, we understand they like their members to keep jobs, they argue for benefits of their members, and so on. But there should also be the flip side of that in terms of making their members be very productive, negotiating with employers to say, when there is this emergency, what happens? Like, if there is COVID-19 as there is, and health employees decide that this is the time to go on strike, we should strike when the iron is hot, so to speak, because we are indispensable. I think one can rethink that kind of position and say, to what extent am I going to be part of the national effort during an emergency, and negotiate differently from when there is no emergency? I am saying this, and of course, the health personnel in Makueni are listening to me and nationally, but I think it's the correct position. And it's for all unions, because even at independence, when there was a bit of unemployment, particularly of young people, there was a tripartite agreement where, you know, the unions, the government, and the private sector sat together, and there was some agreement about how, you know, people could come in and assist, because in any economy, if these unions and labor and the government and the private sector do not continuously talk together, then that economy will be hard. And that is why in places like Germany, they even have strategies of employees being part of the owners. Like sometimes they get some shares in the private sector so that they are encouraged. So I am thinking that even the unions, as you talk to them, as we talk to them also in government, should be able to say, you know, how do we promote also the public good, the national interest during a time like this? How do we ask people to enhance productivity? How do we ask, how do we negotiate so that the jobs are protected? And one way of protecting the jobs is to make sure that the cost of labor becomes slightly less. And I'm not saying this because I would like to see labor oppressed, but I'm arguing for a position where the unions also realize that this is a special period where they need to talk with human resource, they need to talk with if it's in the public sector, with the people in charge and so on, and therefore be helpful in this process of all of us trying to eventually recover from what is really a major problem. I talked earlier about the things that you have learned, the best practices. How are those codified? How are those made some kind of guidelines so that you help the counties, you help the national government, you help the private sector so that you say these practices are good, let them be somehow codified and let them help us as we go on. I haven't talked about communication. I think that's very key because people misunderstand, people think that you're unfair to them, people want to sabotage what is happening to help us go forward because of communication. So it's in your docket to really communicate, to receive feedback, so that there is continuous dialogue. And it's not just with employees, with the other part of the employers, with the authorities, with everybody, so that there is that continuous, so that your work is also eased, so that a lot of pressure is not left on your shoulders. And that is one thing that I said as I began, that don't imagine that there isn't a lot of pressure on yourself. Usually there is, but this is extraordinary pressure. And if in countries abroad, people voluntarily go to counselors. And they do that so that they are helped, they are evaluated. Not because, you know, here in Africa sometimes we think if you go to a counselor, you are mad. And we think that when people, there's mental illness, it is bad. You are bewitched or something. And yet mental illness, like HIV, AIDS, like COVID-19, they are diseases. And they have to be accepted as such and to get treated. So take care of yourselves, take care of your employees in terms of these pressures. And I think that's why the employees, you have the bonding sessions, the empathy that you extend to them, you're watching to see patterns of employees changing and responding to that. Sometimes when I go into social media, you find very many young people saying that they want to end their lives. And there are times when we have tried to engage some of them and say, no, that's not really what one does. Life is tough, but you have to be tougher. So there's a lot of that, and it's surprising because, that is something that we are noticing which we were not noticing before. And I'm sure in your workplace, where you are in charge, that is the situation. So it's watching out these employees, your colleagues, to be sure that people can help each other. And that's why we are talking about these bonding sessions. Unlike maybe before, because I know in some institutions this happens, but to have it more, and to have the counseling aspect really being kind of prioritized, so that we can help people. Now, one of the problems is, even when you are trained, and including the school that is training human resource people, usually trainings are for the ordinary situation. So when there's a crisis, you realize that I don't have that knowledge, or I have scanty knowledge of how to deal with an exceptional situation. And that is why, using this institution, comparing notes, benchmarking and all that, so that you can say, when we have these unusual situations, how do we deal with them? How have you, dealt with this? This is what I'm experiencing. Because it is going to be a time, and it's already a time of a lot of change. And it is change which is going to redefine your function, to redefine what you do. And what you do, we'll have to now use new knowledge and the new research meetings like this, people who talk to you, yourselves, in your committees and so on, so that you have this new knowledge to cope with all these people, who are employed, because that becomes very important. Of course, we have budgets for staff welfare. I talked about encouraging your people to have mortgages and so on, so that they are set a bit of investments, but also the budget for staff welfare, so that staff can be supported in this they can be supported in these difficult times. At the county level, we have a challenge. This is a challenge that has existed in terms of, we have three types of employees: those who are in the local government, those who are from the national government, and those, the new ones which were employed by the county governments. And it has been a challenge for those to gel. Because, for example, the local government ones had a collective bargaining agreement just before devolution, which gave them substantial emoluments. And we were sharing with Chair that you can find a junior person who is being paid 60,000 shillings, and the senior person who is a graduate is being paid 30,000 shillings. And it's not easy to request this senior person to do a lot of work, because they are always telling you, so and so is very junior, ask them to do the work. And we hope there will be an opportunity in the country to really address this harmonization, and to get these public workers feel that they are working for the same, citizen, they are working for the same government, whether it's county, it's national. And actually the people who came from the national level are disadvantaged. Because unfortunately, initially, many people didn't want to go to the counties, because it was like going to the Kanjo. So you had people who are fresh from university being made directors, assistant directors, something that takes 20 years in the national government to access. So now you have that problem of three types of people who don't gel easily. And I think even in terms of the second ask, Chair, about how you can help Council of Governors, that would be one very, very important thing, so that within your consultancies, you help each county, so that there is that harmonization. Of course, the other thing is the wage bill, to still proceed with the CAPS idea to see how that can happen within the counties. Of course, as the counties are developing, you find that many of them at the headquarter level, or people still have their kids in Nairobi, they have kids in the major town, wherever it is. And so there's also that dissonance. It's not like when people, stay in one place, they're committed to one place, and they don't have to go in the evening and come back late and all that kind of stuff. That issue still is a relevant issue within the counties, because whether it is schools, maybe those are not there for younger employees, younger parents. That is not there. So that again is an issue that is to be addressed. We also think in terms of your discussions, you can help us as counties to try to have not just people from one ethnic community as employees, because there is that tendency that you have people from one community as employees. The ones who are from other parts of Kenya are the ones who are in the national government, in the national government departments at the county. And although the law says that 30% should be from, at least 30% should be from another county, you find that very few counties, maybe Nairobi, maybe Mombasa, Kisumu, very few, I don't know about Kakamega, very few, where they are the major towns who fulfill that legal obligation. So I think it will be a good thing if we can advocate for change of the law so that there are inter-county transfers. Because now when you're employed in one county, you are stuck there. Thank you very much for that clap. I was beginning to say I'm not making any point. So I think that would be a very, very, very important thing, so that actually we can, through that mechanism, ensure that even in any county, the whole of Kenya is there. The face of Kenya is there. That is something that we ask of you. And Chair, in terms of the ask of some land in Makueni, this is something that I am going to ask my Minister of Lands so that we can take that seriously. And if there is any public land, we will gladly do that, because that is for the whole of Kenya, and including what you have asked in terms of your consultancy outreach of the council as well as of the membership to help this to help Council of Governors so that in each county you help us rationalize our human resource capacity, because the more that happens, the better we will produce and the better devolution will be. And I know when you come to talk to the Council of Governors, as they have promised through Ongwae and Oparanya, I know that you will be able to explain so that people can understand the centrality of human resource management, and that will be a big boost for devolution. I appreciate those from the county who belong here, who have come with us. I have known that there are exams which are done, and when we go back, I'm going to ask them where they are at. I will ask them. And they did well to sit at the back, because when you sit at the back, there is opportunity for you to be told to come to the front. You may sit at the front and you're told that's not your place. That's a good thing. But to conclude, I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the fact of the plans that you're making of the three parts of your institution. I like that because when there's a plan and you follow the plan, even in terms of a crisis, it's easier to deal with a crisis. And I like the fact that you, Law Society, there are several bodies that work with the government, the national government. I wish there was a way in which within the law there is provision also for county governments, so that county governments know that statutorily they can access you. I don't know whether the law is like that, but it should be like that if it isn't, so that county governments don't feel that they don't deserve your services. That would be a good thing also, to happen. And the last thing, Chair, Council members, that I will mention, and I tried to mention it a little in our meeting with Council, is you have the capacity to really advise, because you are a statutory body, to advise the national and county governments about human resource management. And if in deliberations like this and all other deliberations, you are able to come up with a blueprint and to say, this is how human resource should be managed, that will be influential over time, even if it's not immediate, because sometimes political people, they like to pick ideas when they see them written down, and when they pick them, they don't even say they pick them from you, they say it's their idea. But the thing is, if the idea is used and it works for our country, that's good. That's good. So in that body where you sit together, all those professional associations, please, in each area, come up with advice and discuss it and write it and say that this is part of what can help our country. And I'm sure as people go into elections and do things like that, they are going to pick these ideas. And these ideas will help us as our country. This is a great country. It is a great country on our continent. It is at a very central place when after Egypt, you know, ourselves, South Africa, maybe Nigeria. So we can't afford to lose the opportunity of being influential in this African continent. And even when sometimes some people think we are not doing very well, I have a lot of hope for this country, and it's professionals like us to really help some of the politicians and so on, and we go forward, and I'm sure we will go forward. And thank you very much for your work. I wish you very well, and I saw how you organize yourselves, na nilipenda, and asanteni sana.
A better appreciation for our Governor, Kivutha Kibwana. Thank you very much, Governor, for your remarks. Okay, so indeed you have spoken, we have heard you, and we are challenged that we now need to begin to look at HR from the point of view of how do we develop policies to be able to manage the crisis. Thank you very much for that. You know, Governor, one of the key principles around HR is reward and recognition. And today would not be complete without us recognizing a few of your team members who have ensured that your speech is ready, that we have engaged, that you got here safely, and have been able to share with us a lot of what has been going on within Makueni County. So allow me, before we appreciate our governor, to invite two very special people from Makueni County who have helped make this happen. The first is the Chief of Staff, Bwana Nzioki Kingola. I'm sure you're with us today. Bwana Nzioki, please come up stage. This is a Chief of Staff who makes sure that the diary is running, the office is running, whether the governor is there or not. And, sorry. So please come this way, if I may. So we want to say a big thank you for ensuring it all happens. Asante sana. And to recognize and to say thank you on our behalf, may I request Mr. Bildad Kisero, please. I know that you're in charge of that area, and this may be a good opportunity for you to connect so that we get that piece of land that we so need and so desire. So please say thank you on our behalf. We can face the cameras so that... Thank you very much. The other person we'd like to recognize is a young man who has helped ensure that the communication happens between us and the governor's office. And this is none other than Mr. Edward Kyungu. Edward, where are you? Let's appreciate him as he comes. And I'll request our acting AD, Irene, to please do us the honors on behalf of IHRM. Asante sana, Edward, for all that you've done. And now it is my pleasure to invite the chairman to honor the governor for taking the time to come all this way and for sharing his thoughts. Please, let's be upstanding as they both come to take our appreciation from IHRM. The gift is right here. Yes, absolutely.
There is something very important I forgot to say, and I was reminded by these gifts. We are supposed to declare them. We are supposed to go and do a register and say this and so on. And if it's over a certain value, we surrender it to the county. This ethical, people-centric, I think that ethics, that's what we're talking about, the passion, the ethics, that is one of your principal things. To make sure that your employees, our employees, embrace ethics, morality, and even those who want spirituality. Because when that happens, then we incrementally get a better and better workplace and society and country. So I think that's a big thing, Chair, and we talked a lot about it, and I support. And we'll have, in the future, talk about how to deal with corruption in our country. And sorry for having to say this when you are standing, sorry.
Beautiful gifts right there. Very beautiful. And so in the spirit of declaration, I think what is in the gift pack is some hampers from NCBA as well as the other sponsors as well. So I assure you, they are below the minimum amount. So let's be seated. I think at this juncture, we really want to appreciate all of you for being patient. I know it is past lunch hour, but we're doing very well in terms of the program. So I'll request that the chair and the council members, perhaps we will take a photo session just outside for those of us who want to interact a little bit with the governor. He will be around. So this is your opportunity, your one opportunity to take a photo with the governor. And I know that there are good things coming around 2022. So governor, tutaongea baadaye. Asante sana. So let's be upstanding as we escort the governor, the council members to take a photo. Do enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you here at 2:30. Asante sana.
Clap once. So DJ, let's go. Very good. So stage one. Very good. Stage one. Very good. Keep moving. That's right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. And change again. Move again. Very good. Again. Are you ready? Let's go. And sakala, let's go. Very good. Keep moving. Mabega. Mabega, very good. Very good. Sakala, very good. Again. Very good. That's right from the top. Very good. Move your body, move your body. Let's go. Very good. Very good. 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you ready? Start with the right. Very good. Very good. Left and right. Very good. That's right again. 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 Are you ready for Medela? Mabega. 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 Very good. Don't stop. Very good. You're almost through. Mabega, Mabega. Don't stop. Don't stop. Very good. Again, one more time. Very good. And back one more time. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. That's right. Breathe in. And out. Breathe in. That's right. Stretch your lower back. Very good. Clap once. Clap once. Thank you so much. That was my time.
Thank you. Now we need 2 ambulances. And a couple of nurses. Thank you so much. Don't go very far because I'm sure we'll need you again. I think before we leave this conference, we must do the Jerusalema dance. Sindio? So that one utatufundisha, tutaenda huko kwa kiwanja, tufanye Jerusalema. I think it will be the biggest Jerusalema in the world. So stick around. Okay? Okay, so our next speaker is an interesting guy. He's actually a detective, a learning and development detective. He considers himself as someone who likes to solve mysteries around the impact of learning. He investigates how learning activates performance and business goals, and he's written a book around the L&D detective kit. He is from the United States of America, holds a Master of Education in Curriculum Instruction from Loyola University of Chicago. Please put your hands together for Kevin Yates, who will be speaking to us about the impact of learning and how we can be able to measure the ROI from that. So, karibu, Kevin.
Hello, everyone. This is Kevin Yates. I am so excited to be spending some time with you today. And I really want to thank the Institute of Human Resource Management for asking me to spend some time and talk about how I investigate time with you today. Hello, everyone. And I really want to thank the Institute of Human Resource Management for asking me to spend some time and talk about how I investigate impact for training and learning. My name is Kevin M. Yates. I am known in the industry, in the training and learning industry, as the L&D detective. And I am just so excited today because I am going to share with you some of my methods and my techniques for measuring the impact of training and learning. So without further ado, let's jump right in. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Just to give you a little bit of background, I've been in training, learning, and talent development now for a little over 20 years, and I have worn many hats in training and learning and have served in many different industries. And if you were to ask that little guy in the upper left corner, and that is me, by the way, if you were to ask him if he knew what he would be doing when he grew up, he would have no idea that he would be working with different people around the world and helping them measure the impact of training and learning. So that's exactly what I'm going to do with you today. And I hope that what I share is something that you'll be able to use to help you measure the impact of training and learning. I think it's important for us to begin with a definition for impact, just so that we're on the same page as we talk today about how to measure impact. We want to have the same definition, right? And so when I think about impact, the most simplest definition for me, and the definition that is most powerful, is that impact is when learning activates performance and a business goal. Different people have different definitions of impact, and different people think about impact differently. But when I am measuring the impact of learning and training, and when I'm looking for facts and clues and evidence that shows whether or not training and learning impacted human performance and a business goal, I'm thinking about impact as the extent to which learning activates performance and a business goal. So for all the work that we'll be doing together today and what I'll be sharing with you, I'll be thinking about this definition. As an L&D detective, I have some guiding principles. I have 5 guiding principles, and it guides my work. It informs how I work. And when I am doing detective work to investigate, excuse me, impact, these are the principles that I follow. So I want to share those with you. The first one may be cut off a little bit because of my picture here, so I'll just read it to you. The first guiding principle for L&D detective work is that performance is the North Star for impact investigation. So what that means for me is I am always focusing on performance. I'm always focusing on how learning is activating performance. So that's guiding principle number 1. Guiding principle number 2 is that impact is intentional, specific, purposeful, and targeted. So when I think about guiding principle number 2, I'm thinking about impact as being something that has a purpose, right? Impact does not just happen. You have to plan for it. It needs to be specific. It needs to be intentional. So the guiding principle here just ensures that we are focused on the intention of impact when we are looking to investigate impact. And then the third guiding principle is probably what is either like my favorite or what's most important. And that is, if you don't plan for impact in the beginning, it will be difficult to measure in the end. And I might even go so far as to say it'll be difficult or maybe even impossible. So you have to plan proactively for impact. And I'm going to show you how to do that shortly. The fourth guiding principle for L&D detective work is you really don't have to find like 10 or 15 things, right? For me, if you can find one thing about performance that you can attribute to training and learning, then you can let that one thing lead you to the facts for impact. So quite often we're looking for, maybe 10 things, 15 things. But I really believe that if you can focus on just one thing about a person's performance that you can attribute to training and learning, then ultimately that's going to lead you to the facts about impact. And then the last guiding principle, and a really important one, is that measuring impact or investigating impact may not always be easy, but it's absolutely possible. There are opportunities, even when it seems as though it's difficult to measure impact, there's always an opportunity to find what the impact of training and learning is. So the time that I'm going to spend with you today is really focused on some of the techniques that I've discovered that I am using that have helped me be successful as an L&D detective when it comes to looking for facts, clues, evidence, and data that shows how training and learning is measurably impacting people's behavior and their performance as well. I want to start and begin with looking at what I call impact standards. And impact standards are important because quite often what we'll find is that someone may ask us to measure the impact of training. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water here. We may be asked to measure the impact of training, or we may be asked to show results. But in order to do that, the training and learning solutions for which we are asked to measure results need to have standards in place so that there's opportunity for us to measure impact. So there are some criteria that our training and learning solutions need to meet before we make the decision to measure impact. So I want to share with you what those standards are. The first standard is whether or not the training or the learning solution has priority. And by priority, I mean, does it have leadership, attention, visibility, or sponsorship? So, is a senior leader supporting the training or the learning? Does the senior leader see training and learning as something that supports a business goal? So, if the training or learning solution has senior leadership support and senior leadership visibility, then it deserves an impact investigation and it has met one of the standards. The second standard is whether or not that training or learning solution is uniquely positioned with alignment to a business goal or maybe even a business strategy. We want to make sure that when we are planning our training and learning solutions that there is alignment so that we aren't off doing our own thing, but rather we are doing what is important to the business and what matters to the business. So the second impact standard is whether or not that training or that learning solution is positioned with alignment to a business goal. The third standard is around purpose. And this is one that I consider to be very important because when we're thinking about purpose, we're thinking about the extent to which the training or the learning solution has specific targets for performance outcomes. You may recall that the first L&D detective guiding principle is that performance is the North Star. So when we're thinking about purpose, we're thinking about the extent to which the training and the learning solution has specific targets for performance outcomes. So that's standard number three. Standard number four is all about metrics and data and key performance indicators, or what we call KPIs. So we want to ask the question, does the training or learning solution have pinpoints? And those pinpoints are those things that we're going to use to measure impact. We're going to use those to measure impact on people performance and business goals. So that's the fourth standard. And then the fifth standard is whether or not the training or the learning solution has power, right? We know that a single event, just one training event or one training experience, is less likely to impact performance in a way that helps people achieve business goals. But what gives a training and a learning solution power is when it is a continuum, when there is an opportunity for multiple activators. So we want to get away from the idea that one event or one training class will help people change behavior, change their actions, and change performance. But really, learning is a continuum. So we want to keep the learning going, and we want to support our people and teams, and we want to support them with different types of training and learnings that give them the power they need to achieve that business goal. So power is the fifth standard. And then oops, sorry about that. So then the sixth standard, impact standard, is whether or not that training or learning solution has payoff. And so by payoff, we mean, is there a heavy investment in either time or money? So perhaps the training or learning solution requires a significant investment in hours for the time that people will invest in their training and professional development. Or maybe even the training or the learning solution has a heavy investment in costs to build or deliver the training or learning solution. So if it has a high investment, then we want to move forward in investigating impact. So I just want to recap what we're looking at here. These are the 6 impact standards. And what we want to do before we try to measure or investigate impact for a training or a learning solution is ensure that these 6 standards have been met. Now, a lot of people ask, Kevin, do training and learning solutions have to fulfill or meet all of these standards before we make a decision to investigate impact? And I would just say that the more of these impact standards that are met, the more likely it is that that training or learning solution is uniquely positioned to measure impact. So when you start to take a look at priority, position, purpose, pinpoints, power, and payoff, you want to make sure that your training and learning solution is meeting as many of those standards as possible, because at least then you'll know that that training or learning solution has all that it needs in order to potentially impact people's performance and business outcomes. Just going to take another sip of water here. So the next question then is, how do we proactively plan for impact? The biggest challenge that I see in the training and learning industry globally is that when people are thinking about impact, it's always the afterthought. More often than not, training programs and learning solutions are designed and deployed. And then the question is, how are we going to measure impact? Well, I believe that we can be more successful with measuring impact if we think about it at the forefront, if we are proactively thinking about measuring impact. So I'm going to share with you 6 questions that I believe will uniquely position you and your training and your learning solutions for measurable impact on performance and business goals. But you have to ask these questions first, and you have to get these answers first. So here they are. The first question that we want to ask is really around business goals. And this kind of goes back to whether or not the training or learning solution is aligned. So in our conversation with business partners and stakeholders that we work with, the first question that we want to ask is, what is the business goal that we want to address? And then following up on that, the question then is, what is the opportunity that the business goal either addresses, or the problem that the business goal solves, right? So the core and the condition play with each other, or they're connected to one another, because the first thing is we want to know is, what is the business goal? And then to follow on to that, we want to know what the context for the business goal is. So is the business goal the result of an opportunity that the business wants to pursue, or maybe it's a problem that the business needs to solve? Then the third question that we want to ask is, who is supporting the business goal? And by supporting the business goal, and when I ask who, what I want to discover is, who are the different function or the cross-functional partners in the business who are coming together to help the business achieve that goal? So that's the third question that I want to ask. And then the fourth question is around community, right? So it's, who are the people, who are the employees, what are the different roles in the business that are going to help achieve that goal? And then the perfect follow-up question to that one then is around capability, right? So we want to know, what do the people, the community, what do they need? What are the capabilities? What are the skills? What are the behaviors that they need in order to achieve that business goal, right? So let's keep going here with our sixth question. And remember, all of these questions are questions that we want to ask before our training solution or our training program is designed. The next question, and probably one of the most important questions, is around comparison. Here, we want to be thinking about the performance gap. And when we think about the performance gap, we're thinking about, where is performance today versus where it needs to be in the future in order to achieve the business goal. So that's why we reference that as a business gap. The next question that we want to ask then is around the facts, the clues, the evidence, and the data, because we want to be thinking about the causation, and we can use data to give insight on the extent to which the drivers that are moving performance in the right direction are being activated in the right way, right? Because there are multiple things that activate performance. So when we talk about causation, we want to be thinking about all those different things that influence behavior, actions, and performance. The follow-up question to that then is, what are the measures and the KPIs that we're going to use to measure business performance and people performance? Because those ultimately give insight into the extent to which there is a change in behavior, and whether or not that change in behavior is actually influencing the business goals. So we want to have answers to what the KPIs are, the key performance indicators. We want to know what those key performance indicators are up front. And then the last question that we want to ask is around caution, right? So what are the risks? And when we're thinking about risk, the question is really asking what is it that might threaten the goal, or what is it that might inhibit people's performance. So we want to be clear about what those risks are up front so that we can plan to mitigate those risks, right? So if you look at these 9 questions, what you may notice immediately is that none of these questions have anything to do with training. And that's intentional. When we're having our first conversation, what we really want to be focused on is discovering business goals. We want to be focused on identifying the performance requirements that will help the business achieve those goals. We want to be thinking about what the performance gaps are, again, where are people today versus where they need to be in order to achieve those business goals. We want to be thinking about all the different things that contribute to performance, that's causation. And then we want to be thinking about what we're going to measure. So what's important here as you take a look at these 9 questions, again, is that you want to ask these questions up front, because the information that you get from the answers to these questions will ultimately help you determine whether or not training is a solution at all. Because it may be that for whatever the business goal is and the condition for that business goal, maybe training is a solution, maybe it's not. But if you collect the answers to these questions, you'll have all the information you need to inform that decision. And shortly, I'm going to show you a decision tree that will help you decide when training is a solution, when it's not, and what to do next. So I want to spend a little bit of time here talking about impact contributors. What we saw in the 9 questions that we just took a look at was, I believe it was the 3rd question, where we asked, who are the contributors? So quite often people think that training and learning can achieve a business goal by itself, but it can't, because winning is a team sport. So what you're looking at here is an example of different cross-functional partners who are coming together to achieve a business goal. And what you see with the percentages is what we call their percent contribution to goal. So it just kind of shows you the piece of the pie that everyone owns when it comes to achieving the goal. And if you add up all of those pieces to the pie, you'll see where the total comes to 100%, which means that even though there are some cross-functional partners who own more, or who have a higher contribution to achieving the goal than others, everyone is coming together to achieve that business goal. And when everyone comes together, the result is 100% contribution to goal. So I'm just going to take another sip of water here. So the other thing that I'd like to show you is this idea around multiple performance drivers. So what we want to see here is all the things that contribute to people performing in a way that help them achieve a business goal. And if you take a look at this example, and this is just one example, we can see here where performance is driven by manager support, rewards and recognition, tools and technology. How about natural ability, right? How about those things that people are just naturally good at? Engagement, are employees engaged in their work, engaged in what they're doing? And accountability. Accountability is a driver, because when people are held accountable, then they step up to the plate, and they are motivated to get the work done. So the important thing to note here is that training is not the only thing that drives performance. Learning is not the only thing that drives performance. What you see here are examples of other performance drivers. So I just wanted to make sure that I call that out, because as we think about measuring impact, we have to be thinking about all the things that contribute to impact for a person's performance. Here is the impact opportunity decision tree, and I spoke about this very briefly a little earlier. When we, and I'll just go back here for a moment, when we get the answers to all of these questions, we then have what we need to make a decision about whether or not training and learning is an appropriate solution. And this decision tree kind of helps you make that decision. And it starts by asking, after you've collected all that information and you can evaluate it, is training a solution or not? And if training is a solution, then what we first want to do is determine whether or not we already have something, because we may not necessarily need to build something new or buy something new based on the business goal, based on the performance requirements to achieve that goal. We may already have something in place that will help. So if we already have something in place that will help, then we can recommend the existing solution. But let's just say that we don't have a solution in place. Then that means that we will have to build it, we will have to buy it, or maybe we'll do both. What do we do when training or learning is not the solution? Well, that may happen, right? Because there are times where the thought is that training or learning is going to contribute to the business goal, but sometimes that's not the case. So in those instances where we've discovered through asking those 9 questions that training and learning is not a solution, then we just want to be able to make an appropriate recommendation. All right. I want to touch very briefly on impact-based design. So when we have the conversation, asking those 9 questions and going through the impact opportunity interview, what we're able to get is the information, again, that informs whether or not we're going to recommend training as a solution, or whether we would say that training is not the solution. So in this example, let's just say that we have determined and decided that training and learning is the solution. So when we get the results from the impact opportunity interview, that informs the decisions that we'll want to make for impact design. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time with impact design here, because this is more about how we measure impact. But the important thing to note here is that we have something to do with that information that we get back from the impact opportunity interview. We want to take a look at the results from that interview, and we want to use those results to inform decisions so that we can bake impact into our instructional design when we're creating our training and our learning solutions. Now I want to talk about what everybody likes to talk about when it comes to measuring impact, and that's the facts, the clues, the evidence, and the data that show whether or not training or learning impacted behavior, actions, and performance. And there are essentially 3 categories of facts, clues, or rather 3. I said 8. I held up 8 fingers. There are 3 categories of facts, clues, evidence, and data for impact. And that's learning performance data, people performance data, and business performance data. And when you add all of these up together, what you get is impact. You get the results that show whether or not training and learning actually impacted business goals and impacted people's performance. So I just want to spend a little bit of time showing you what facts, clues, evidence, and data for impact looks like. And we're going to start with learning performance data. So learning performance data that I like to use comes from impact-based or impact learning surveys. The difference between traditional learning surveys and impact learning surveys is that the questions in an impact learning survey are focused on performance and performance outcomes. And those questions help you estimate the extent to which you can expect behavior, actions, and performance will change as a result of training and learning. So what you see here are 2 questions. The first question at the top is a question in a learning survey that's asked immediately following the program. The question at the bottom is a question that is asked via a survey to employees 30 days later, like after the program. And what this does is give us an estimate for what we can expect. And it is strictly based on sentiment, the employee sentiment, but it still gives us a good signal. It gives us a clue about the extent to which the training or the learning solution was effective in impacting behavior, actions, or performance. So one of the things that I collect as evidence, as a clue for impact, is the data that you get from a learning impact survey, and that's what we're looking at here. The other thing that I want to talk about when it comes to evidence for impact is test and control groups. And I believe that this is one of the most reliable ways that we can gain insight into the extent to which training and learning is measurably impacting people's behavior, actions, and their performance. And so the test group is the group that gets training and learning. The control group does not get the training. They aren't being penalized or punished. They didn't do anything wrong. But the reason that we want to have a test group and a control group is so that we can compare and contrast differences. So if the test groups gets training and everything stays the same for the control group, the expectation is that there's going to be something a little different with the behavior, the actions, and performance for the test group because they had a training or a learning experience. And so that's why we have a test group and a control group. If the results from the test group tell us that the training and the learning measurably impact the behavior, actions, performance, and business goals, and we know that it works, we can then take a look at launching out the training to larger groups, including the control group. So let me just kind of show you how that works here with an example. More evidence for impact comes through people performance data. And this is an example of a store where they had a training program, they had a test group, and they had a control group. And what they wanted to do is take a look at the impact of that training program on their customer satisfaction scores. So if you take a look at the first example, all of the stores in the first quarter, Q1, had a 35% customer satisfaction score. And that represents the number of customers who would recommend shopping at that store. So then if you take a look at the second example, the control group, and remember the control group is the group that did not get the training. In the second quarter, the control group's customer satisfaction scores actually dropped down to 30%. But take a look at the far right, where we have the test group. The test group is the group that received the training, and we can see that their customer satisfaction scores jumped up to 50%. They had a training program to help them with their customer service skills. So if we compare and contrast the control group to the test group, remember the control group did not get the training, the test group did get the training, the control group customer satisfaction scores went down, the test group customer satisfaction scores went up, and the test group is the group that got the training. So based on what the data tells us, we can say that training influenced or impacted customer satisfaction scores for the test group. Now, there are other things that may have contributed to the customer satisfaction scores going up, but again, we know that training and learning is one of the contributing factors to that customer satisfaction score going up. The other thing that we can take a look at for evidence for impact is business performance data. So with business performance data, it can take any one of a number of different key performance indicators that are relative to the industry in which you work and the different things that that particular business might measure. What you're looking at here, customer satisfaction, operations, market position, time, sales, areas, volumes. These are just examples of business performance metrics. And the extent to which training and learning performance metric. So let's take a look at an example of what that looks like. Let's use this as an example of sales, right? And we're going to use that control group, test group example again. And just so that you remember, the control group is the group that does not get training. The test group is the group that gets training. So again, if we take a look at this example and we were to use this example to show the differences between the two groups, and again, let's just say that this represents sales, right? So we can see something very interesting here, right? So with the control group, sales went up. But remember, the control group is the group that did not get training. What we see for the test group, the group that got the training, is a dip. Now, we would expect that with the training or the learning solution, that things would get better. But this is an example of where things did not get better for the test group, the group that got the training. So this is an example of where we would have to go back and take a look at some dynamics and do a bit more research to figure out why is it that the group that did not receive training appears to have had an increase, and the group that did have training had a decrease. So just wanted to show you this example because things don't always work the way we expect them to, right? But when we have data like this, it gives us an opportunity to do research and investigate and rely on data versus relying on our feelings. I'm going to take another sip of water here. So here's what I'm excited about when it comes to measuring the impact of training and learning. There is a lot of data, a lot of facts, a lot of evidence in our learning ecosystem. And let me tell you what a learning ecosystem is. So in our learning ecosystem, we have employees who are engaging in different types of training, engaging in different types of learning. So that may include things like digital learning, an e-learning course, or going to a class. Although in this time of COVID, we aren't necessarily coming together in classrooms, but we are coming together via virtual classrooms through video. So people are still learning. The other thing that people are doing to learn is watching videos, or maybe they're listening to a podcast, or maybe they're reading a white paper, or maybe they're downloading white papers or information. The idea here is that in a learning ecosystem, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of facts, there's a lot of clues and evidence that helps us determine the impact of training and learning. So with access to all of those different data sources, we can tell different stories and stories that we've not been able to tell before, because now we have access to all that data that helps us answer the question, what is the impact of training and what is the impact of learning? How is training and learning measurably impacting people's behavior and impacting people's performance? And how is training and learning helping people achieve business goals? So that's information that we can get now in our learning ecosystem. And so as the L&D detective and as an L&D detective, I'm not only looking at business performance data, people performance data, and learning performance data, I'm also looking for facts, clues, evidence, and data that is in the learning ecosystem that answers the question, what is the impact of training and learning? I've shared a lot of information with you today, and I literally just scratched the surface. I wanted to share with you at a very high level the different ways in which I measure the impact of training and learning. The first thing I did was share with you the guiding principles for my work as an L&D detective. And then we took a look at impact standards. After we took a look at impact standards, we took a look at the impact opportunity investigation. And that was those 9 questions that leads the conversation and discussion that helps us discover where there's opportunity for training and learning to impact performance and business goals. After we did that, we took a little bit of time and we looked at the different activators and influencers for performance. And then we took a look at the different contributors to achieving a business goal. And then we spent a little bit of time taking a look at the different kinds of facts, clues, evidence, and data that tell us whether or not training and learning is impacting behavior, actions, performance, and business goals. And what we saw was learning performance data, people performance data, and business performance data. And then we wrapped up our conversation by taking a look at the different kind of data that is available in our learning ecosystem. So We barely scratched the surface. I really just wanted to introduce you to my work as an L&D detective. But here's the exciting news. You can go to my website at kevinmyates.com and you can download a free copy of the L&D Detective Kit for Solving Impact Mysteries. And in the L&D Detective Kit, I go into much more detail with what we talked about today. In addition to that, there are examples of what we've talked about today. And there's also a template that will help you apply what we've talked about so that you too can be an L&D detective. So I want to thank you for spending some time with me today. I hope that I have shared something that is helpful. I hope that I have shared something that you can use. And again, I want to encourage you to go out to my website, kevinmyates.com, where you can download your own free copy of the L&D Detective Kit for Solving Impact Mysteries. And what you'll discover is that you too can be an L&D detective. And again, thank you for spending time with me today. I hope it was helpful. An L&D detective. And again, thank you for spending time with me today. I hope it was helpful.
Let's appreciate Kevin. We can give him a better hand.
An L&D detective. And again, thank you for spending time with me today. I hope it was helpful.
Sorry, there's a bit of an echo there. I guess what he's saying is you need to now be the Inspector Mwala of L&D, which is the Kenyan version of the L&D detective. So I know a couple of us had some questions for Kevin. I don't know whether we have time, and we have him live. Robert, perhaps you could project that. Kevin has had an interesting career around learning and development. He currently works for Facebook, doing impact analysis on the learning and development that Facebook undertakes. He's also worked for McDonald's within the learning and development space. So quite an expert within that field. So I urge you all to download the L&D Detective Kit and use it, because L&D is always one of those areas where anytime there is an impact of business, they say /training. So Kevin is online all the way from Washington. I don't know whether he can hear us. Robert, can he? L&D is always one of those areas where anytime there is an impact of business, they say /training.
I can hear you. Into the chat. So if you can hear me, maybe if you could just send me a chat message and let me know. Okay, hopefully you're not getting a delay, because I'm getting a bit of an echo. I'm hoping that that echo is only on my end. So I'm watching my chat messages. Are we doing okay, Robert? I'm checking. Okay, awesome. Okay, I just got your message, Robert. So you indicated that we can go ahead. What I'm going to do is log out from my iPad, because maybe that way I won't get an echo. Okay, and I'll keep checking the chat messages, Robert. I just want to pull that up here so that I am ready. Okay, so I know that there are 2 questions. Rose was kind enough. Well, first of all, let me say hello. Hello from the US. It is about 8 a.m. in the morning here. I am so happy to be back in the motherland in Africa. I was sharing with Robert earlier that I was actually in Nairobi last year presenting at a conference. It was my first time in Africa. It was absolutely amazing, and it really made me feel like I had come back home. So I can't be with you there right now because of pandemic, but I do still feel like I'm with you. Rose sent over 2 questions that you had from my presentation, so I want to go ahead and answer those questions. Um, First question was, what is a KPI for L&D, or what is a key performance indicator for L&D? And I did that a little bit in the video. There are 3 types of key performance indicators for L&D. The first key performance indicator for L&D is for learning performance. The second KPI for L&D is people performance. And then the third example, the third KPI for L&D is business performance. So I'm going to give you some examples of that. So an example of a KPI, key performance indicator, for learning performance would be the kind of data that you get from a learning survey that you send to attendees or joiners or participants right after the class. That's an example of a learning performance KPI. Another example of a learning performance KPI might be an assessment or a test. The assessment or the test will help you measure what people have learned. So that's another example of a learning performance KPI. So remember, there are 3. The first KPI is a learning performance KPI. The second KPI is people performance KPI. Because if you design training appropriately, learning will impact performance. So then you want to measure learning's impact on performance. So a people performance example would be things like the customer satisfaction score that I shared in the video, because customer satisfaction scores show how people are performing when they are engaging with customers. And that shows you how they are performing in their role, how they are executing in the role. There may also be access to employee performance data that comes from performance reviews. If you are able to get access to that data, then you can make the connection between people performance and learning. The third KPI is business performance, and that may be things like revenue, sales, errors, position in the marketplace. Um, those are the different types of business performance data that we can take a look at. Because what we want to do when we're looking at KPIs is make the connection between learning performance KPIs, people performance KPIs, and business performance KPIs. So if you go to my website and download your free copy of the L&D Detective Kit, you'll find that I go into detail about the different types of KPIs that are available for L&D and how we use those KPIs to measure impact. So that would be the answer to that question around what are the different KPIs for L&D. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water and then I'm going to answer that second question. The second question that came up was what are performance drivers? And when we think about performance drivers, we're thinking about those different things that activate people's performance. And there could be any one of a number of different kinds of performance drivers or those things that activate people's performance. One of the things that activates performance, or that is a performance driver that we often forget, is natural ability, right? There are some things that we are just naturally good at. There are some things that skills and capabilities that we're born with. And those are things that we're just good at. So that's one of the things that drives our performance. The other thing that drives our performance is manager support. The way in which our manager supports us with our work and getting things done and in our role also drives performance. Another example of a performance driver is rewards and recognition and compensation because we all like to get paid. Everybody likes money, right? I don't know anybody that doesn't like money. So, one of the other drivers as an input to performance is rewards, recognition, compensation. And then there is tools, technology, the extent to which we have tools and technologies to help us do our work also is an input into our capability and is also a performance driver. And then, of course, there is professional development and training and learning. That's another example of a performance driver or an input into performance. So there are multiple inputs. I've just named three or four, but there are definitely other drivers for performance, and certainly training, learning, and professional development is an example. So if there are other questions, or even if there is time for questions, Rose, I'm happy to take another question. If you want to have Robert an additional question in the chat window, I can answer that question. I'm happy to do so. So I'm keeping an eye out, Robert, to see what's coming in. So Robert, I am watching the chat on my phone.
If you need to get in touch with him, he's very responsive on LinkedIn. Just send him a message. If you just type in Kevin Yates, the L&D detective, you should be able to find him on LinkedIn. Let's engage with him because he's full of lots of knowledge around L&D. Okay. So our next speaker is not new to us. If you ever watched Jichopevu, read The Elephant, then you'll know who exactly I'm talking about. And he's not in politics. There were two, right? So one is in Nyali, the other one is here with us today. He is a Kenyan investigative journalist. It's okay, I will give an opportunity to clap. Please clap for him. He is a Kenyan investigative journalist and the co-founder of African Uncensored, a company of journalists with one goal: to be the best investigative and in-depth journalism company in Kenya. He has always loved Africa and journalism, and so what better profession to go into that one allows him to tell the story of very important stories within Africa. He has been a journalist for 12 years, based out of Nairobi, from where he has reported on issues and events in Kenya and the region. While every story he tells is important to him, some have also won him awards and accolades, such as the 2009 CNN African Journalist of the Year Award. He holds a BA in journalism from University of USIU Africa. Please put your hands together for John Allan Namo. If you have any questions, we'll have a Q&A session. But if you want to pass on the questions as well, seated at the front, you can type them out on a paper and somebody will come and collect them. So karibu sana, John.
right, good afternoon, everybody. How is everybody doing? Very, very comprehensive presentation there. Unfortunately, mine is not nearly as comprehensive as that, so my apologies in advance. This is the first time I'm speaking to a gathering this large. I actually feel now more like Moha than myself. Nikiongea na wanasiasa, kama mwanasiasa. And given that this is Inuumati, let me start spreading my political gospel, even though Rose had said that I shouldn't speak politics. Let me start my presentation by first saying hello. As you heard, my name is John Allen Namu. I'm an investigative reporter, and now I work for Africa Uncensored. You might have known some of the work that we had done in the past. And yes, I'm here to speak to you about staying ahead of the curve. Very difficult conversation for me, given that we are all in this together. I don't know whether I'll have the insights that could help you stay ahead of the curve, but nonetheless, I'll start. So I was told to talk about my storytelling journey, and permit me to begin with a story. Siniliwaambia, it feels like a political rally, the way you're looking and you can't even see the person at the end. So I'll start with a story that speaks to our current context. So there was a guy called James. Let's just call him James because, yeah. So James lived a long and a happy and fruitful life. And then he died, as all of us will. And it so happened that on the day that he died, God na Shetani were having a conversation. And so they reached a conclusion while they were having a conversation. Let's see how many people who die today we can attract into our numbers, right? And so for that day, the very day that James died, it was free admission to heaven, free admission to hell. No matter what you did, it was your choice to decide whether you could go to heaven or to hell. So James passes on, his soul departs from his body, and in a few minutes, he reaches the gates of St. Peter, the gates of heaven. And St. Peter's there, and there's a long, long line of very, very happy-looking people. And so he gets to the front of the line, and he asks St. Peter, what's going on? So St. Peter says, James, you are in luck today. Today is the only day that you'll be allowed to choose whether you want to go to heaven or whether you want to go to hell. And so James, started to think about his life and all of the sins that he had committed, and he started naming them. Even if I had done this, even if I had done this. And St. Peter was like, I promise you, no matter what you've done, today is that one opportunity. So you choose. So then James thought, and being an enterprising Kenyan, he was like, let me go and check out what the competition is doing first. So he told St. Peter, before you admit me, because this seems like the obvious choice, let me just go and see what's happening in hell. After all, we've read so much in the Bible about what's happened in heaven versus hell. So St. Peter said, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, but I can still come back, right? He's like, yeah, and as long as you don't make your choice while there. So he said, okay, sawa, just go to that lift over there and press the letter H. So akaingia lift, the lift closed, he presses the letter H, and he goes down. He goes down for a while, and into the darkness, and then he opens up and finds the biggest party that he's ever seen. Watu wanakunywa, watu wanakula, the music is great, there's nyama choma, wafting, kuna kapilipili kinakatwa huko kwa nini, tuweka ili ukule hiyo kapilipili kwa umbali. All of his friends, those ones who walikuwa na madhambi mingi sana, aliwaona hapo, and he was like salimiaing them, and he's like, hey, my gosh, I'm so surprised to see you here. And they were like, oh my gosh, James, you're just in time. The pool party is starting. Hell is one hell of a party. And so he's like, Ati hell is what? Yeah, in fact, those white caps over there we reserved for you. See, we remember that you liked white cap. And James was still in disbelief. So he goes and he says, okay, fine. Wacha kwanza niongee na mkubwa wenu. So he goes asking, have you seen Satan anywhere over here? So he's pointed to a guy standing in the corner, tall, slender, handsome man in a suit and tie. And so he approaches him, very tentatively because of all of the stories we've heard about Satan. And then he looks at him and he doesn't see a long tail. He doesn't see a forked tongue. He doesn't see horns. He doesn't see the ugliest person he's ever thought of. And so he taps him on the shoulder and he's like, excuse me, Mr. Shetani. And the guy spins around. He's like, James, how are you? We've been expecting you. And he was like, okay, not so soon yet. I just wanted to know, is this thing about this choosing whether you can go to heaven or hell true? He's like, yes. In fact, did your friends over there tell you about your white caps? Yeah, they did. Yeah, and the pool party later on. Yes, they did. Yeah, so you just make your choice. Angalia, you see those people who are telling you at hell, there'll be gnashing of teeth and wailing and damnation without relief. That was my opposition. They were trying to finish me. So James thought, and he's like, okay, Sam, I've seen what you have to offer. It looks very attractive. Let me go back to heaven and see what it's like. He was like, you don't worry, but don't take too long. Hii party kianza, ukiachwa, that's it. So he decides, okay, fine, let me go back to heaven. And so he goes back to heaven, he presses H1, Peter, the gates of St. Peter, and it opens up. And he wafts through a cloud into a beautiful arena with a big tent like this, with people playing harps, and kulikuwa na kesha hapo kwa kona, and people were praying and saying, hallelujah. Oh, James, praise God, you are here. Oh, what a wonderful person. You live such a good life. Come, in fact, let me put your wings on you. We've been waiting. We've been preparing them, throughout your life. And James was like, hey, okay, but let me walk around and see. So he walks around, he analyzes the place, and he's like, okay, I think I've made my decision. So he goes back to the gates of St. Peter. And he tells St. Peter, I've analyzed both places, and wow, honestly, you guys are doing a great job. But to be honest, St. Peter, heaven is a little boring. Me, when I thought about heaven, I thought I'd go to a party, nyama choma, I can do whatever I want. All of those things nilikuwa nimejishikilia in life, and not to do, and not to eat too much lest I get gout. All of those things I thought I'd be able to do in heaven. And St. Peter was like, well, so he was like, you're sure heaven is boring? And he said, yeah, in fact, I've made my decision. I want to go to hell. Ati unataka kuenda wapi? Aya. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. And so he's like, okay, fine. You know that once you make this decision, it's the final decision, right? And so he's like, yeah, me, I'm sure, don't worry. In fact, you guys back in hizo angels zenu, me, I'm going to, naenda kujibamba kabisa. Wachaneni na kesha, right? Let me go and enjoy myself. And so he presses that button H again, and he goes down to hell. And when the gates open, while expecting that, Nyama Choma is straightened his shirt and his collar and he's ready. He's got his dancing shoes on, and the gates open. And he sees a barren desert with bones and people screaming and people gnashing their teeth. And those same friends that he was looking for were still there, only they were wearing bad clothes. They were threadbare, they were thin and crying for water and for help. They were suffering, and there was that lake of fire, and he could see some of the souls swimming up and down. And he's like, my gosh, where am I? And so he tries to go and ask his friends. His friends don't speak to him. So he's like, hey, please, just point me to where Satan is. I need to clear this thing up right now. So he's pointed to where he is. And when he approaches him, he sees this big, beastly person with a tail and a forked tongue and horns, and the ugliest person that he could have ever seen. And when he taps him on the shoulder, Satan spins around. He's like, well, unataka nini? And he's like, excuse me? I was here 5 minutes ago and this place was completely different. There was a swimming pool, there was a party. And Satan was like, but who are you? My name is James. I died 10 minutes ago and I was told to come and check here whether I wanted to be here. And what is this thing that you're showing me? And he's like, James, I remember. James, when you came, wakati ulipokuja, ilikuwa wakati wa campaign. And that's the end of the story. Now you know why. Now you know why I did Jichopevu and I wasn't on the Churchill show. humor is not my thing. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today about staying ahead of the curve. And when Rose asked me to speak today, I was very honestly, I was very shocked, very surprised, very humble, obviously, but trying to think about what I would tell a group of human resources professionals about staying ahead of the curve. And since transitioning from KTN, where I did the Inside Story and Jichopevu, to Africa Uncensored, it's been, quite a journey and quite a number of things that I learned that I hopefully can share with you today from my perspective, going from being an employee to an employer of persons, and going from achieving the vision of other people to achieving my own. And the first lesson is about visions, right? So when I left KTN, many people were very surprised about the decision that I had made. Gosh, that's such a huge platform. How could you do this? This is an incredibly good employer. Ukitembea kila mahali, people know who you are. You get access to all of the best places. You can speak to all sorts of people. Why would you leave to go and start your own thing? And when you leave, I don't know if anybody read that article by the former PS for, I think it was Information, Bitangen Demo, that when you leave public office, your phone stops ringing. That is exactly what happens when you leave a place like KTN to try and found your own thing. Your phone stops ringing. All of those people who said, tutakuwa na wewe. That was just, hiyo likuwa sasa hiyo siasa. And I found very, very cold reception to us as Africa Uncensored whenever I'd approach people from my former employer and other people trying to get, some of our work onto television. And then when I'd walk in the streets, people would recognize me and they'd be like, because it'd been a while since I was on TV. Nimrod, hi, how are you? And I'd always have to correct them. No, I'm not Nimrod, I'm John Allan. Lanamu, ulienda wapi hata wewe uliingia siasa? No, I'm like, no. And start to explain the entire story of why I left and when I joined. And I'd inevitably meet the same questions, right? So, how can you leave KTN? KTN's a good employer. KTN's a great place. You guys were doing so well. Sasa nani atatuambia vitu ambavyo hatujui? What happens to Jichopevu? All sorts of questions, right? And I silently, if not, with a lot of determination, faced up to these questions and tried to answer them as best I could, knowing one thing in the back of my mind, that as well-meaning as all of those questions and all of those concerns were about where I was going and why I would dump KTN to back a completely unknown company, to start a completely unknown company, was that I had a vision of where I wanted to go. And visions are often very personal things. Visions are the sorts of things that you dream about, you think about, you fantasize about, and you work towards, but many times not many people will understand. And when we talk about that story of leaving somewhere to go and start your own thing, it's often thought about in the terms of an entrepreneur. But this also happens within employment. I've seen people who've been able to, achieve their goals and their visions for what their small corner of that big office is. I think one of the people that I've seen do that actually comes from the human resources space. She was our former HRM at Nation Media Group and then KTN, and her name was Pauline Keraide. I don't know whether she was here today, but I saw Pauline transform the human resources department at KTN from something that it was to a really, really great thing whose foundations are being relied upon today. And so the first lesson that I want to talk about is about visions, that many times visions are your own, right? In trying to be able to stay ahead of the curve, visions are your own. Not many people will understand what it is that you are trying to do. And you must therefore trust yourself trust the process and the procedures that you're trying to put in place. Now, I left on November the 29th, 2015. My last broadcast was on that date. And we are now coming up to 5 years. And in those 5 years, I've seen the questions that I was asked initially about where I was going, why I was doing it, worry, concern, some scorn and some laughter. Look at this person looking a gift horse in the mouth. Transform from that to, some begrudging respect, and in some quarters, even admiration for what we've done. Africa Uncensored has won numerous awards for the work that we've been able to do, including global awards. Within the space of 5 years, we're almost at the point of profitability, and we are now in the process of remodeling what a new newsroom looks like. So over the next couple of years, it looks, fairly rosy, like there's going to be a good path ahead. So the first lesson I'd like to talk about is that just your vision is your own. Trust that when you're doing something, you're doing the right thing and you're doing it for yourself, whether it's within your own department or as a person who's trying to do something for themselves. The second lesson that I want to talk about is Africa Uncensored storytelling. And I'll relate this to something in the human resources space. So when I left, one of the first questions we were asked is, okay, so you used to do news and documentaries and you'd anchor, are you going to do the same thing? And I said, yes, but slightly different. No, I'm not going to be doing the same thing. For one, we would not be looking at news, daily news, right? And someone asked me, but that's what everybody watches. And this is tied to the point that I was making about the visions that I was having about where I wanted to go. It's tied to the realities that I had been observing while I was in a media space. That increasingly, people wouldn't tune into a television set at 7 p.m. and at 9 p.m., right? People would follow the news on their phones, as I'm sure a few of you are doing now, looking at what's the latest update, getting informed about things from here and abroad. Within a blink of an eye, you'd be able to catch up with what's happening in the US election, the latest lies that Donald Trump has spun, and in a few tweets, you'd be able to catch up on speeches from BBI rally. So the nature of how we consume our news and how we consume our content was changing faster than the mainstream could, right? And so I asked myself and my co-founders asked ourselves, is that really the space that we want to play in? And so when we released our first documentaries, it was a little bit like what we used to do on Jopevu and The Inside Story, but eventually we moved completely away from reporting things on a daily basis. Only in very, very rare circumstances, and I can name them on one hand, would we actually report about what was going on. And the reason is context, right? News, documentaries, the kind of work that we do is not so much about what happens today. It's about explaining why what happens today is important to what happened yesterday and what will happen tomorrow. It's about setting the wider context for people, for audiences such as yourselves to be able to engage with, right? And in doing so, content that we produce today will be useful tomorrow. Now, the nature of news is that it's a very wasteful and perishable animal, news, as we know it. Because you'll watch something today, tomorrow it won't be interesting unless it was something incredibly funny or incredibly incendiary, something that tugged at your emotions, and you'd want to share. But rarely are the occasions where you'd watch yesterday's news next week, right? And by doing so, we've now started to see that we're recruiting people as audience members who are more interested in the context, who are more interested in what this information means for the decisions that I'll make today. So if you saw recently, there was a conversation about tribalism at the launch of the BBI. And people were struggling to explain to themselves, at least some people that I spoke to themselves, and to their friends why, you know, a person like Uhuru Kenyatta would say that we are all tribalists in this room and that our politics is tribal. Now, we had covered the 2017 election, not so much to, you know, to report about it, but to do something later. And the format of storytelling that I told you about is one that we employed in a documentary called In Tribe We Trust. It was launched on the 21st of January 2018. I'd just like to play a couple of minutes from that, just to be able to demonstrate what that means. Is that okay with you? I know it's been a long day. I hope you'll be able to bear with me. Is that all right? All right, so
Tribal politics was drawing lines where none existed in such a close-knit community. But Kenya's politics, by design, was always meant to be tribal.
Now, the British built a railway line in Kenya, partly because they wanted to control the headwaters of the Nile. And they wanted to control the headwaters of the Nile because they were in Egypt. And Egypt represented the shortest route to India, which was a jewel in the imperial crown. The question then became how you make the railway line pay for itself. And in a nutshell, what then happened was everything in Kenya was focused on the railway line. And developments, roads, schools, infrastructure was all built within 160 miles of the railway line, about 240 kilometers of the railway line. That's where all developments were done. This led to a very significant geographical concentration of power. This is a highly, power in Kenya is highly centralized. Geographically speaking, it's highly centralized. So what happened historically was, if you look at the 8 provinces we used to have, each provincial headquarters was either on the railway line or within 22 kilometers of the railway line. And that was Embu. The only headquarters that was not on the railway line was Garissa, which was the forward base for Ethiopia, for Somalia, if you see what I mean. So that the state evolved as very concentrated. Now, what that also meant was, if you think about Kenya, identity tends to follow geography. So even ethnic groups tend to occupy particular territory. So what happened in Kenya was the ethnic groups that were within the 240 kilometers of the railway line also were inserted into the colonial economy very early on. So you had a geographically concentrated state, an ethnically concentrated state, and basically within that area I've just described, which is the area within the railway line, what you had were the Mount Kenya communities, the Central Highlands of the Rift, the communities in the Central Highlands of the Rift, Nandi, Kipsigis, the Kalenjin group cluster, and then you had the Luyas and the Luos, and of course the Kisis. So the state was ethnically concentrated around those ethnic groups.
The politicization of ethnic identity began much earlier. It began actually with the colonial experience.
So what we want to get is power. That is the government. We want to rule our country.
Now, what Kenyatta did was to continue the politicization of ethnic identity at independence, instead of disrupting it, because he had the opportunity of disrupting the politicization of ethnic identity and creating a nationhood. But he lost that opportunity, again, because he believed, and other people believed around him, that the way you retain power is to manipulate ethnic identity, and that way you elite interests become protected by the ethnic group other than any other formation.
At independence, what we decided to do was to adopt Sessional Paper Number 10, African Socialism and its Application to Planning of 1966. And the government said that the government resources would be invested in the areas where they could earn the highest return. What did this mean? This meant exactly the same regions that the colonial government had invested in, which were the areas within 220 kilometers of the railway line.
The major beneficiaries of Sessional Paper Number 10 were the political elite. Now, notice I'm talking about the political elite of communities that lived close to the railway line.
Now that story, so far, explains why all national schools in Kenya were within that area, all major hospitals in Kenya were within that area, all roads were built as feeders to the railway line. That explains that. But where are the pastoralists in these stories? In this story that I've just put out, the pastoralists are very difficult to repress historically, and always have been, because they don't occupy territory, and they don't occupy territory for any length of time. Territory is essential to repression, and that's why farmers are so easy to repress. And then the populations are not stable because they keep shifting. So pastoralism challenges the state. So what the colonial government did was basically to ignore them and to put an institutional and legal barrier. The Outlying Districts Act, the Special District Administration Act, which basically said pastoralists couldn't come into the settled areas. So they were kept out. And that area was considered useless Kenya. The pastoralist areas were considered useless Kenya. So useful Kenya was within 240 kilometers of the railway line, and useless Kenya was everywhere outside of that region. And this is how the politics of Kenya evolved. So, because what then happened, politics was played in the railway zone. So, and how it worked was, you would get a block, an ethnic block. If you are Kikuyu, you mobilize Mount Kenya, and then one more group outside of Mount Kenya, and that was enough to get you then a block of votes, which would then allow you to fill in with a few pastoralist votes. Then that's how you delivered electoral victory. If you are Luo, you did the same thing. You mobilized the Luos and another one or two groups, but not the Kikuyu for historical reasons, which we can talk about. So that ethnicity and the railway line and the way the zone was organized, it became the basis on which we organized our politics. And the pastoralists became a reservoir for filling in. So you would bribe them.
So that they could maintain the colonial model of rulership, all of Kenya's presidents participated in elections that were widely viewed as flawed, with one exception in 2002.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, nisaidie.
The perception that equity could not be reached through an election was part of the reason why, in 2007, Kenya experienced some of its worst violence. Underlying that was the uncomfortable question of tribe. Election was part of the reason why, in 2007, Kenya experienced some of its worst violence. And uncomfortable question of tribe.
Can you hear me? Yes. So, long story short, very long story short, that's kind of what we try and do at Africa Uncensored. We explain the context as opposed to the current happenings, so that when you watch and you engage with some of our content, it's not from a point of view of, hey, mtu alisema hivi na akasema hivi, and then now we try and balance it in the news, but for you to get a wider understanding, whether you agree with it or not, of why it is that we do the things that we do as Kenyans and as Africans. Now, if I was to relate this to human resources, right, and planning and strategy that takes place within human resources, it's oftentimes that people within HR are forced to strategize and to plan on the basis of current events. If we were to take COVID-19 as an example, we must develop a strategy that responds to COVID-19, and then we start to shift around our numbers and our people in certain ways that responds to one thing that's happening today, as opposed to taking a step back and looking at what the fuller picture is. When you're able to take a step back and understand the entire tapestry of which your department plays a small role but has a very big impact, then you become more effective and more efficient. This model of storytelling at the beginning, when we started, wasn't very widely accepted, but progressively it's begun to be something that we are known for, being able to tell the fuller picture, a truer picture of what's happening. But I mentioned Corona, right? And the third lesson I'll kind of intertwine with a story is about when that thing that nobody expects happens, right? And so on March the 13th, we had been watching what was happening in Italy, we had been watching what was happening in the States and in China, and then March the 13th, a gentleman by the name Mutai Kagwe comes and says that we have our first coronavirus case, and if we treat this disease normally, it'll treat us what? Abnormally. Yeah? Yeah, it will treat us abnormally. And indeed it did. Within a month or two, people, especially people within the media industry, were announcing that they were going to, in the States they call it furlough, but here it's, you work 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or fire staff, or put people on 50% salary. And all of us were caught up in it. Pretty much every organization there's no organization that has been untouched by the impact of COVID-19, both financially but also in terms of the human resource. And ours was the same. We were a small company. We had a bad year because of what had happened in 2017, 2018. We're starting to recover, and then, coronavirus hits. And we have to try and reorganize ourselves. We consider the 50% route. Fortunately, things happen that allow us to keep our staff on 100% and keep them on all of their benefits, after a bit of a month of insecurity and instability. And, after what was happening, I thought that I was exceptional, right? And I could take I could breathe a sigh of relief. And then, and you permit me to tell a bit of a personal story. And then I learned about an acronym with 4 letters that has become a very big part of my life and my family's life. And that acronym is TNBC. And TNBC stands for triple negative breast cancer. So in August of this year, after all of this drama has hit, and after we seem to be settling down and we're trying to live life in this new abnormal, my mother gets a diagnosis. She feels a lump in her breast and goes to get it checked out, and she gets a diagnosis that she has triple negative breast cancer. And breast cancer is one of the most common cancers in Kenya, behind cervical cancer. But triple negative breast cancer is very rare and very aggressive. So if we didn't do something at that point, it could have spread, it could metastasize, and within a couple of years or months, we could lose a very central pillar in our family. Interestingly, this is the first time I'm speaking about it. So permit me if I stutter a little. I'm still trying to organize my thoughts about it. But what I've been able to learn since August, since our own earth-shattering news, hit us, was through observing this 67-year-old lady who I've called Mom for all of my life. And when she was told that she had triple negative breast cancer, it was almost immediately her decision, even though it was early stage, to have a double mastectomy. Now, to the gentleman in the room, perhaps the lady next to you can explain to you how much of an impact losing both of your breasts can be on you as a person. She didn't need to do it, but she decided, in order for me to defeat this cancer, I'm going to have a double mastectomy. And she did. And she's recovering, right? But the thing that I learned about that from her was, when these problems hit us, as they evidently and inevitably will, when you're in business or whether you're in employment, you'll always come up against a wall that seems insurmountable. Many of us will spend a lot of time, as I did within the first days, in a daze, just wondering what is going to happen, worrying about the future, worrying about whether she'd be able to see my children's weddings as her mother has seen, mine, wondering about my father, who they've celebrated 43 years of marriage with, wondering about everything, wondering about my own mortality as well as hers. But what I learned from her was that there really was no point to me being in that daze, to me sitting in the problem and stewing in it and allowing it to overwhelm my thoughts. And, with things like that, sometimes it does. I'm sure there are people in the room who've had a relative who's gone through a terminal illness or unfortunately has lost someone. And that kind of days that, I talk about. My mom spent as little time as possible in that space. She decided to have one of the most brutal surgeries that she could have. Mind you, she's 67 years old, so it would have been tough. And at every step of the way, she was the one who was reassuring us more than we were reassuring her. And that told me about something about life. It is very important to appreciate the problem, but really start to work on it as fast as you can, because it also keeps your mind busy. Yesterday she had a bit of a health scare, and so my father and I spent the majority of the evening with her in hospital. And as we sat there, we were talking. Fortunately, it was nothing big. We started talking, my mom and I, and she told me, she turned to me and, of course she doesn't call me John Allen, and I don't know if any of your parents call you by your first name. Atiwe, Stephen, no. She calls me by my home name, which is Ngondi. So she turns to me and she says, Ngondi, it's really important for you to start asking me those questions that, perhaps you've been afraid to ask or have never asked. That I put a pin in it, but that's given me the opportunity to now go and really speak to her about some of the things perhaps that I don't understand in my own life. But the biggest lesson so far, because like I said, we are still part of this journey, is it's encouraged me from some of the things that she's done. For instance, she loved music and never had the time to be able to do that because she was raising a family. So now she wants to learn the guitar. She wants to return to some of the things that were foundational to who she is. What she has unwittingly encouraged me to do is to do the same. In times of crisis, when everything is upside down, when down is up and up is down, and you don't know your left from your right, within a company especially, we are drawn to the temptation to do things that seem right within the moment, to have quick fixes, to run with whatever trend seems, the best trend to do. As you remember, at the beginning of COVID-19, people thought that there was going to be a shortage of toilet paper. So I'm sure that there's someone in Kenya sitting with 50,000 rolls somewhere. Juu alinunua zote, right? There's that temptation to do things in the moment because they feel like that's what everyone's doing, and if everyone's doing it, must be right. The most important lesson that I've drawn from this time in my life personally, and of course from this time in COVID, in trying to stay ahead of this curve that we're always trying to stay ahead of, is to go back to what your origin story is. Who are you? Why are you there? What are you doing this for? Are you doing this because someone else is doing it? Are you doing this because, it's part of a trend? Or are you really, in this profession, in this business, in this life, because you want to be and you're doing it intentionally? Intention is the seed of success, especially when it comes to staying ahead of the curve. I was doing so many things unintentionally. As a journalist, you tell stories about other people. You go into the lives and intrude on the sorrow and the happy moments of other people. And because you gather over time, this list of incredible experiences that other people have gone through, you tend to forget your own. Now, I explained it from the point of view of, business and stuff, but going back to your origin story and what is important to you and who you are is just as important for the person. What might be I hope it's not too long, because I'll read it. A story from my childhood. By the way, not every story I tell is important, so you can view this one in that light. All right, so I'm the last born in a family of 4, and immediately ahead of me is my brother. He's 3 years older than me, and as some of you in the room might know, when you have a sibling who is that close to you in age, they often become your first hero, right? And also leader unto death and darkness because of all of the nonsense that you do together. This is one of those stories. So my brother's name is Tito, and this story is about what he taught me, which is how to play with fire. My brother Tito always had a nose for the most dangerous, objectively stupid and reckless stunts to pull. Add to that, for as long as I've known him, because like I said, he's 3 years older than me, his secret weapon has been his tongue. My earliest memories of Tito are from when he was 6, leading a gang of boys his age down to the side of the road to throw rocks at passing matatus. He'd always throw the first stone, which always landed just shy of the car's rear end, then turn back to his gang, chest puffed up with pride and a sly smile that he wears even today. He'd never goad anyone on with any direct order, but would trumpet his own achievement. Wow. Uliona, I almost hit it. I almost hit that car. You guys can't even throw as far as half as me. Then he'd walk off as if to put an exclamation point to the end of this well-known fact that he just spouted. All that was left to do was to watch his friends, one after another, try to throw farther than him until someone broke a window. One day, Tito convinced 2 of our neighbors, Tony and Joe, that he could stand the longest under a stone that he had just thrown straight into the air. Now, this is why there are fewer men than there are women, because as children we do very silly things that could hurt us. Yeah, so the challenge was to throw, a stone and see who could stand longest under it. And the challenge was to duck out of the way as a rock hurtled back down. Joe wanted to outbrave Tito, so he took a fairly large rock and threw it straight above him. He waited too long. And the story that day was how Joe the dummy now has a scar on his forehead because he hit himself with a stone. But Tito never had to try too hard to convince me though. Like I said, he was my first hero. He was taller than me, he was faster, stronger in every way, and was always the beating heart of excitement in our home. Yet for all the foolishness we got up to, he was always there to make sure I never ended up like Joe, waiting too long for a rock to crash down onto my head. So it was with a trusting heart and enthusiasm to make my brother proud that we invented our first daredevil game, Fireman. Tito had been enchanted by the trance of flames, as many of us are at one point in our youth. One boredom-filled afternoon, he had a bright idea. The challenge was simple. We'd find a long piece of sisal rope. Tito would make a noose on one end of the rope, slightly larger than the circumference of my head. I'd put it round my neck. Then he'd stretch the rope out behind me and take a flame to the other end and say, "Run!" I then sprint around the compound as fast as my tiny legs could carry me, shouting, "Fireman!" as if Fireman was some mythical superhero with a tail of flames that laid to ashen waste anyone in his path. The second objective of the game was to see if I could outrun the fire. Yes, it was an incredibly stupid, dangerous, and pointless game which filled our days with unbridled joy. We'd have to play fireman while our parents were at work, because even superheroes have parents with belts, tempers, and a penchant for stamping out any evidence of fun. The thrill of seeing the fire behind me was often short-lived. It never quite caught on long enough to live up to the optics we had in our minds. The fire needed to be bigger, brighter. Then one day, Tito found a solution. He discovered that paraffin bottle in the store outside our kitchen was flammable, An incredible revelation at the time. Remember, he was 6 and I was 3. So one day, we waited for dusk to set in. Tito got out the roll of sisal and cut what we thought was a fairly long piece of string. Noose around my neck, he doused the other end in paraffin. All that was left to do was to light the match. Now, you know, in a superhero's origin story, this would be the point in the narrative where, faced, with a descent of true danger and darkness, the mild-mannered hero, now me, would discover his true power. Just as evil was about to extinguish the innocent, flames of justice would rip it apart. I heard, "Run, Gondi, run!" The call of the innocent had been heard. Time for fireman. And it was glorious. A 3-foot-nothing wisp of a silhouette darted about in the night. Behind him, the glowing flame of justice, and from the heart of darkness, a piercing scream. "Fireman!" I ran faster and faster, seeing the glow of my tail light up the compound. But then, the flame began to eat up the rope. Screams of joy were immediately poisoned with the anguished, panicked shrieks of a 3-year-old trying to outrun a fire on a rope tied to him. Naona ujinga. Meanwhile, Tito was on the ground, gasping because he was laughing so hard. At least that's how I remember it. According to him, he was running behind me, holding a bucket in case the fire got out of hand. All I remember was him laughing. So I sped around the compound, making a lap around our rectangular front yard and back up to the house. By this time, Waithera, our house help and witness to hundreds of our incredibly dangerous misadventures, had rushed out of the house in a panic. Our plan to light up the evening sky hadn't taken into account the fact that the grass underfoot was yellowing, dry from days of searing Nairobi sunshine. Behind me were little dots and dashes of fire, tracing the route that I had already taken. There was no time to let it sink in that I had very nearly caused an inferno. The flames had eaten up most of the sisal rope. In no time, Waithera had taken the rope off and stamped out the fires in the yard. Now, in spite of the fact that I was party to the arson on our front yard, Tito was the one who took the walloping. First from Waithera, then from our dad, and then from our dad and our mom. By the way, I remember that day alitandikwa kama burukenge. And after the day's escapades were repeated to our parents when they got home from work, walituchapa tena. We'd never play fireman again. But that one evening was all we needed. The hero might be gone, but his legend lives on. That is the story of Fireman. Asanteni.
Thank you, John. Let's put our hands together for him. Now, where were you when I was writing my English composition? I probably would have ended up in a better school. Thank you very much for that story. Thank you, thank you. You know, for everybody who speaks here, we always have to say Asante from IHRM. So I'll call upon Susan. Please come up on stage to say Asante to John. Makofi kwa Susan as she comes up. It's not easy walking down that aisle. And John will request you please step down.
Oh, I step down.
Yes, please. John is around. He's staying with us. So I request that during tea time, we have a cocktail at the end. Engage with him and see how you can use storytelling to tell the stories to your employees on some of the HR initiatives that you're undertaking. So right here, John, we can have the book. Okay. We have a mic. Okay, good evening.
I'm Susan from Numerical Machining Complex. And to you, John, we want to say thank you on behalf of the rest for the insightful presentation, staying ahead of the curve. And I want to also say this personally, that cancer has become a norm all over. It is unfortunate, but God knows. And I'm sure he knows your family has the strength to go through it, and he's in control of the situation. So just leave it to him, and it will be well. So thank you very much, and may God bless you.
It's a beautiful speech. Thank you. Thank you so much. And John did not come alone. For those of you who thought he was single, he's actually married to Anne McKenna, and she's right here with us. So McKenna will request that you do come up front. We have beautiful bouquet of flowers from courtesy of Osirian. So we want to say thank you for supporting John and for, you know, coming down with him as well. Thank you. You can see John is ducking from the flowers. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Asante. A round of applause for them as they go and have a seat. Now I know it's getting to 5 o'clock, and we have one more speaker, which will take a very short time. We also have some sponsors, so I'll request that we just do a quick icebreaker for 2 minutes, and then we'll sit and listen to Aileen. Aileen is a wonderful speaker. She'll be speaking to us about resilience and burnout. I assure you, you'll really enjoy her show. So 2 minutes, and then we can start.
Thank you so much. I don't want to spoil the eloquence and the momentum. So I'll teach you a dance out of your comfort zone again. So you stand, push your chair in. Stand, push your chair in, create a space. So we promise, we deliver. We promise that we are going to teach you Jerusalem. Okay. So are you ready? So first of all, in your mind, know your right and know your left. Okay? Left, right, left, right, left, right. So you are right and left. So you start with your left. In this one, you start with your left. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and change to the right. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and shuffle 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Are you ready to jump? So get a space, get a space, get a space. Okay? So we are starting with the left. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and right. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and shuffle 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? So for the changing of the direction, we need a bigger space. I'm going to teach you that one for now, and then we'll go outside and do it recorded. DJ. Okay? As we start. So ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and shuffle. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and left. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And shuffle. Again. 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 And DJ hold. Okay. So ongeza madoido kidogo. Ongeza madoido kidogo, okay? Are you ready? Clap once. Clap once. Ongeza madoido kidogo. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and change 1, 2, 3, and 4, and shuffle 1, 2, 3, and 4. So ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. DJ, let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again. 4. Very good. And shuffle.
It's LC.
One more time. Very good. And shuffle. 1, 2, 3, and very good. So stop. That's right. So breathe in. Stop, DJ. Breathe in once more. And out. We need a bigger space. I'll teach you when you go outside, okay?
And here we go down. No, not now. You know, the ambulances keep increasing every time this man comes up. Now we're on ambulance number 3. That was a nice icebreaker. As we said, we want to have the biggest Jerusalem, so we will do it today. All right, so we have our last speaker for today. She's none other than Aileen McDuff, the founder and CEO of the Resiliency Group. She's calling in from the States and will be speaking to us this afternoon about cultivating resilience in disruptive times. I assure you, you will leave this place a changed person after listening to her. So let's put our hands together for Aileen as she speaks to us virtually from US, California.
Well, hello. Yes, I'm Eileen. And if you were to walk past my office right now and looked in the window, you'd see a woman with her mouth moving and her hands moving, and you'd think, what's the matter with her? She's talking to nobody. You see, what you'd be missing is the context. You wouldn't know that I'm talking into a screen so that I can make this video for you. Content without context is meaningless, which is why the title of this program is Building Resilience in the Age of Burnout. Burnout is the context under which we're going to talk about resilience. You know, I've been studying this issue for literally decades. And when I look at it, the first glance is that burnout is everywhere. In fact, for the last 3 or 4 years, every time I've been asked to speak on resilience, it's always in the context of burnout. So I want to talk about that first. Burnout is an old term. It actually came from Herbert Freudenberger in the 70s, who defined burnout this way: to deplete one's mental, physical resources by excessively striving to reach some unrealistic expectation imposed by yourself or someone else. In the literally decades that have come, this term is being used more and more. In fact, in May of 2019, the World Health Organization declared burnout to be a global occupational hazard. Think about that, a global occupational hazard. In fact, the Japanese even have a word for death by overwork, karoshi. So what we found is across the globe, people are working harder and harder, more and more. And then all of a sudden, in the first quarter of this year, then something else occurred. COVID-19, a global pandemic. And I don't care whether you are going from Kenya to Kentucky, from Mozambique to Miami, from Toronto to Tokyo. Now this whole issue of trying to live in a world that looks radically different is causing us crisis fatigue. Crisis fatigue is burnout on steroids. It's exhaustion. It's anxiety. You can't sleep. You have trouble eating, or you eat too much. Yet work seems to be overwhelming, and you suddenly find that now you're working in a way different place than we ever did, all across the globe. And what happens is we suffer something called allostatic overload. But allostatic overload is where, when this was first declared, our adrenaline pumped it. We said, okay, I can handle this. I can do this. It's what happens when there's an emergency and we respond. Then, as the emergency continues, now not only do we have adrenaline that's pumped, which is your short-term act quick, take care of the emergency, now we have cortisol. What cortisol is the hormone that helps us when there's a longer term need. And these two things combined to create allostatic overload. We go from emergency to regression, and it is normal. So here's the first thing I want you to hear. This is normal to feel this way as we begin months and months and months of trying to figure out how do we operate it in a world that looks radically different than where we came from. Which is now is why resilience is more important than ever. So let me define resilience. First and foremost, let me tell you what it is not. It is not about bouncing back. That's what we traditionally think about. You look in the dictionary, that's the dictionary definition. An item under stress, when the stress is gone, it goes back to its normal position. Well, that's fine if you're a willow tree. It's fine if you're a piece of steel. It is not fine for the human system. There's no such thing as bouncing back. What we really want to talk about is how do I grow through this event that we are experiencing so that I end up wiser, smarter, better on the other side. And do you remember that definition of Freudenberger? It's to exhaust one's physical, mental, emotional resources. So the flip side of exhaustion says, how do I get my energy back? Because ultimately, resiliency is about energy management. And I want you to think about this for a minute. What do we know? But energy is the capacity to do work. No energy, it's impossible to do the work, whatever you call work to be. And think about this. Energy comes from connections. If I looked at a power grid, I would have energy being directed over here. It goes through a channel. And if the channel is good, the connection is good, the lights go on. Or think about it if you start a car. You turn the key in the car, connection, spark hits the battery, voila, the car moves. Car doesn't go anywhere. So at the end of the day, what we want to understand is how do I look at the connections that I make? Is it giving me energy or is it depleting my energy? Notice I've also said you. I want you to look at how do you take care of yourself first. You cannot manage other people unless you are first managing yourself. So I'm going to go from both the personal side and then we'll look at organization, personal organization. And that's the same thing that the instructions that they gave us on those days when we used to be able to fly. You remember they said in the event of a loss of cabin pressure, the oxygen mask will come down. Who do you put it on first? Yourself, before you help anybody else. Of course, I always had to laugh because inevitably someone would say, and breathe normally. I got to tell you, if those yellow butter tubs ever come down from the sky, no one is breathing normally. So let's talk about resiliency then and these energy connections. Now, there's one other thing that I find I'm asked often in my research is this: is resiliency genetic? Are there people who are just plain more resilient than others? And I just am never. Well, kind of, sort of, but not really. Let me share with you this piece of research. After 20 years, these two doctors, Southwick and Charney, said that there are some people who appear to be more resilient because they have rapid firing of neurons to the prefrontal cortex, which determines our actions, our behaviors. But we know now that you can be trained to be more resilient, that we have neuroplasticity in our brains. And with that neuroplasticity, we are creating new net waves, new neural net waves that can help us grow to become more resilient. Let me also say something about that term, building resilience. Resilience is a muscle, and it will take time. This is not a car wash. You're not going to finish the session with me and walk out and go, yes, I'm resilient. We're going to have to work at it. So wherever you find yourself right now, know that what I'm going to give you are 4 resiliency skills. I'm going to talk about the connections that give us energy or deplete our energy. And where do you find yourself? And then how do you help your organization? So let's talk about the very first skill that is needed, a trait of a radically resilient person. And it's this: it's adaptability. Now, people say, okay, I know when things go on, we have to adapt. We had learn how to adapt to work out of our house, to be into lockdown. We had to adapt to being physically distanced from each other. Well, that's right to a point. What makes this word powerful are those 2 words underneath: requisite variety. Requisite variety comes from the field of biology. And it says that the organism with the greatest number of responses to any given situation is the one that survives. It's not the strongest. It's not the richest. It's the one who can find more options. And the same is true in our business. Instead of doing business one way, how many different ways can we do business? How many different ways can we create a very powerful resource group of amazingly engaged people? So how then do I become more and more resilient? It starts first and foremost in your head. What are you thinking? Does it serve you? Can I think in different ways that allow me to see options? So what if we did it this way? What if I responded over here? Well, why not try this? Well, who says so? These are all great questions, by the way, to ask of yourself and to ask of your organization. When I say, what are you thinking? Why not? What if? If I could see you right now, I would ask you to tell me what are the color of washcloths in hotels. And everyone would say, well, they're white. They're white. Well, yes and no. At the Seaport Hotel opposite the Boston Convention Center here in the US, in the restrooms of those hotel rooms, there is always one black washcloth. And across it says makeup. Who says that washcloths have to be white? I'll give you that as a very simple example, but let's see what we can do personally. How do we learn to become more adaptable in our heads? And I will suggest the first thing are the words that we use with ourselves. May I suggest the word I choose is more powerful than I have to. Choose is more powerful than have to. And by the way, as I'm talking out loud to you, I am talking out loud to myself. I did not have to do this tape. I'm choosing to do this tape. Every time you say, I choose, it means you are in control instead of other people around you. It might sound very simple, but when I say I choose, then I get to say, how many different choices do I have? I might not like all the choices, but I have more than two options, always, always. So I choose. One of the things we have to say, why do we choose, is could I think more positively instead of negatively? You see, when I choose to think about everything that's bad, my energy becomes drained. It's what I call red ants. I got this term red ants because I have a negative relative in my life. You might have negative people around you. They could find negative stuff. If you said it was the land of milk and honey, they'd say, no, it's not. It's calories and cholesterol. So I'm going to call this relative Mildred. So my sister and I take Mildred to upstate New England for the wonderful fall colors that we get here in the US. And we're country road. And all of a sudden my sister says, stop, wait, stop the car. I want to get out. I want to take a picture of that amazing colors in that beautiful blue sky and the weather vane on top of the church. Susan gets out of the car. In an instant, Mildred says, well, I hope she doesn't stand in red ants. Huh? Red ants? Do you know how hard it is to even think of that? Now, I'll bet you have people around you right now who can look for all the red ants. In fact, you might be one of the people who is looking at all the negative. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Every time you hear someone around you saying, oh, wow, terrible, no red ants. When you hear yourself say that, no red ants. Nothing will drain your energy faster than looking for everything that is wrong. No red ants. Here's another thing that can hold us back from being resilient, from being adaptable, is this, the past. You see, we like things the way we've always done it. And one of the challenges in this, quote, new world is we're doing work in very different ways. And what we resist is trying to do something new. We want it to look like it always looked. And so let me suggest to you that there is an opportunity right now, an adaptability to say, oh, maybe some of these things that I've been doing don't need to be done anymore. Maybe one of the things we do as an organization doesn't make any sense anymore. One of the wisest things you can do with each other is to say, what are we doing that we can get rid of? It's called gross. Get rid of stupid stuff, because stupid stuff is what drains our energy. Might give you comfort, but it doesn't give you what you need as a result. I love this quote. Besides the noble art of getting things done, there is the noble art of leaving things undone. The wisdom of life consists in the elimination of the non-essentials. Let me give you an example of the elimination of the non-essentials. This was a couple years ago, but I've never forgotten this. In this one larger organization, there was one employee that was creating this massive report, was spending 3 days out of his work week creating this massive report, sent it out to everyone in the organization. And then someone asked a very interesting question. Why are we doing this? Who reads this? It turned out no one read the report. They got rid of the report. And now you have an employee whose energy is not being spent on 3 days of useful stuff that nobody read. So if I, in fact, think about what are the words that I'm saying, how can I look at things differently? How can I help my organization look at things differently? Here's another way to help you do it. It is intelligent optimism. Intelligent optimism is where you reframe what's going on and you say, instead of looking at it this way, what if we looked at it this way? What if I looked at it this way? You see, when we reframe, we begin to say, what are the possibilities here? Even if at face value, it looks very negative. Let me give you, to me, one of the most powerful examples. This happened 2 years ago. It just struck me so. And I was speaking in Ireland. And when I went on the parking lot, here was this ambulance. Now, notice, this doesn't look like any ambulance that any of us have ever seen. It's called Bumblelands. And it turns out, notice it says it's the Children's National Ambulance Service. This ambulance service was started by mom and dad who lost, their name is Heffernan, who lost their 2 children to a rare genetic disease. Both of them died before the age of 5. And in trying to get their children back and forth to the hospitals over the roads of Ireland, they realized that the ambulances were frightening. They were made for grown-ups. They weren't made for kids. And so when they lost their 2 children, they decided no one should ever have to experience what we did. And so they reframed it. So they created this service. This ambulance, when I went inside of it, is outfitted with everything that would give a child comfort, from stuffed animals to video games, to music that is child-based music, to things that a child would feel comfortable with, which is so interesting because one of the things this Bumblelands does is also provides what they call angel flight, which is to take a child back home for their last flight before they depart this earth. That's very powerful, reframing. How can you look at what you're doing in a different way so that you find a new way of seeing that is more powerful? What helps us with the connecting with that head is when we connect with the heart. This is an incredible pump. 60,000 miles of veins, capillaries, and arteries within this heart. The energy of the heart is greater than the energy of the brain. I can measure the energy of the heart, and it's greater than that of the brain. When you connect with your heart, by the way, your heart also speaks to your head. We now know that this is called the little brain. When I begin to connect with my heart, I now have more options for myself. But to do that, frankly, it takes courage. And the reason it takes courage, by the way, courage comes from the French word coeur, which means heart. Courage is Coeur de Lion, heart of the lion. It takes courage because where we feel comfortable is the logical. When we begin to respond with our heart, we are opening ourselves up to other people. In fact, if I want to become more and more adaptable, I have to ask others, tell me what you see. In short, I want to give myself not a viewpoint, but a viewing point. Let me show you what I mean by that. the difference between a viewpoint and a viewing point. This is a mountain that I like to climb here in California. It's about 4 miles up to the top. Now, I'm looking out of this mountain. It looks lovely. It's a great mountain. When I get up, if I look in one direction and only one direction, I am looking out to the sea. This is the Santa Barbara Channel. Lovely view, but it is a viewing point. Look what I would miss if I didn't turn around and say, what else can I see? This is the Los Padres National Forest. Very different, isn't it? That shows you visually what I believe we can do when we begin to ask other people, tell me what you see. From an organizational standpoint, nothing is more important than for us to begin to listen with our hearts for empathy and concern. When I say listen with empathy and concern, what I'm seeing now, organizations are doing, people in the HR field, they are reaching out, Zoom, however you want to do it, and checking in with people. It's not saying, did you file these 5 reports? It's saying, how are you doing? What can we do for you? I found this wonderful, wonderful incident of a gentleman by the name of Jim Park, who is the CEO of a manufacturing company that makes Otter. Otter is a case that goes over our smartphones. It makes it waterproof. He's based out of Colorado, has 1,100 workers. Now, by the way, when I give you examples like this, please don't step back and go, oh, well, we're not that big. Oh, I don't have that. I want you to figure out, what can I steal from this? How can I adapt this to myself? Listen to what this guy, Jim Park, did. When all of this COVID is going on, he decided that he would have to reach out because workforces become psychologically fragile, particularly when we have crisis fatigue. So here's what he did. He began, I think this is just amazing. He contacted, first off, he did an all hands meeting to talk about what was going on. And then he said he had a frank Q&A session with everybody. And then he created time to individually speak at all levels of the company. But he didn't just talk. What he did is he offered some 600 workers who could not work remotely the ability to opt out with full pay. Really? I can't come in. I'm caring for somebody else. I'm afraid to come in because of my age. It's all right. You get full pay right now, full pay. And he slashed his executive salaries by some 30%, and he reduced his own income to $1. Now, I know we all want to go work in Colorado. That might not be possible. But what we can do is say, how can I listen with my heart? Because that will tell me what we can do as an organization. Here's one group that I think we need to listen to. I call them the Orange Batons. And I'm going to act something out. And you just tell me where you think I am. If I hold 2 orange sticks in my hand and I'm going like this, if I ask you where I am, chances are you would all say, well, you're at the airport. You're right. The people that are on the ground at the airport are directing those planes in because the front wheel of that plane has to go on something called the J line. The problem is the pilots and the co-pilots of those planes are too far removed. They're up too high in the organization. They don't see what's going on at ground level. They depend upon the people with the orange batons to say, stop, you've reached it. So here's my suggestion. If we're going to be adaptable, if we're going to develop resilience to overcome burnout, we need to talk to the people at the front line. How are you doing? What are you seeing? What are the things that are gross? Get rid of stupid stuff. What ideas do you have? If you can begin to listen to the people at the front line, you are creating a courageous organization. Now, not only do we want to listen to the Orange Batons, but we also want to listen to the Little Davids. The Little Davids are the youngest or the newest people within your organization. They can be even the kids in your family, the longest, newest. You ask them, tell me what you see that I don't see. I have to tell you, the youngest people in an organization will see things that those of us who have been around for a long time no longer see. We walk right past it. Ask them, what could we do that would make the work for you more exciting? What can we do to support you? How will you teach me? This is a great reverse mentorship. You, younger person, teach me. What can you teach me? And they can. If I listen with my heart in all of those ways, there's something else that will help us become adaptable, is to ask this question of yourself. Who or what renews your heart? So I put up these two pictures. One is puppies. For some people, it's animals. The animals renew my heart. It's that's oxygen on yourself. Or it's children. What I've shown here for you, these are my 4 grandchildren. They renew my heart. Spending time with them, which right now we can't. We have to do it over Zoom. But those children renew my heart. Here's my question to you. What renews your heart? And how do you take that precious thing called time and reach out? When I say reach out, maybe sometimes what we need is just someone to be there. Not to fix anything, not to do anything in particular, but to let us know that we are supported and cared about. And in this spread out world now that goes from Kenya to Kentucky, how do we let people know that we're there to support them? That's one of the most important things that we can do. If I can become adaptable in my head and in my heart, here's the next skill. The next skill is agility. Agility is speed coupled with wisdom. You can't just think something. You can't just feel something. You have to do it. So how do you connect with your hands? What are you going to do? Because action is the antidote for anxiety. When people become very anxious, we need to do something. We need to do something. So what I think of is what we need to first say is, how can I control the controllable? What are the things that I have within my control? I can't control COVID-19. I can't control the weather. I can't control economic downturns. Where is it that I have a place of control, and where is it in the organization that we can find a place of control? So here's the first thing when we think that this is in the context of burnout, is I think what we need to do individually and then collectively is to set boundaries. Because what happens when we're working out of home, sometimes whenever we get to go back into the workplace, more and more stuff is going to be added on top of you, which is one of the things we're seeing right now is people are working more and more and more, becoming more and more exhausted being at home because they don't have a break. They don't walk down the hall to see someone. They don't go to have a cup of coffee or tea with someone. So where do you set your boundaries? And what I believe we need to do is we need to develop horse sense. Horse sense is the ability to say, nay, or whoa, as the case may be. Your ability to say no or to give yourself boundaries is one of the most important things that you can do. Maybe one of the boundaries is to say, I can work until 5. After that, I stop. Maybe one of the ways in which you set a boundary is that, particularly if you're still working from home, maybe you're sharing a table with somebody. Okay, I get the table for the first 2 hours of the day. You can have it for the next 2 hours of the day. That sounds very simple, but believe me, setting boundaries is absolutely, absolutely critical to us. So how do I develop this kind of horse sense that allows me to say no or not now? Critically important, because we can control this. By the way, let me go to the organizational side. Ask yourself too, are you one of the people who is into email diarrhea? That's all you do is send out email, or text. So people are overwhelmed. Put a boundary on that. And let people know when they send you things that is not in your purview, that you don't need to be included, say, thank you very much. I don't need that. Setting boundaries is critical for regaining your energy and also for paying attention to what really matters. Let me tell you another way in which we can get into control. It's with our physical body, exercise. Now I put this up. This big old gentleman is a big basketball player, and he goes to the gym. Well, the gym I used to go to, they've been closed. That's my sweet husband over there going skiing. The best way to begin to feel that you are in control when the world is out of control is with your physical body. It's with your physical body. Move. When we become sedentary, Our brain does not work well. Our heart does not work well. I don't care whatever you have to do to move. Water. Your brain needs water. Drink a lot of water. Nourish yourself with decent food. And, oh, here's one I bet we haven't done. Sleep. Sleep, Eileen. What's sleep? It's a boundary. And what I've discovered, and you might use this too, is something you can do. Do not look at email, text messages, the newspaper, or tell 30 minutes before you intend to go to sleep. You need to have, this is a boundary where you're going from the activity here into coming back down to rest. To rest. Another thing that can give us energy that we can do is to express love and gratitude. That's my sweet William there. We say, I love you all the time. And even when we are in close quarters like this, I still love the guy. We were married May 18th, 1980. It was the day that Mount St. Helens erupted in Oregon. We have celebrated our montheraries for 40 years. Basically, that means that we initially, well, we'd go out maybe to dinner or have something lovely to eat or a great dessert. Now, 40 years later, it's who can remember it's the 18th and say, happy anniversary. That one activity in that 1 month basically reinforces that we are together. Who do you have around you that you want to express gratitude, that you can say, thank you? I think it's one of the reframing things that I'm seeing now is that we are reaching out to people that we haven't talked to in a long time, or mailing people things to say, I just want to let you know how grateful I am. That's a powerful thing to increase the engagement within an organization, within your family. When I say controlling the controllable, I may also say that you don't have to do big things. Maybe what you do is you start small. An inch is a cinch, a mile takes a while. And don't think that you have to go into a gym and lift 50-pound weights if you could go in a gym. Remember I said resiliency is developing that muscle? You can start small. Let me give you an example of something that will allow you to feel powerful. Do something you have never done before. Preferably something that's a little scary. You see, when you push yourself out to do something you've never done before, you realize you're stronger than you ever thought. Do something you have never done before. And on this notion of celebrating small wins, when you are with colleagues, when you're with your team members, how do you acknowledge when they make that effort, when they have some small win? Do you say, good job, let's see if we can do something more? Let me tell you the power of feedback. As we are learning a new world, as we're learning, their feedback is incredibly important. And one of the things I'm hearing when people are dispersed and they're not working, in their normal environment is a lack of feedback. And therefore people feel alone. Loneliness is almost epidemic too. So tell people what you've noticed. When I say the power of feedback, long years ago now. It was after 9/11 here in the United States. And I was at the airport and there was an incident in which they came on with the sniffer dogs, the dogs that are looking for explosives. And when it was over, I went up to the man who was handling the dog. And he said that he had worked at 9/11, that his dog had been one of the ones to go out and dig through the rubble. He said, what we discovered is that our dogs got very discouraged if they couldn't find anyone. So what we did is we took turns as handlers, kind of gently burying one of our own and then send the dogs out. And when the dog found someone, the dog was so excited, his tail is wagging. And I thought, wait a minute, if a dog needs to have encouragement, what do we need as people? To know that we're okay. Small wins matter. Here's another thing, as far as agility goes, that you can practice is mindfulness. We're reading a lot about mindfulness. It's now offered in some of our big schools here in the United States. What this is It's breathing. It's being still instead of always doing. Counting into 7, hold it, and breathe back out again. I know it's very hard to still our mind, but the research now is showing us that when we can practice mindfulness, quieting down our mind, breathing, we become stronger. We re-energize ourselves. How do you practice mindfulness? And if in fact you're going to do a Zoom meeting, there's no reason to say that before you jump into whatever it is you're doing, stop and allow everyone to breathe and then begin. Because you see, when you don't, when you keep going, when you exhaust your energy, this is what happens to you. You become very, very not nice. I can only please one person per day. Today is not your day, and tomorrow doesn't look good either. Stop. Stop. If this is you, ask yourself, what am I saying to myself? What's another way that I can be adaptable? If I adapt with my head with what I'm saying to myself, if I get rid of red ants, if I get out of the past and say what new, if I can reframe, if I pay attention to my heart to see how can I connect, who are the people that I can listen to, who renews my heart, what are the things that I can control, then here's the third resiliency skill. It's laughability. There's a new book that's going to be coming out next year on humor. And it's about the research that says what humor does for us. It increases the endorphins. It makes us feel better. How is it that we can find ways, despite how crazy this is, to be able to laugh? I love this cartoon, the Adult Rehab Center. Old people going in on one side, coming out as kids. How can you find ways to look for humor, for laughter? Trust me, it is everywhere. And I'm sure that everyone watching this has seen all of the stuff that comes in the memes where we're making fun in a way of what is going on now, because we need to laugh. We need to laugh. When I was taking care of my mother for the last 6 years of her life, and trust me, when you're taking care of someone who has dementia, all kinds of physical things that are wrong, you can't find something to laugh at, you're not going to make it. And Mom, 1 minute she's up, 1 minute she's down, 1 minute she's up, 1 minute she's down. So I called her Yo-Yo Ma. Yo-Yo Ma, out of the great musician, but also a yo-yo is that toy that we had that went up and down. So I called her Yo-Yo Ma. My sister and I laughed when I would. It just kind of broke that a little bit. In addition to finding things to laugh at, it's this notion of play. Play. Play is the exaltation of the possible. This is when we begin to play, whatever that play looks like, whether you're at home, whether you take a break, whatever that is, how do you play? There's amazing research that says animals that learn to play versus others that don't are more creative. This is the animal kingdom. In the human kingdom, it is play that teaches us things. So how well do you play? Whether this little girl dancing or this family that's out at the beach, how do you find ways to play? And sometimes play can happen in just a second. Vivek Murthy, Dr. Vivek Murthy, who is a former Surgeon General here in the United States, before he started every meeting with his team, would ask them to tell something about each one quickly that you did that was fun. Something that allowed us to see people in ways other than their resume. And play, there are many things that you can do. I like to look for signs. Signs make me laugh. And you can do that anytime, anywhere. This was a sign that was up in Laguna Beach, which is just north of me. I loved this sign. This just made me smile. This was very playful for someone to post that looking like a regular street sign. Breathe. All we have is now. Relax. You are okay. I love that sign. It made me smile. Here's one that made me laugh. Came from friends in Australia. The Aussies have great senses of humor. This year, thousands of men will die from stubbornness. No, we won't. Turns out the sign was about prostate cancer. I loved it. That was funny. Here's another sign. I looked at this and think, gosh, human beings are not very smart sometimes. This one, sidewalk ends. Really? You have to put a sign for that? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. And this one really cracked me up. I don't know who sent this to me. It's from a dry cleaner. It's a coat hanger. Caution, do not swallow. Really? We have to put that on a coat hanger? You have to laugh. And this one was in a grocery store. I'm sure the manager of the grocery store wanted to write the word assortment and didn't have room. So this is what he put on the sign. You have to laugh at that. You just have to laugh. If I can find ways to bring some lightness into what's going on in my life, into my organization, some ways to find play and humor, here is the fourth skill to develop. And it's this one, alignment. Alignment says, am I lined up with that which is most important to me? What is of value to me? What is your why? And when I think about connection, it gives you energy. It's really saying, what do I want to leave behind? What's my legacy? Your why? You see, no one is going to talk about either how much money you made or the house that you lived in. They're going to say how you felt when you were with this person. And that's what they remember. What is your why? In the middle of the Holocaust, Viktor Frankl said, man can survive any what if he has a why? What's your why? When I think about the work that all of us do, we are all engaged in the people business, regardless of your title. What is it that you can do that if you were to disappear tomorrow, that people would say, oh, I miss him. I miss her. This is what I remember. I'd like you to think about that. And let me leave you with one other thought. I'm going to reach over here and get a poem that I wrote, because you create your legacy today, not tomorrow and not yesterday, today. And the poem is called In the Now, because the truth of the matter is the only place that you really have power is what are you going to do today. There's no guarantee you get tomorrow. So I want you to think about this. The day is here upon us. Today is all we've got. This minute holds eternity, but oh, our minds are fraught with thoughts of what we should have done, mistakes of yesterday, recalling wrongs, reliving deeds, and words that went astray. Or else we go through motions while our thoughts zoom far ahead of things to do, of meetings hence, of possibilities we dread. We eat our food in hurry. We kiss our loves in haste. We blink at dawn, we glance at moon. There is no time to waste. Our calendar is crammed with future things we have to do. We make our list, we see its length, our day is never through. And when each year is over, we dismay at all that's past. We shake our heads and wonder, how did time go by so fast? We cannot slow the march of time, and yet there is this plan. If we would live in present now, we'd find a peace at hand. Be present, fully present in each action that you do. Stay mindful, fully mindful of the world, the life around you too. Let the future be the vision, but this moment counts, and how. Eternity is in it. May I learn to live in now, and may your resiliency muscle become stronger. Thank you.
Well, that's Aileen for you. She's a wonderful speaker. She's ranked #1 in the top professionals of communicators. Thank you, Aileen, for doing this for us on a complimentary basis. If I told you how much Aileen charges, you probably will quit your job, so I will not give you the number. But she decided to think with her heart and reach out to the HR professionals and do this on a complimentary basis. So we honor her and we thank her. I can see the rains are upon us and we are setting up the cocktail area. So I'd like to give my colleague from the college to come. I know we had promised to give them some 5 minutes to finish their presentation. I request for your indulgence. He will take only 5 minutes and then thereafter we'll close for today and go and enjoy ourselves. As my good friend says, he will teach us how to do the Jerusalem dance. So please don't go, because we want to be the first HR professionals to be able to do it and have a video for it. So please come through and let's appreciate him as he comes up. He has 5 minutes to do his presentation and finish off from where Margaret left. Karibu sana.
I'll do it. Good evening. You will allow me to do my presentation from here. This is just a continuation of where the principal had reached, especially in terms of the solutions we have developed as a college for the HR professionals. I'm going to talk about ODEL, Open Distance and E-Learning. This is a solution we've developed in response to the request from the HR professionals who are, #1, far away from our centers, and #2, who have busy schedule that they cannot be able to get time to come to physical classes. And #3, we have also within ourselves people who are enabled differently, and therefore they cannot be able to access our centers. So again, leveraging on the ICT and the epidemic situation that we've all been in, we've developed ODEL platform, what we are calling the CHRM e-campus. This platform enables you to learn, continue learning from wherever you are. At any particular time, you can be able to access resources, interact with your colleagues, your lecturers, and therefore I'll be taking you through this particular platform in the next just 5 minutes. So CHRM e-campus is accessed through e-campus at chrm.or.ke. So once you log into that site, of course the site, this is the site, is our learning management system. It is referred to as the CHRM e-campus. So this site gives you an opportunity to be able to learn. Just the same way you'll go into a physical class, you'll be able to continue learning from this particular site here. So once you log in through that particular link, ecampus at .chrm.or.ke, you land on this particular page here. Once you land on this particular page here, we'll have given you login credentials, which you'll use to be able to log in and access the various resources. Like if you are a registered student, once you land on this particular page, the most important section will be this section here, which has the dashboard, the calendar, the private files, and the courses. So as a student, you'll be able to access the courses that you are registered into. At the moment, we have put all the resources for CHRP courses here. So you don't need to come to our centers to study from our centers. You just need to enroll with us. Once you have enrolled with us, you'll be able to access resources from here and interact with the lecturers from that particular point. I'll just take you through one particular unit so that you see how we have laid down that particular unit and how you can be able to access and interact with your colleagues. So this is how you'll be able to access the courses once you've registered with us. I just want to use one particular course, that is the CHRP 001, Introduction to Human Resource Management. So as a student, you'll be able to click on that particular unit. You'll be able to see the time table, the time schedules that the lecturer will be meeting you virtually. You'll be able to see the details of the lecturer. And then we've laid down the courses into this. So there's the introduction. The social forum enables you to interact with your colleagues in class. Just the same way you'll be able to interact with your colleagues in class on non-academic matters. You can be able to interact with them on a through that particular social forum. You can ask questions to your lecturer, and the lecturer can make an announcement through that particular platform. Then there is the topic one. The topic one is laid down in terms of introduction, objectives, reading activities, and then a discussion forum. So a discussion forum enables you, the lecturer, to bring out a discussion based on the topic that you've covered, and you are able to engage in it and is able to rate you from that particular discussion. So we have the resources. The lecturer has put there the resources, the notes, and he's put there an introductory video. This is just to make learning more interesting. So these are videos that lecturers within our campus records, and they are able to upload them in that particular site there. So you can, as you read, you're able to watch also the videos and get to understand the concepts even more. Then, as per the schedule that the lecturer has sent, you are able to interact with that lecturer once every week for 2 hours. So you are able to log in into the portal and access that particular lecture. So this is how the platform has been laid out. You can register with us. Again, for registration process, you don't need to come to the college. Just visit our website, select the course that you are looking for, and register online, upload your documents, and we respond to you within the shortest time possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Alphas. Let's appreciate Alphas. Sorry we are rushing you a bit, but we are quite behind schedule, and it was important that we share that. The CHRM college has a tent right outside, so if you need details, and Margaret is around, Alphas is around, and also the colleagues who can provide more details. Kindly, 5 minutes, we hear from Mr. Moses Shege from Sight Savers. Sight Savers has supported us with the sign language interpreters that we see, and we're also working towards a collaboration where we'll have a mentorship program for HR professionals who can then be trained to mentor persons living with disability to access the job market. So Moses, just 5 minutes, then we can conclude.
Thank you very much, Irene, and HR professionals. We are very delighted to have you with us this particular evening. This particular morning, we started off talking about disability, and the project that I'm going to share with you called Inclusive Features, Standard Chartered and Evans Munyori, who spoke to us earlier in the day, they are one of the partners. There are 16 partners in the Inclusive Features, which Sight Savers is the lead organization. So there are 2 of us who are going to be doing this particular presentation. There's myself, I'm Moses Chege, and I'm the country director of Sight Savers in Kenya, and there's Alan Herbert, and he's going to share with us very shortly. So why youth with disability? It is because we know that 70 to 80% of persons with disability are unemployed. Yeah, please. Press next. And the whole idea about inclusion works is a new concept which has been developed with the realization that for us to ensure that we reach all the goals that have been established in the world is that we need to include persons with disability. So the particular project that we are focusing on about has 2 main areas. The first one is employer disability confidence, and also the job seeker employment readiness. So members of IHRM, when we talk about human resource professionals, we say that they're the assets within the organization. And ours today is to talk about the second bullet, which is about the job seekers. So our call this particular evening is to appeal to members of IHRM to join our job seekers mentorship program. And the mentorship program takes about 4 to 6 months, whereby we try to match a professional with a job seeker. So it starts right at the bottom. Then the second step is where IHRM members are recruited and matched depending on the sector that you're in. You might be in probably service industry, another might be in hospitality, and you have job seekers, youth with disability, who are keen on these particular areas, then thereafter we're going to hold a mentorship with the HR professionals who've agreed to this, and then we build a relationship. So the interaction we foresee that is perhaps going to be about 2 times in a month. It can be Zoom, it can be a one-to-one meeting, and then thereafter we exit from this particular process. And we've got experiences from other countries. We've done it in Uganda, we've done it in Nigeria, and we've done it in Bangladesh, where it has worked very well. In terms of what is in it for IHRM members, the first point is that you access disability resources. The second point is that it increases diversity and knowledge on disability and inclusion. The third point is that improved skills on working with people with disability. And the fourth, and very important, is about giving back to the community and giving back to the youth with disability. Many of us are here because other people identified potential in us. At this point, I'm going to invite my colleague, Alan Herbert, to share his experience and also introduce himself. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chege. Good evening, everybody. I think it's really exciting that right now I'm standing in front of the people who ask the hardest question when you are in a job interview. Can you tell us about yourself? And my name is Alan Herbert, as Mr. Chege has said. I have keen interest in communications, and my key preference is creating communication content that links persons with disabilities into the general job market, and also them to explain and communicate their capabilities. I speak to you as a living experience of the mentorship Mr. Chege has spoken about. Currently, I am a citizen reporter for Kenya Issues Disability on behalf of site servers, and if you will give us the privilege to accept and come onto board onto the mentorship program, you will be getting reports directly from me in regards matters disability, inclusion, and some of the things that you could gain in working with persons with disabilities. I would like to touch on a key thing that Mr. Chege has mentioned, what is into for the IHRM practitioners. As the speaker in the morning was speaking, and he confidently said that you as HR practitioners are supposed to consider the well-being of your employees. And I would like to relate it when I was coming with Mr. Chege in the morning. I asked him what is his why as to why he does what he does. I believe that in your organizations, there are different people who do who do things because of specific reasons, and because they are not given opportunities. Some people want to reach out to different diverse groups, but because they are not given the opportunities, because the policies are not there in the organizations, they are not given the opportunities to reach out to the people that they want to reach out to, and basically to build or to live the well-being, a fully bona fide life they would want to live. So you giving us an opportunity and you giving us the space to give us mentorship opportunities, I believe you will be also bridging a very, very crucial gap in your workspaces. As I conclude, cognizant of time, I would like to invite us and give us thought of mind. As you are working to add on to this great nation of ours, as the bishop said in the morning, why don't you also give different persons with disabilities also the chance, with the knowledge that you have attained, to add on to this great country? Thank you. Also, sorry, very crucial information. If you would like to learn how you can be a part of the mentorship program or how you could work with site servers, we have a tent right next to NCBA Bank. You could come and talk to us, and we'll be very privileged and willing to take you through the whole process. Thank you very much, and have a nice Jerusalem challenge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herbert. Thank you, Moses. This is an initiative that we are working towards. Once we get to a level where we come to you, kindly, we would appreciate your participation in the volunteer mentorship program so that we can also promote diversity and inclusivity at the workplace. We have come to the end of our day 3 at the 24th IHRM conference, and we take this opportunity to invite you to a cocktail at the poolside. You will just walk the way we are walking towards the lunch area, and the cocktail venue is there. We are taking care of diverse interests, so please pass by. You will find something that would accommodate your specifications, and we look forward to having you tomorrow morning at 8:30 so that we can conclude what we started on Tuesday. Can we be upstanding? We end with a grace so that we can enjoy our evening. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you. Let's see you later. Santi.